Excellent. Welcome to the fourth hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the early childhood education and care sector in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to Elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or listening to us online. My name is Abigail Boyd and I am chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Owing to the nature of this inquiry, some evidence presented today may contain sensitive content and themes which could be distressing. There are referrals to services available on the inquiry's website if you do need support. So I now welcome our first witnesses and thank you very much for making the time to give your evidence today. If I could please ask each of you to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation. And I will start with you, Dr. Crozabalo.
Thanks, Chair. And acknowledging I'm coming from Wurundjeri land today, my name is Dr. Caroline Crozabalo. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Front Project, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Martel Menz and I'm coming today from Wurundjeri country. I am the Strategic Policy Manager at the Front Project, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Excellent, thank you. And would you like to make a short opening statement? Please go ahead.
If I can, Chair, thank you. Look, and thank you so much for the opportunity to appear before the committee and for your work on this issue. We begin today after a deeply disturbing Four Corners episode last night, which revealed how predators have exploited failings in our early childhood education system and exposed the heartbreak and trauma of affected families and children. And we acknowledge the pain and anger of those families and offer our full support to them and to New South Wales as it undertakes this important inquiry. A little bit about us. The Front Project is a national independent organisation working to ensure that every child in Australia experiences safe, high quality early learning. We aim to build systems that support warm, reciprocal relationships between children and their educators as the foundation of early learning and healthy child development. Never has this been more important. Current policy settings, in particular a market-driven model of service delivery, push the sector towards a transactional approach to early learning. Now look, the use of a market mechanism by policymakers is really understandable. It's a way of ensuring efficient, low-cost delivery at scale. But what we have seen is that the efficiency that's made possible by this market mechanism, and in particular the way it leads to business models that rely on maximising occupancy, too often comes at the expense of what matters most to children: time, stability and consistent relationships. The heart of our message to you today as a committee is that our early childhood education and care system is not operating as a system. The parts do not move together. Governments, regulators, funders and providers are each pulling in different directions, sometimes with carrots, sometimes with sticks, but too rarely in a coordinated way that children, families and the workforce need. And I wanted to share just one example of this if I could. The National ECEC Workforce Strategy in 2022. Now look, this strategy was developed before the focus on ECEC quality and safety, but you'll probably, if you cast your mind back, recall it was developed during the ECEC workforce crisis prompted by COVID. And it was developed through a collaborative process and everyone got their say, but it was hamstrung by the unwillingness of key stakeholders, states, the sector, the Commonwealth, to be pinned to delivering on expensive interventions. I went back and looked at it again this morning. Here's what it had to say on pay and conditions. Commission research to explore and identify the structural barriers to strategies for improving pay and conditions in the sector. Commission research in the middle of our largest crisis in the workforce. And I don't blame the people involved. In fact, hand on my heart, I was one of the people involved in the state government. But no level of government at that time was responsible for workforce. And what minister could go to Treasury and say, look, this isn't our responsibility, but we should voluntarily take on this expense? And everyone knew that asking the sector to take it on was asking for an uncomfortable conversation about whether government funding levels were right. And in the end, it's been really pleasing to see the Commonwealth step in with the workforce retention payment, although I do note it is time limited. But I think what we're seeing here is that the lack of somebody being responsible for owning it means that things don't happen. So our hidden lever research shows that what happens when workforce issues are taken seriously, when providers invest in the right things, when funding flows to initiatives that make an impact. Services rated exceeding the national quality standard in low SES areas are far more likely to have strong, stable employment conditions, fair pay, adequate planning time, access to professional development. These are not luxuries, they're the foundations of quality. Now look, I want to say that education ministers have taken some good first steps in relation to safety. They've collectively endorsed new powers to impose conditions on providers. They've introduced mandatory child safety training. They're establishing a national educator register. Important, commendable actions. But child safety demands more. We cannot rely on well-conceived but ultimately isolated measures when the underlying system is fragmented. Without slowing progress on those reforms already underway, and it's very important we don't slow those progress, the next step must be to establish clear and enduring national leadership and accountability. Structures that define who is responsible for what, and then ensure those responsibilities are coordinated, transparent and enforceable. And our submission takes through a couple of different versions of a national stewardship framework. There was a model proposed by the Honourable Commissioner Julia Gillard in the SA Royal Commission into ECEC, which proposed a national settlement of responsibilities, or the Productivity Commission has an idea of an independent national ECEC commission. Either way, the principle is the same: shared accountability for quality and safety. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very, very much. I think I could listen to you all day, actually. You've stated that in such a nice, clear way. I just wanted to start with a couple of questions and I'll throw to my colleagues. So I think there's a lot in that opening statement, but this, what you've identified as being, I guess, at the heart of those better quality services, it really seems to go to the heart of the issue. So you talked there about time, stability, consistent relationships. Can you talk a bit more about, particularly, I guess what the impact of having a large casual pool would be in a centre, or what the impact is on not having enough staff on a particular day?
Brilliant. I will throw to Martel in a little bit because she's, in addition to many talents, a former ECT and really able to talk about those practice questions. I guess just from a kind of policymaker's perspective, we know that children's brains grow in back and forth, right? That those kind of warm reciprocal interactions are the building block for children's brains. And we know that they can only do that and that that's optimised and maximised when they have secure attached relationships with the adults and caregivers around them. And so the challenge that we see is that if you are consistently seeing a new adult every time you show up at your centre, or if you, and Professor Karen Thorpe gave us access to some research that she's been doing up in the Queensland Brain Institute that showed for children in toddler rooms in the services they're looking at, they've got a new primary educator every 6 weeks. So imagine every 6 weeks you go and it's like, oh, it's not Robbie today, now it's Mickey. Oh, hi Mickey, nice to, So that child is then back into the space of not having this warm, secure attachment that allows them to engage in the meaningful back and forth, that allows them to engage in that kind of riskier kind of exploratory play, exploratory engagement that really build their brains. So the challenge, I think, is one of how do we set up a system that supports the kinds of relationships that we know that build brains. And I'll throw to Martel now to talk a little bit about what the practice looks like when there's large casual pools.
Thank you. So I think it's a really important question, and it's clearly something that is having a deep impact on the sector at the moment. And I think Carolyn has explained really beautifully that impact on children and the relationships between staff and children. And I can attest to that. Certainly when I was a teacher myself, it was so important, especially for very young children, to have that consistency of care, that predictability, that when they're dropped off at a centre, there is a range of familiar faces and adults who are there to educate and care for them for the days that they're in attendance. I might also just speak to the issue of what it means for staff and staffing relationships, because I would suggest that is equally as important. And I think if I reflect upon the very distressing stories and allegations and incidents we're hearing about through this current inquiry and other investigations, is that when you have a high turnover of staff, high churn, relying on a very casualised workforce, it means that those strong bonds and attachments between staff aren't there either. And so in practice, what that looks like is if you're the regular teacher or educator in a room and there's a revolving door of staff around you, how do you really get to know those people? How do you understand the ways that they practice, and how can you work together in a really strong, cohesive way, of course for the benefit of the children that you're working with? So I think there's a high level of risk when you have that high turnover, high churn, because staff don't get the opportunities, they don't get the time to be together and to learn about how they can best work together, and that does expose, I think, a lot of risk to services and children.
Can I ask, when we had a CEQA here, I think we were a bit surprised that they hadn't heard of this kind of under the roof concept when it came to staffing and ratios. Can you explain to us what this kind of across the service under the roof line concept is and the problems that it's causing in practice?
Yeah, Martel, do you want to?
Yes, happy to take that question. Thank you, Chair. Again, it's a really concerning practice within the sector. Again, looking at my time in the sector, it's nothing. This under the roof line is nothing new. It's actually been something that has been applied and misused for many, many years. I've been in the sector for over 20 years, and it's been this ongoing concern and issue. And whilst you won't find the words under the roof line anywhere in the national law, the regulations, the Act, what you will find is the terminology of across the service. And what that refers to is that things like child to staff ratios, qualification requirements can be accounted for across the entire service, not just room by room by room. And so what it was designed to do was to actually give services an appropriate level of flexibility to manage staffing across the day. So obviously, in long day care centres, they're open for, from morning to the evening, and enrolments across the day can ebb and flow. And so when it's used appropriately, it does give providers a level of flexibility to manage, the ebb and flow of enrolments. It can also be used to manage situations where, a child needs some one-on-one care, and so adults can be counted not just in that room but across the service. Can also be helpful for managing transition times across the day, meal times, indoor-outdoor play. So the sorts of ways that we practice in early childhood. Unfortunately, what we're hearing, and the United Workers Union, I know, did a very recent survey of staff on this very issue. What has been identified is that it is being grossly misused by too many providers who are using it as a loophole to cut staffing costs. We know that from that survey, 77% of educators reported that in the week prior to responding to that survey, that in their services, ratios were not being met all the time. So we know that not all, but some providers are certainly taking advantage and are abusing this across the service provision to avoid paying for what we would say is adequate ratios for children to staff, and that level of really high level of supervision and quality of care.
Chair, could I make a wonky kind of policy comment on
Please
this
do.
I think the challenge is that the ratios were never intended to be the only thing, right? That was responsible for staffing in a service. And there's a range of discussion, and I'm sure Gabrielle talked to you about it when she appeared before the committee about ensuring adequate supervision is a requirement under the standard. I think what we see here is that when there's a hard number, when there's kind of a thing that providers can aim for, if you have providers who are trying to meet the bare minimum, they will aim for that number. And the supplementary information around the kind of principles or values-based requirements that you have to have adequate supervision, that's something that they can kind of fudge and be like, oh, it's kind of adequate. Yep, that'll do. Whereas they're like, but I'm mostly meeting this number, right? I'm treating my number as the minimum requirement. And I think this is one of the challenges that we experience when we have many, many, many more kinds of providers in the market. Not all providers are well-intentioned and thinking mostly about what will happen to the quality of the care and education that I'm providing. Some providers are thinking about, how do I make sure that I am most efficiently managing my resources such that I am operating the most profitable business? And that is a real challenge.
So one more and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. So I guess the next obvious question then is, well, what do we do instead? What sort of rules could we put in place to sort of bolster that, to make it very clear about what we're requiring? And I've heard some stakeholders have talked about 4 eyes, or always having at least 2 educators in sort of being able to see each other, that sort of thing. What's the sort of solutions that we could look at here?
I think in relation to 4 eyes, I think with appropriate exceptions for regional and remote areas where it might remove the ability to have any access to ECEC, and so you need to think about that. I think it's a good safety measure. Do I think it addresses the question of quality? No, I don't. Because I think, again, it becomes a kind of minimum standard against which you are trying to operate. So those 4 eyes could be casual eyes who are not used to working together, right? Who are not operating in a way that supports a calm and purposeful ECEC environment. And we know that in that kind of more chaotic environment, that's of course where predators are going to find their space, right? Like when things are going a little bit wonky in the room, that's kind of the moment when people find spaces. So I think 4 eyes is a very useful thing to be considered, albeit with some caveats from a safety perspective. I'm really interested in how do we use, in a much more sophisticated way, kind of balanced scorecards of the performance of services using all this data that we have about them. So how do we look at kind of every service and sort of say, what is the staffing profile of a service that has very few regulatory incidents? What is the staffing profile of a service that has lots of regulatory incidents? How do we incentivise providers to move towards the staffing profile of the former. So I suspect, for example, that if you had a balanced scorecard that looked at things like how long have you been in the workforce? How long have you been in this service? What's your workforce retention like? How frequently are you using casuals? You don't aim for just one of those things, because once you do one, you get into the kind of gaming thing that we end up with. But I think if we make those things visible and we're like, look, your service is on average looking a bit like it's a high risk service in relation to safety or quality, that is information that is both useful for the centre director. It's also useful for the board that's overseeing the ownership of that centre if it's in one of those kinds of structure, useful for parents, and also useful for the regulators. And I think we need to do a bit of work, but hey, thanks, we've got AI now, and I feel like we probably don't need to be defeated by how big the data pools are anymore. And I think there's real opportunity to explore that.
That's fascinating. I really like that idea of basically the regulator saying, you know, if you've got issues, but if you perhaps try and work to this level of retention, then that would sort of set you up better. That's those sorts of concrete targets to set to. I'll just check with my colleagues if we've got questions at this point.
No, I don't have anything at the moment.
Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Mihalik.
Just very quickly, sorry, I'm apologise. I can't put the video on. I'm going to lose everything here. Just very quickly, sorry, I'm just trying to. I think earlier, Dr. Caroline, you mentioned we can't slow, process down. I'm just trying to sort of. What do you mean by that? Like, is it the changes proposed not being sort of implemented fast enough, or I'm just trying to sort of understand what you meant by that. If you could elaborate on that, that'd be great.
Absolutely. So what I meant was that the raft of changes agreed at the Education Ministers meeting in August, which include things like having a National Educator Register up and running by the end of this year, which is an incredibly ambitious timeline, and also include things like reviews of under the roof ratio application. Those pieces of work sort of sound reasonably straightforward, but actually, as a former public servant, I have an enormous amount of kind of understanding of how big the workload is to implement that. And I am aware of how seriously and how hard your New South Wales public servants are working, along with the Commonwealth Public Service, on this. And so I would not want them to be sort of say, oh, well, just can you also do this other giant thing over here? We need to land those reforms. They look like they'll be landed in the first quarter of next year. Most of them will be well underway. And I think that is a very important deliverable, and it will give parents the comfort and confidence once these things start operating. And so, yes, that's what I meant.
Sorry, thank you. Can I also just ask, look, I appreciate there's been a lot of discussions throughout this inquiry about ratios, for example, and consistent staff. I'm just worried that, and look, I'll be guided by your research, that are people, what I don't think we can ever do is mimic, what a child might receive at home, okay? The kind of care and attention that they would receive by, having a parent or two parents or whoever at home, giving them that sort of one-to-one, one-to-two care and so forth. So I guess I'm coming from the view that I don't think early childhood can ever replace what a child can be offered in their own home environment. And are we maybe giving expectations that I think are unrealistic? I just think people, when you make that choice that your child is going to leave the home at a certain age and be largely taken care of by somebody else, which is maybe a choice that you have no option in, but that I don't think we can ever really provide the same type of nurturing or attention or care that might be required of a child. And I'll put that to you, but I just think that that's something that increasingly parents might expect, but the reality is especially when you talk to older parents, and I talk to my mother about this, and older parents who have a very different view of this and think that, well, the easy solution is why not stay home in those, early years.
Yeah, I had a similar conversation with my mother yesterday. In fact, I think the first thing to say is that fundamentally and primarily, the role of parents in a child's life is paramount and cannot be overstated. That said, we know that high quality early childhood education and care can also play a really important role in supporting children's healthy development. And it does that in lots of ways, and I'm happy to talk about it, but there's all sorts of kind of play-based learning that supports them to build competencies in social and emotional skills, in cognitive skills, all sorts of things that they kind of learn by being part of a group of other children and being led in kind of thoughtful pedagogy by early childhood educators. I think it's a really good question of, are we being unreasonable? Like, are we should we just accept that things aren't, that things can't be as good in ECEC? And I will confess that there was a piece of research we did last year which really opened my eyes to the power and importance of quality in ECEC. So I'm not sure if you've heard of something called the Australian Early Development Census, which is
No, I haven't.
So it's very cool. It's an Australian kind of world-leading thing. Every 3 years, every kid in the first year of school kind of gets measured by their teacher as to how they're going on 5 areas of development. And then we sort of look at it and we say, how many kids are on track? How many kids are developmentally vulnerable in one of these areas, cognitive, physical, emotional, etc. What the clever bods up at the Queensland Brain Institute have done is they've done some data linkage to sort of look at, if we look at the children who attend childcare, like who attend a childcare subsidy service, and we look at all of them, so like 300,000 kids they had the data for. You look at all of, or maybe it was 180,000 kids they had the data for. They look at all of these kids and they match them to their AEDC record, right? So they can say these kids were in a childcare service of X quality before, and here's their development outcomes when they're getting to school. And what that showed was that services that are exceeding the national quality standard have children coming out of it who are more likely to be developmentally on track and less likely to be developmentally vulnerable. And that holds for services which are meeting the national quality standard, are more likely to have children who are developmentally on track and less likely to be developmentally vulnerable than services which are working towards the national quality standard. And I found that a very heartening kind of piece of research, because what it told us is that the national quality standard is measuring the right things. Actually, we know how to ensure that the quality of service that children receive actually makes a difference when they hit school and on how school ready they are. So I think, to your question, of course, like we're comparing apples and pears and all sorts of miscomparisons. We're not asking ECEC to be a replacement for high quality parental relationships with children, but we know that for many parents, they have, as you say, very little choice about whether they access ECEC, and cost of living has made that even harder. And also for many parents, they want to balance work and life in a different way. I do think, and Georgie Dent on the Parenthood has been really interesting in her conversations about this, we do need to make it easier for parents to make flexible choices, because I do think it is hard for all parts of the family if everyone is kind of racing to get out the door for the 8 a.m. start of ECEC and the 6 p.m. close at ECEC, and life feels very challenging. So I do think we need to try and make our systems more human, and that requires supports for families as well, to give them a bit more flexibility about their choices. But that's a personal view, not an evidence-informed.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'll just check in with my colleagues.
No, you go first, Rachel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time and expertise on this. If I could just have, if I look at recommendation 5 in terms of your submission, which talks about strengthening the regulatory authorities' accountability through mandatory annual performance reporting, I was just wondering whether you might be able to elaborate a little bit more on that recommendation in terms of sort of the engagement, the oversight from the regulator.
Absolutely. I will start and I might let Martel continue. I think one of the kind of challenges that's bedeviled ECEC regulatory systems in general, remembering they're all different in all the different states and territories, has been setting the standard of what we think an appropriate number of visits each year is, whether they're regulatory visits, whether compliance visits, whether they're assessment visits. And I think this has led to a kind of obfuscation when people publish their data about what's happening. No one kind of knows what is good. Like, is this a good level? What does that look like? So I think that there's real value in us having a mature conversation about what is the regulatory resource standard, like what do we expect of every regulator, and holding them to publishing against that. It was interesting to me that the Education Minister's communique in August didn't set that. I had thought it might. I thought that they might come to an agreement on it. And I think it comes back to this question that I flagged in my opening statement. It's expensive. Like, if we wanted to get every regulator in Australia up to a kind of similar equivalent level of regulatory visits as well as each year, that would be an expensive enterprise. And I think there are kind of ongoing questions about that. But Martel can talk a little bit more about data publication.
Sure, thank you. So I think Caroline has mentioned that we do have this issue of lack of national consistency, and every state and territory has their own regime of what is published, what isn't published. I think, it's quite difficult to access information. It can be, and I'm sure you on the committee have discovered this for yourselves. When you start to dig into the information available, sometimes it's not always easy to find. Some information can be not published or missing, or just understanding how things are reported can be somewhat opaque. And so one example of this is when authorised officers undertake either their unannounced visits, their spot checks, or announced visits, or indeed are visiting for the assessment and quality ratings process, they will identify things that might need to be fixed or looked at. But these can be a broad spectrum of things. They can be very, very minor breaches. So one example is that, some information about certain policies should be on display and it isn't up on a notice board for display. In my mind, that's a relatively minor breach. Right through along to the other end of the spectrum of extremely serious incidents and breaches. And so when we look at the information that's published, that isn't always obvious, the nature of those breaches, where they fall on that spectrum. And I think having access to as much information as possible, balanced against, of course, processes of natural justice and where there are investigations underway, enabling those processes to play out, and also facilitating providers and staff to address those issues. This isn't about naming and shaming people in the first instance. We do need to provide services with the resources and the opportunities to address breaches. So it's about a balance.
Thank you. And also you mentioned in this same recommendation about a public register of enforcement actions. And I think we've had reports that some of the other states have that in place, but New South Wales doesn't. Could you detail a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. My work has been based in Victoria, and for a long time here we've had such a register that identifies breaches and subsequent enforcement actions. That register is published by the regulator here in Victoria. It's updated regularly, and so it's quite clear to see the centre and what the breach has been, and then what the regulator has said they need to do to remedy those issues, and any compliance notices or actions that have been placed on that service. And again, it's on a spectrum. It might be you just need to fix these couple of things right through to it's such a serious incident that it has ended up with a suspension or cancellation of an approved provider's licence.
Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair. Good morning, ladies. Thank you for being here. I just had two issues or questions I wanted to ask about. The first just related to, in your submission, and you were talking about applying suspension or cancellation powers more consistently, and also publishing clear criteria and thresholds around that. I suppose it's a more general question. One of the things we've heard is that sometimes, depending on, I guess, not the personality, but individual people who come and do the spot checks or the regulatory checks can have very different sort of views on what constitutes a breach or not, even within the range. So I guess my question is, how would you like that to change so it is more visible and enforceable, so that everybody knows, where the standards are?
I think I'll let Martel provide some comment afterwards, but I think this relates a little bit to the conversation we were having earlier about the challenge of trying to only regulate a system with a kind of binary yes-no question set. And so I think part of this is about ensuring consistency of application, and I know lots of providers will provide you that feedback, and we hear it as well too, that there is inconsistent application of particular elements of the regulatory system. I think, so being clear about that, hearing that feedback, so the regulator being really open to that feedback and being able to kind of transparently look at what different levels of, comparing like for like and saying, did we come to the same conclusion in that? That's a really important part of a functional regulator. I think, though, this is telling us that we need that broader toolkit I was talking about before. So we need something between a yes, no, right, wrong, and go fill your boots, do whatever you want. Like, we need to kind of have data-informed conversations where we are saying, are you moving closer to where we know good practice is occurring? What does that look like? And so I think, and that has not been something that regulators have been resourced to do or kind of empowered to do. They don't have access to lots of the linked data. They don't have the kind of resourcing that allows them to kind of do this big picture thinking. In part, that's what a CEQA was intended to do. That's kind of part of a CEQA's function, is supposed to be doing some of kind of this hotspot looking across the whole sector, but it's very far from the sector. And it's fair to say, I think it also has struggled to kind of reach the full breadth of its remit. So I think there's a missing middle here, which is around describing and kind of finding indicators but not rules, and then finding ways to incentivise and encourage providers to take up and move towards those indicators. And the final thing I'd say before I throw to Martel is, because of course every provider is incentivised to act on something. If you can tell them something's more likely to lead to a risk of harm, they will act on it, because their work health safety obligations are such that, you can go to jail if someone dies on your service, right? So as soon as we're able to say out loud there is greater risk of harm with this kind of profile, it forces providers to think about, how am I structuring myself so that I reduce that kind of risk? I think those are the sorts of things we need to be moving into.
I think the only thing I would add, because I think Caroline has answered that really comprehensively. I think the only thing I'd add is that we know there are these protective mechanisms that exist in high quality services, and Caroline has talked about all the data we actually have available to us, but it isn't currently being utilised to its full extent or being connected. And again, it's that struggle with lack of national stewardship and coordinating roles and responsibilities between states, territories and the Commonwealth. But if we could kind of build out that picture of what does set children and centres up for safe, caring, educative environments, we know what those qualities and those factors are. So how do we give providers the tools, the funding and the resources, as well as the accountability? There's got to be both carrots and sticks for this, so that they know what is going to make a difference, and they can have an authorised officer, the regulator, spell it out very clearly to them if required, and then, if necessary, conditions in place, monitoring is underway, alongside capability building and resources, so that these centres can not just plateau out at working towards. We know that so many centres, about a third of centres, just they don't move. They just sit there under the quality standard, can't even meet it, let alone exceed it. So we've got to do something, I think, to really target and focus on those centres and what they're doing, and so that we can see that uplift in improvement.
Thank you. And just one more, if I can, Chair. I was interested in the part of your submission about experiences of children with disability and their parents and carers, and particularly around the concept of, I guess, better inclusion and embedding foundational supports into early childhood. A couple of us are also on a foundational supports inquiry, so we're quite interested in that space. But I just, wondered if you wanted to expand that a bit more, or comment as to why you included that in your submission as well.
Well, I would love to. As it happens, I'm also a member of the Thriving Kids Expert Advisory Group advising Minister Butler on foundational support, so I'm all over this one. Why did we include it? Because inclusion is a mainstream issue. 1 in 4 children experiences some kind of developmental delay or developmental need. It's not a thing for kids over there, it's a thing for kids in every room, in every service in Australia. And it's an incredibly important part of ensuring high quality practice. What we know is that that inclusion is probably the worst funded part of the ECEC system. So, in fact, as part of the Thriving Kids conversations, I was in a room where someone described that we put $11 billion a year into school disability loadings, and the Commonwealth puts, I think, $180 million a year into ECEC inclusion support programs. So let's just think about the kind of quantum of difference there. So for us, I think the other thing that we know is that unmet inclusion needs often drive complex behaviours and drive challenges in the way that a centre is operating. And it's when educators and teachers are under stress that you see more of those kinds of incidents, the kind of rough handling incidents, which are really, deeply problematic and kind of unsettling for us to understand the cause of. But it is important to recognise that some of the safety issues we're talking about come in a context, and that context of not having adequate training or understanding of how to support a child with additional needs, of how to understand that behaviour is expressing a need. It's not just there to drive you nuts, it's actually telling you there's something that needs to be addressed, giving you coaching so that you can understand that and respond to that. If we don't support educators in including children, what you'll find is that educators get more and more stressed, they get more burnt out. I think it's the number 2 issue identified in various UWU surveys around what's driving educator stress and burnout, is this feeling that I don't know what to do with these complex children. And that feeling is part of a context that sees safety incidents happen. So that's why we included it. It's incredibly important. What would I suggest you do? I hear you not ask, but I'm happy to answer.
What would you suggest we do? There you go. No, we agree it's very important. So yeah,
Look, I think the Productivity Commission made some really excellent recommendations about improving inclusion funding in ECEC. And fundamentally, again, this is one of the challenges of no one really thinks it's their responsibility. So the Commonwealth is sort of hedging its bets on this. New South Wales Government, you guys do some really beautiful stuff on ECEC inclusion in your preschool sector and some of your community preschools. I was talking with the head of Karana Early Learning Centres the other day, do the most amazing inclusion programs that involve allied health professionals kind of working on the floor in early childhood intervention services. All of that is happening only in preschools, not in the long daycare sector, and certainly not in the birth to 3 space. So we need to resolve actually whose job is it to fund inclusion in early childhood education and care. And again, this would be, I would say, a primary thing we need to do through a national settlement. Thriving Kids is a brilliant opportunity to catalyse some action in this space. So I don't think all of the Thriving Kids money should go towards inclusion in ECEC. I think that's kind of a different conversation. But in terms of connecting ECEC services into that wider set of ECD services, it's a real opportunity. So Commissioner Gillard in the Royal Commission in South Australia, she actually redefined preschool to say preschool is not just 15 hours of a teacher-led program. It's 15 hours of a teacher-led program where that teacher is supported by adequate coaching and information from anyone they need to, including allied health professionals. It's also an outer layer of something they call sort of layered supports, which is targeted interventions in the ECEC space, so speechies coming in and doing small group work, that kind of thing. And it's a mechanism for connecting out to the community, so community development outreach coordinators in the lowest SES areas. And that redefinition of preschool, I think, really holds something for us all to think about, because we can no longer pretend that inclusion is a thing over there. These are our children, and we need to make sure that they are getting everything they need in the services they're at.
Thank you. That's a great answer.
Wonderfully put. Mr. Deadam.
I just have one question, which is just about the interjurisdictional tensions and whether you're proposing effectively a national regulatory structure, or do you think this can be resolved with the existing framework of state-based regulatory authorities?
I'm enough of a former public servant to think there's multiple pathways to good. So I think you could do a national regulatory structure, or you could keep state-based regulators. I actually think the fundamental problem we have is lack of accountability of the performance of those regulators, right? And so if we just went to a national regulated structure without an ability to hold that structure to account, I worry that it would be subject to exactly the same issues that we have now. And in fact, I think, it would be fair to say that ASEQA certainly hasn't been awash with funding from the Commonwealth in the last 5 to 10 years, yeah? So I quite like the idea of a productive tension of a relationship between the states and the Commonwealth, where the Commonwealth might give you a little bit of money to support your regulators, and in return, you have to meet certain standards, right? I think that kind of cross-holding each other to account is quite a useful mechanism, because my experience as a public servant is that it's very hard sometimes when things are just puttering along to get increased money for resourcing if there isn't a crisis. Whereas if you are bound by a national agreement, or there's a national commission that's looking at your performance and saying, no, you're not meeting the thing that we all agreed you would meet, that gives the impetus for treasuries to invest in those increased regulatory functions. So for me, it's the accountability piece.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, that is all we have time for. I certainly could ask you questions all day, I think. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your expertise. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or supplementary questions coming from the committee secretariat will be in touch, but that concludes our time with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members.
I'll just give you time to get settled, make sure you've all got all water and everything. Yep, very good. Okay, so I now welcome our next panel of witnesses. If I could ask you to please, starting on my left, state your name and position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Bertino, I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Big Fat Smile. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Nicole Jones and I'm the CEO of Gowrie, New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
And good morning. I'm Kay Turner, the CEO of SDN Children's Services in our 120th year in New South Wales. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Christine Legg. I'm the CEO of KU Children's Services, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, I'm Ros Baxter, CEO of Good Start Early Learning, and I also solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. I note that we do have a joint submission from the not-for-profits appearing today, as well as separate submissions from Good Start and KU. Would you like to make an opening statement or?
We would, Chair.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Chair and members, thank you very much for your time this morning. I'm Ros Baxter, CEO of Good Start Early Learning, which is both New South Wales and Australia's largest provider of early education and care, and also the second largest provider of preschool in Australia, just behind the WA government. We operate in every state and territory. Together, my colleagues and I represent some of the state's largest not-for-profit providers with almost 4 centuries of service, more than 320 services, 6,500 educators and thousands of enrolled children. Importantly, all of our revenue goes only back into services and the children and families they serve. Our only reason for operating is children. That's why I want to start this morning by saying that we share the horror of the community at the instances of harm to children that we have seen in the media reporting last night and over recent months. Every child has the right to feel safe, heard and protected. We unequivocally condemn all forms of abuse and neglect, and our thoughts this morning are with the children and families involved. I wanted to let you know that we have issued a joint media statement in response this morning, which I have tabled alongside these remarks. Each of our organisations has very strong approaches to preventing, detecting and responding to child sexual abuse and child harm, from child safe recruitment practices to sector-leading investments in safeguarding training and wraparound support, to using data to identify areas of risk. We are constantly vigilant. We all invest, most importantly, heavily in our staff, wages, professional development and support to keep them and to minimise churn and the use of agency staff. We take ratios very seriously and we all have approaches to ensuring that we meet and in some cases exceed regulated ratios. But we can never rest on our laurels when it comes to safeguarding children. We strive to get better every day, including learning from incidents and concerns. We want to thank this committee for shining a light on these issues, and we want to acknowledge the important progress that's been made since the committee commenced. $55 million in increased funding for the RA, more frequent quality assessments, more unannounced visits, stronger penalties for serious breaches, $179 million in Commonwealth safety and compliance measures, and finally seeing some first steps towards stripping funding for repeated non-compliance, and also a range of other national reforms. But we do want to say that the job is not yet done. We want to work with New South Wales to get this right and to ensure that the changes are implemented well. An important piece we want to focus on today is that the instances we see where the system has not kept children safe have occurred, we believe, not because the national law has failed, but because its implementation and its funding and its oversight did. And that distinction matters. The National Quality Framework remains an internationally recognised foundation to improve quality. It provides not only consistent standards, but consistently the right standards that are built on evidence and consultation. We know that the Wheeler report said that the national law had failed, but we strongly disagree. We've seen recently across the country that the same powers that have always existed are being used more decisively. What we need is stronger sector stewardship. So for New South Wales, that means using the national law as it was intended to drive continuous improvement and consistent high standards via a well-resourced regulator. It means that governments need to better use its service approval powers to manage supply. So we've seen that despite decreasing birth rates and decreasing childcare subsidy enrolments, 144 new centres opened in New South Wales last year, and very few of them were in the areas that really need them. When you have oversupply, that drives churn in children and in educators, and it works against those consistent relationships that we know drive good outcomes for children. Governments also need to use those service approval levers to prevent unsuitable providers from expanding and to act promptly when quality is persistently poor, either working intensively to lift quality if that's possible or to drive the underperformers out of the sector. Children's safety also depends on capable regulators and on educators who feel supported, not fearful. The stronger penalties that we have seen introduced must target deliberate negligence or misconduct, not deter good faith professionals from reporting concerns or from taking on leadership roles. We also think transparency, while it's incredibly important, should illuminate and not intimidate. Families deserve clear, reliable information so that we don't confuse the public or punish those who are acting in good faith. And that is why co-designing those transparency reforms is not just a nicety, it's how we make sure that staff won't be scared off from reporting or scared out of the sector. We also urge, as the previous speaker did, more action on inclusion. New South Wales is falling behind leading states like Victoria, Queensland and South Australia, who have introduced significant statewide inclusion funding for children attending preschool. That not only drives inclusion, but it drives quality of services overall because, as Caroline said, it promotes those consistent relationships, early intervention and professional confidence that our educators need to respond appropriately. So in closing, I just want to say the committee's work has already made a difference. We are here today because we share the community's grief and horror at instances of harm to children, and we believe more is required to get it right. But because this work is so important, these reforms must be designed and implemented in ways that will actually work and not just make us all feel better because we have moved fast. We don't want to inadvertently pull on a thread here and untangle the whole fabric of safeguarding over there. Only one thing keeps children safe in early learning, and that is what we have learned from all our years of operation. It is centres with the right number of well-trained staff and a strong culture of safeguarding and reporting. So new reforms and the implementation of them must deliver those centres and that staff, not drive them away or frighten them into deciding not to report. We look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And is that a statement on behalf of all of you?
It is.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. That was very comprehensive and I found very compelling. Can we just start with obviously what we saw last night on Four Corners and what we've seen coming out over the last year is pretty horrifying. And there has been this real focus on safety for very good reason. And you would think that safety would be the very, minimum that we could ever expect. I wonder to what extent you think that that reforms that are targeting greater safety perhaps take away from, or have the potential to take away from, the education and well-being of children as well. And I'm thinking, these centres are not safety deposit boxes. When we leave our children there, we would expect safety, but we know that quality education in those centres is what leads to really good outcomes. So I guess I would like you to talk about the balance, between ensuring safety without taking away from that sort of quality learning experience and that warmth of interaction with educators as well.
Chris?
Okay, thank you. I think that the points that Ms Baxter's raised have been really valid about that balance between safety and quality. And I think that in our services across the 5 not-for-profits here today, we think about the importance of offering high quality teaching and learning for children. And what sits behind that is compliance, safety, beautiful relational pedagogy that all really embed this high quality teaching and learning environment. One of the things that is important for us as an organisation around delivering on our quality agenda under a safety lens is that we adhere to staff-child ratios, that we have eyes and ears in our services, and all of our centres have comprehensive around centre support. So that's roles like practice managers, assurance managers, pedagogy leaders that all work alongside our teaching teams in our centres to be able to support them in their day-to-day interactions with children. And so if I put a safety lens on that, that's lots of eyes and ears that are in our services. And these supports that are coming in to help our and work beside our teaching teams and work with children come with early childhood qualifications as well.
If I may come in there, Chair, as well, in regards to safety, we know that higher quality services are also safer services, so they work hand in hand. And while safety relies on having the right number of people for the number of children and their ages, it's also having the appropriately qualified people, not just any people, and people who have the right leadership, who can work as a team. High quality pedagogy requires people who communicate and critically reflect and also get to know the children in their care deeply. And in knowing the children, not only does that help with the quality of the educational program, it also enhances safety because they know the children, they know what their interests are, where they are, and what motivates the children. So the two work hand in hand.
Does anyone else want to jump in on that, or shall I move to the...
Chair,
please
if I
go
could
ahead.
just add something to that as well. For us, quality embeds safety. You can't have high quality without children being safe. Children can't learn if they're not feeling comfortable, if they're not being supported. And I think a high quality educational program also focuses on an appropriate way to teach children how to keep themselves safe as well. Obviously that's difficult with infants, but with older children, with preschoolers, embedded in that quality program is information to children, and as young as 2, they can learn to put their hand up and say stop. So I think that's really important. That's just so embedded. The culture is really important, that you have a culture where people do report and they do check on each other. And the other important thing is it's absolutely about the staff practices as well. And always having 2 staff in line of sight of each other is incredibly important. So if, for instance, the worst case scenario is you do have a pedophile come into your centre unknowingly, there's never any opportunity for them to be left alone with children. So it does come back. It's a combination of staff experience, staff confidence, having that trust in a culture that does report, does investigate, and everything's fair and proper. But really the bottom line is it's all about children.
Can I ask you though, just, and I might come to you, Dr. Baxter, on this as well, because you mentioned the National Quality Framework. I think it's number 2 of that. I forget what they call them under that NQF, but whatever number 2 is in relation to safety.
Children's health and safety.
There's 7 different seven different factors that you are graded on. When I've looked at the CEQA website at those centres that aren't currently meeting, so they're working towards, the vast majority of those are meeting on everything except number 2, except safety, which strikes me as quite, like, I hear what you say about how can you possibly be providing a good service otherwise if kids aren't safe, but yet we seem to have a rating system that routinely allows centres to continue operating, working towards, with only that one section not being met. I guess, how does that happen, and is that a failing in the implementation of the rating system? What would you say to that, Dr.
Well, I guess it's one of the reasons, Chair, why we have advocated for full assessments when you have those ANR ratings. You know, we've talked here previously about the use of partial assessments, and it's why only looking at some of those pieces is just not good enough, because it is about an entire system that works together, not just for safety but for quality. I think the point that Ms Turner made in relation to the really strong links between quality and safety right across the board are interesting, and CEQA has some great data actually about the links between services which are exceeding and how few of those ratings they have, but also how fewer safety incidents they have, and also how many more services which are working towards have. So there is this really strong and established link. We think you do need to look at the whole picture, and what we find is you need to then be able to learn from what's coming out of those A&R findings so that you can drive improvement right across the board.
But should that be part of that framework, or should it just be if you can't meet those safety minimum standards, you can't operate, full stop? Why do we have that as something that gets, it seems to me that safety is a binary. You're either safe or you're not. So why do we have it as something that you can have a graded approach on as part of the framework?
I think, sorry, Chris, you go. I completely understand the question. Within the quality standards, the safety element standard still covers a really wide range of things, and probably it doesn't pick up human behaviour in the moment and how people are assessing risk on a moment-to-moment, day-to-day basis. So when a service is assessed, which is not very regularly at the moment, all things can be in place. Your property can be safe, your first aid kit can be up to date, and all of those, the right staff might be there. But it doesn't assess how those people on a day-to-day basis adjust when things change, when children change, when you have casuals on site rather than your permanent staff and so on. So first of all, it doesn't assess those things. So if the safety assessment is at the minimum, we call it the hygiene factor and to be expected, would rule you out of other things. We'd need to look at what those safety assessments included, because it might be a false indicator. Because you can have your fences the right height and the gates working, but it doesn't tell you how your team works together. But we would argue that those things are important. But the assessment and rating and point in time needs to look at how the teams work together. So there is certainly room for improvement in how those assessments happen, and how a well-funded regulator who understands how services work can assess those more nuanced things that can see how those safety elements can integrate with the quality elements.
Can I ask a follow-on on that? Sorry, go ahead. And on that, I guess, Ms. Turner, is the reverse also possible, in that it could be a really great learning environment, but there could be a physical issue with some playground equipment there?
Correct.
That's why the safety equipment,
that's correct,
that marks you down, but actually you might have great educators and be above ratio. And
that's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Yes, thank you.
Could I just chair? I think that it's the interrelationship between the 7 quality areas, which is just what we just talked about, in terms of the physical environment and how that impacts on quality area 2 around safety.
As opposed to the lack of supervision or understaffing impacting on safety. Perhaps that's the nuance there. I just want to ask one more before I go to open it up a bit. The last night's episode kind of brought together a lot of the evidence around the sort of impact of the casual workforce and the way that a lot of these pedophiles are gaining access to children via sort of casual pools, or and going from centre to centre. We received evidence from G8, which, as you know, is one of the largest for-profit providers, saying that 17.4% of their staff are not permanent. Is that similar across the not-for-profit sector? Can you tell me what your figures would be for that sort of casual pool?
How about if I start by suggesting that the ACCC report has some really great data about how this looks right across the sector, and then hand to others to talk about what the individual cases are. But certainly the ACCC report did find in that really comprehensive reporting across the sector that high quality not-for-profits are more likely to consistently keep their staff. They are more likely to pay higher wages, invest more in professional development, and therefore keep staff. So they did tend to have a lower use of agency and casual staff. For Good Start, for example, we have made lots of investments in wages, professional development and other initiatives to keep our staff, which means we've been able to drive down even our lower use of agency and casual staff. I think over the last 3 years we've driven it down by 90%, so we have a very small number of agency staff that we use across our network now, but others will have other examples.
Yeah. Look, I'm happy to comment. Like Good Start, we keep our staff for a really long time. We've been operating 130 years now, but we have very low staff turnover. But like all organisations, particularly after COVID, we did experience a staffing shortage, not only in numbers but also quality of new graduates coming through. We have, over the years, just grown our permanent relief staff. So we now employ over 80 permanent staff who we can spread across our services as we need them. So that does cut down on agencies. However, we still do sometimes rely on agency staff. But I think, you know, in our services, we have the practices in place. We did have one of those pedophiles earlier on do 3 days' work in 3 separate KU centres. They did not come back and they had no opportunity to be alone with children on their own. So I think, it comes back to the practices of staff in ensuring that children are never, ever left alone with anybody in a service.
But sorry, just before the rest of your answer, I guess that 17.4% figure though, is that, you've talked about driving yours down, but what is the comparison then in terms of, obviously you'll always need some casual staff and some agency staff, but what sort of percentage are we talking about in a not-for-profit then?
I'd have to take it on notice for KU, but it's very minimal. It's certainly nowhere near 17%.
Ours at SDN would be about 10%, but that's a combination. So we have our permanent, that includes our permanent relief pool that are casually, that work at different centres in SDN, as well as our use of agency staff. So it's about, in total, 10%. But driving down agency usage is of high importance for all of us, because that is the highest risk. So having what we would call casual workforce, but employed by the organisations gives also flexibility for relief. But at SDN, I can't speak for the others, that those individuals still go through corporate induction, onboarding and so on, which would be different for an agency casual.
Yes, we would be the same at Gowrie, New South Wales. We invest heavily in a casual pool also in terms of the types of training they have, initially in as and upon induction. So similar to our permanent staff, we would go back and use the same casual staff, but we know permanent staff for children, and working also with their colleagues, their peers, they get to know who they are, and also the program, they get to know the families. So employing a permanent staff workforce is really important for continuity and outcomes for children. We also, as Ms Legg has suggested, during COVID or after COVID, we also had staffing shortages in our regional services. How we responded to that is we actually reduced the size of operation so we could meet the conditions such as programming, time off the floor, time away for planning, etc., in a proactive, planned way. So families had and knew what that looked like. But to address those shortages so we didn't put further burden, it was really important that we responded in that way. Casuals do make up a proportion of the workforce, but making sure that they're well-trained, experienced, and a similar group of people means that you still can gain that continuity of service and program and practice.
Thank you. Similar for you, Ms Bertini?
Yes, it is, Chair. And as an example of our tenure, we've got 7.1 average years of tenure across our organisation. 11.3 years is the average tenure for directors, centre directors at Big Fat Smile. 13% have less than 1 year tenure, and we have 25% of our staff that have been with us for more than 25 years.
Chair, could I also make a comment just before we move on from this one about the importance of ensuring that your child-safe recruitment practices encompass your casual and your agency staff and your relationships with agencies? So at Good Start, and I have no doubt very similar processes would exist with my colleagues, we have a very comprehensive recruitment process that whether we are looking at permanent people, casual people, or relationships with agencies, there's an understanding of what's required. There's very high standards around reference checking, police checking for appropriate roles, how we credential people from prohibited persons registers, people with their working with children check, the questions we ask, the follow-up questions we ask if we have concerns, and these have all been informed by work we've done with experts like Benoit Leclerc at Griffith University. So it is possible, even with the use of casuals and agencies, to bring them into those same child-safe recruitment practices that your organisation has, and to make demands of agencies that you're working with. That also includes very comprehensive do not rehire policies that I know our organisations have, and systems to support that, because of course once you identify that you have a casual or an agency person who might not have the right characteristics, or you might have concerns about, you're able then to make sure you've got rigorous processes to make sure they don't come in through another door, especially when you're a very large organisation.
Mr. Diallo.
I'm interested in your recommendation about supporting the targeted growth of the not-for-profit sector. I think there's a lot of dancing around that gets done around the issues of not-for-profit, for-profit. There's the issue around incentives, and obviously it's evident that the not-for-profit sector offers a much higher quality service, and that goes to this question around incentives. For whatever reason, there was a decision made to allow a massive expansion of the for-profit sector. I suppose I wanted to give you the opportunity. I suppose it's uncomfortable in sort of contemporary society to challenge the idea that, areas of our society should be reserved or protected from markets and from a profit motive. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to perhaps address this question about whether we should even have for-profit providers in this sector.
Thank you for your question, and it is a challenging one. We support a mixed market, but I think you can. I'm hoping the committee can see it is about where the dollar gets invested, and that requires culture and governance and leadership from the top, regardless of the business structure. There are some really good for-profit services, as there are not-for-profit. There are a lot of sole operator for-profits as well. So we do support a mixed market. But we need supply, and we do have the circumstances that we have, but our position is it is about where the dollar gets invested and how those decisions are made, and the culture of the organisation that is established around that. And they are the critical things. So if you're not investing in your people and in your culture and in your leadership, and not just investing, but in investing enough and prioritising those things, then you are not going to be as safe and as high quality as those that invest substantial amounts of money into those things, regardless of business structure.
And if I could just give an analogy, if you look at our education system, so we have public schools and we have independent schools. The one thing they have in common is they all receive funding, but they all put any surplus that they have back into that school for the benefit of children and families. So I think that's the point we're making. We would like to see the not-for-profit market grow a bit more. We are shrinking. So a balanced market is what's needed, but also using the levers the government has to improve the quality in any service, whether it's not-for-profit or for-profit, that is not actually delivering quality services for children.
And our submission is very clear on what we do expect in that regard. So we do expect that system stewards like governments will not be allowing services to enter that don't have at least 95% meeting or exceeding in their service mix. And we do think that it is time for some consideration of who you do not allow in and who you are more actively seeking to remove from the system if they have not demonstrated those quality indicators, whether they're not-for-profit or for-profit. the point Ms. Legg has made about growth of the not-for-profit, it is a particularly salient issue. It doesn't mean that we don't support our high-quality for-profit colleagues, but it is a fact that the not-for-profit sector, which the ACCC report shown provides higher quality, goes to the areas that are more difficult to service, has a stronger track record of servicing children with complex needs, has shrunk from about a third of the sector to about a quarter of the sector, and it continues to shrink. So 400 new services in Australia last year, 97-ish% of them were for-profit. So it is going to take some quite proactive work by state and federal governments. The Building Early Education Fund, as attractive as it will not be enough to do it. It is going to take proactive work, including from the New South Wales State Government, to invest in high-quality not-for-profit services for that sector to keep up, let alone grow.
Isn't there a tension, though? I suppose the first thing I would say is we don't fund for-profit schools in our education system.
That's correct.
That's a conscious choice,
Yep.
public policy choice to say,
Yes.
no, in school education, we don't think there's a role for a for-profit approach. If we, and it appears that you're comfortable with a sort of agnostic approach in terms of for-profit or not-for-profit in the early childhood education sector, why would if we were going to adopt that agnostic approach, why should the state give preference to one sector over another? Those kind of two arguments seem to be in conflict, and I just wanted to perhaps explore that a bit further.
If we were redesigning the whole system now, we would see early childhood as a continuum and a part of the whole education system. So it's well known, it is early childhood education. So if we were redesigning it, we would do it on that basis. However, we do have a very large for-profit market, and it does involve lots of children and lots of families. So the whole sector can't afford to close down large for-profits. So I think that horse is bolted, and it bolted a few years ago. So I do think now we need to build the quality in those services and perhaps look at where do those surpluses that are gained through public money, how are they spent?
And I guess to the question of why would you then support not-for-profits if we are saying both are fine, there is a quality benchmark that everybody must meet, and we think that has probably not been gate-kept assertively enough, so that needs to change. But even in a mixed market, and as Ms. Legg said, we have the market now, very difficult to think how you're going to retrofit 75% of for-profit services. But the reason why you need to support the not-for-profit sector holding its own and growing is because the best evidence we have, the ACCC inquiry, showed us that there are things that not-for-profits do that for-profits won't do. And it's not to criticise them, it's just their particular business model. We will go into, for example, areas that are less perhaps attractive from a financial point of view to serve because of our mission that we have. So we are more likely to go into regional and remote areas of delivery. We are more likely to service higher need communities. So, for example, in New South Wales, Good Start has a very high proportion of our centres in CEFA 1 to 3 areas. We have higher than a community proportion of children with disability and additional needs. We have a higher proportion of First Nations children. So because of the mission that these organisations come from, they will make those deliberate choices about where to go and how to invest. And if you don't have that, I've often asked this question, does it matter if the not-for-profit sector completely disappears? Well, it does, because if you don't have the not-for-profit sector, some of those important objectives are not commercially viable. They are possible because of the ways we invest.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thank you all for being here and for the work that you do. I've got a few questions, and I'm going to start with one that's probably quite hard. But obviously we've heard a lot from a lot of different witnesses over the course of this inquiry, and thank you for your very significant submission and the recommendations. But if there is one thing, one thing that we should have as our top priority coming out of this inquiry for each of you, what do you think that should be, sort of above all else?
You want each of us to have a go?
Or any,
Do you
or
want to start
whoever would like to.
Start chatting.
Yeah. And I appreciate that's a difficult question, but I'm just trying to kind of consolidate what we've heard. So.
Thank you, Ms Mitchell. My, I guess, probably soundbite from all of this would be that to fully fund regulation of the National Quality Framework as it's intended to strengthen capability of the regulator to enforce actions when providers are consistently non-compliant, and support families to have confidence in the regulatory system. And I think we've talked about that around, you know, when in 2012 when the National Quality Framework was first implemented, it came with regulatory resourcing to deliver on, you know, full quality assessments every 3 years, quality support programs for those significant improvement or working towards centres. And over time, as the sector in New South Wales has expanded and there's been perhaps a capping of funding to the regulator, they haven't been resourced in a way that they can deliver on the National Quality Framework. So that would be my takeaway.
Only having one is incredibly
I
difficult.
know. I realised as I was asking that. I know it's hard, but I just, yeah.
Look, you know, we believe that for children to thrive in Australia, they do need an early learning, sustainable, quality, safe early learning system. We need children who are surrounded by also thriving adults and a thriving workforce. So we would ask that we start to think about building a sustainable, planned workforce of teachers and educators who are highly qualified. That the TAFE and university sector, we look at that in terms of the current qualifications and the quality of them. That we take steps to improve the quality uplift of professional learning in the sector, because that keeps staff current in their knowledge, their skills and expertise, and their capability. We want to ensure that we also invest in the sector in terms of that uplift in an ongoing way, but that we have a staff and a workforce that have strong professional identity, that they're professionally satisfied, and then they are capable of turning up and building, you know, great relationships with children and families and keeping them safe.
Thank you.
Oh, it gets harder as we do that. But here's my take. With the workforce that Nicole's described, it's then having a system where providers, governments and regulators and other bodies build a really tight safety net then around the children and the families and the sector, so that it mitigates the risk of predators targeting children and bad things happening, but we must work together, not against each other, and in a coordinated way to make that work.
It's getting even harder. But I think my take is that we believe that every child, no matter where they live and no matter what their family circumstances, are entitled to a high quality early childhood program. I do think the NQF needs to be strengthened in that area, so that safety is very clear to everybody in those quality areas. Yes, we need to focus on buildings, but obviously what happens to children while there is incredibly important. Professional learning is part and parcel of being in education. The world keeps changing, we all need to keep up to date. But I also think I'd like to see in the NQF strengthened to also acknowledge the rights of all children, particularly children with additional needs, that they actually have the right to also access an affordable early childhood service led by qualified early childhood professionals. And I'd like to see the government actually use the levers that they have now to make that happen.
Thanks. Well, it is all about the children, and I think that's kind of the takeaway from each of those. I'd like to wrap all of that together to say there is a lot of investment, there is a lot of individual initiatives that are happening. What we aren't seeing, either at the state or the Commonwealth level, is an appropriate level of stewardship. Now, we can call that an Early Childhood Commission, or we can give it some other name, but there needs to be a place where those things that drive towards safety, quality, great outcomes for children are considered in a systemic way and are brought together. So if you consider something like supply, it's been a bit of a focus on undersupply, but not very much focus on the impact of oversupply and lucrative markets and how that drives down quality because of the churn of children and educators, as an example. A national steward, a national commission of some kind that could actually bring together proper planning about where do we need these services. Similarly, on workforce, a national commission could have a role in really thinking about what are the right qualification requirements, how do we build for our workforce over time. But I would say it doesn't let New South Wales off the hook because there's plenty of stewardship pieces that New South Wales could implement right now. I've already mentioned service approvals. It absolutely is something that ahead of any kind of national commission, New South Wales could look at using those levers much more assertively to keep poor quality players out of the market and to force others out. And then, and this feels like a third ask, which I'm just going to, because I'm the caboose, so I'm going to take the opportunity, is I think if it's kind of one ask of this committee, is that there is a lot of focus and investment and good intent from New South Wales, and we absolutely support that. We are as hungry and as eager to see the removal of the sorts of things we saw discussed last night as you are. It is in the DNA of our organisations and our mission to do that. But we do need to take a beat. You know, it's very unusual to have a new system and a piece of legislation introduced without a structured regulatory impact statement process. We can all complain about that and, you know, how annoying the regulation and the requirements, but that is what allows us to do this in a way that will work for our services, that won't frighten people off from coming to work. We've all said here today how important those consistent workers are. If you have a person who is now facing triple the personal fines that they were a month ago, and they are already a low-paid worker in our community, how are you going to keep them in our services moving forward unless we really think about how some of those provisions get implemented? So I would say take a beat, talk to the sector, get it right, so that we don't inadvertently, act in haste and repent at leisure. We would hate to see that for something that's just this important.
Can I just ask one more just about reporting? You've all sort of mentioned concern, I guess, about having a culture of non-reporting and maybe picking up on what you just said then, Dr. Baxter, if people are concerned. I guess, how do we address that? And then on the flip side, how do you control... there was one example recently, and I won't name the service because I haven't got permission to, where they have very high quality staff, educators who've been there for a long time. They had 12 months with no serious breaches, but they got a regulatory visit because they were like, you can't possibly be this good. They are, and they can be. And they were fine. Like they said, the regulators got their job to do. But how do we, I guess, try to fix that issue of non-reporting and it being quite obvious that it's a red flag versus just a high quality service?
I'm happy to start. I think having a culture of reporting, so mechanisms, ways in which people can speak up. Now, whether that's through wraparound supports, all of our services would have significant investment in wraparound supports, whether that's an area manager, whether that's risk and compliance, whether that's, at Gowrie we have pedagogical coaches that actually visit our services independently. So mechanisms and ways that if staff do have concerns, they actually can raise issues. We would all have policies around whistleblowers of speaking up, invitation and genuine invitation of voice and raising concerns should there be issues. However, we know that in each one of our services there's a microculture and leadership is critically important. People understanding at the nominated supervisor level their obligations around reporting and building a culture within that microculture that is open, is honest, and does in fact, make sure that there is good communication amongst their employees and their educators.
May I come in there too? It also takes a well-funded regulator and with the authorised officers, as they are called now, understanding how the system works and getting some consistency. At the moment, that is tricky because it's hard for the workforce to understand, not understand the regulations, but understand the differences in how that might be interpreted and applied with different authorised officers. It's difficult with the regulator workforce as well, and we completely understand that. Just some consistency in language in New South Wales. what's called a breach compared to other states, and some breaches are not to do with child safety, they're to do with other things, and it does get confusing for the workforce to understand which things are really serious, which things aren't, and how to interpret those things. And I think that some clarity and consistency would help, and help to educate the workforce about how when you're reporting, it doesn't automatically mean you're going to be in really serious trouble. It means a process of improvement and how that might be handled, but the language is consistent would help.
And if I could just add something, culture doesn't happen overnight. It's a slow process of trust. So it's about, in our organisation, it's bottom up and top down. So everybody signs a code of conduct, whether it's a board member, myself, or a staff member. But I think it's about also staff being aware of those very low level things that can happen, that if they're not checked, they can escalate. So, and it's about saying to that person that's not appropriate, but offering them support. So it's not reportable, it doesn't meet any threshold, but if it continued, it would be totally inappropriate. So I think it's about getting in there early and helping them, but supporting them, but also to, when things are reported, if you have a fair and proper process, because all of us would have some vexatious accusations made from time to time. But if you've got an experienced team that can investigate those complaints and the process is very fair and proper, I think that gives people confidence in the system.
Sorry.
Sure. I was just going to add, I think there's another element too around transparency. In large organisations, when we have situations that occur, it's about sharing that the information, sharing the learnings across the organisation, so people don't operate with this sense of fear, and that they can't, that you don't have a culture of reporting because it goes underground. And I think that transparency piece is really important.
I'm sorry, I know we've all had a go at this one, but you can tell how interested we are. We are very concerned about the potential to compromise reporting and also what builds that reporting culture. So that, I think everyone has really covered everything well. I would just say there are really two pointy things in the implementation of this current suite of initiatives that do have the potential to undermine reporting if they're not well designed and well implemented. And one of those is the transparency measures, which we completely support. The Commonwealth transparency measures and localised transparency measures we support. But they have to be designed in a way that don't frighten off families. We've already seen today in the media, some coverage of if women just stayed at home, it wouldn't be a problem. Like we can't have that in our community or our economy. So how do we have clear reporting that doesn't frighten away families and doesn't intimidate staff who are feeling like something really quite minor that might have happened is plastered all over the walls? How do we have a conversation about what that should look like? The other one is around those penalties and some of those new misconduct offences, effectively, the kind of inappropriate conduct in particular, where they are quite vague and they come with very large fines on the individuals. There is no equivalent in the school sector where an individual teacher or an individual educator is subject to multi-thousands of dollars of fines. So how do we implement those in ways that make sure they are reserved for those deliberate, harmful misconduct offences? I know that is the intent, but in operation, how do we make sure that happens? And how do we make sure that our staff understand that? Otherwise, you are going to have, really workers who comparatively are very low paid in our economy, who do not wish to continue in the sector at a time when we've just started to make some gains towards retaining our workforce post-COVID. And in particular, how are we going to encourage anybody to be a centre director in a context where the sorts of new responsibilities, new quite vague misconduct offences, we really need to do the work on that to get that right. We support them, we support the transparency, we support the penalties, but getting them right and making sure we talk about them so our staff know they are there to do the things that they all want, keep children safe, not to punish them, intimidate them, make them feel terrible about what they do for a living. That's the work we can help with. And we stand ready to roll up our sleeves and help do that work. Thank you.
Here. Ms. Mihalik online.
Sorry, yep. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. You should be able to. Just very quickly, I just go back to what Mr. Diadam raised, and just this. I guess there's an acceptance that there is both, obviously, a need for both profit and not-for-profits providers. So I guess what we've come to appreciate is that the sector really needs both providers. And I think that was the takeaway I got from that exchange. But I just wanted to ask the question about casual staff. And I think from what I understand, all of you recognise that you really do have to have a percentage of casual staff. Is that something that the sector themselves, within the staffing arrangements, would you say, and I'll put it to any of you there, that perhaps there are some staff that actually want to be casual staff? I mean, I think there's always this idea that people don't want to be casual or undertake casual employment. But I'm just wondering whether what you're seeing in the sector is, in fact, that there are people who do genuinely want to just be casual staff.
Yep. Yes, we would. Well, yes, we would. For family circumstance, for life, there would be certainly, lots of different, employees and educators and teachers who choose to be casual, just as in a school system. Also, it would be very similar in that regard.
Yeah, and within KU, we often have a number of staff who may, for whatever reason, want to work part-time or may want to work casually, so they're known to us. So we do have a group of what we call KU known casuals who we continually use on top of our permanent relief staff. There would still be a small number of agency staff that we need from time to time, but as we've previously said, all of us are working with those employment agencies as well to ensure that they understand if they're coming into one of our centres, these are our expectations.
Yeah, I think that this is, I guess what I'm coming from is this idea that we can, and it might be coming from the union as well, the idea that people don't want to be casual staff, that we shouldn't have casualised staff, or that we shouldn't rely on agency staff, I just don't think is a reality. I think the sector is going to continue to rely on casual staff and indeed staff from agencies. And I'm just interested to know that's where the not-for-profit sector, that all of you genuinely agree with that, because we obviously get that from the for-profits, and then a very different view from the unions. But I guess I'm clarifying that this is something that we have to live with that reality and work with that. Is that how the sector sees that?
I think we would draw a distinction, and I'm not saying that we don't use agency staff, but we would certainly draw a distinction between casual pools that we know and work with and bring into our organisations around culture and training. And we would recognise that while agency staff are sometimes required, that is quite a different group. And I think for all of us, it is a group we have sought to minimise. While, as I mentioned before, we have the same child-safe recruitment approach to the use of agency labour and to our relationships with those agencies, you fundamentally do have less control, and it fundamentally does mean more shifting around of relationships for children, which is not ideal. So we would seek to minimise that, and we would also seek to put pretty strong safeguards around that as well. I don't know what others think.
May I add to that, Dr. Baxter? I think it's also around team composition. So a casual staff member coming into a service where you've got a competent, capable, stable team is very different to casuals coming in where 50% of the team are casual staff. So I think we would look at that when we're actually employing casuals in our services, because we know that consistency of educator-teacher relationships with children is one of the indicators that leads to quality teaching and learning.
So roughly, I think some of you mentioned your percentages. Is that around 10% each of you would have of casual staff? Is that roughly?
Maybe round about.
You need to split out casual and agencies, and perhaps we can just provide that on notice.
That would be great. If you could provide that on notice, if each of you could provide how much the percentage of casual staff and how many from agencies specific. Yep. Can I also just, I think it was Miss Bettino, I think it was from Big Fat Smile, you mentioned something about the regulator having funding caps. Was that yourself earlier?
It was about
What was that about? Sorry.
So that was looking at the funding resourcing to the regulator when the National Quality Framework was first introduced in 2012, and that we haven't seen an increase in the funding relative to the increase in the number of services that the regulator is now responsible for in terms of assessment of ratings and compliance visits. So that was, the comment was about being able
The
to...
national, not the state. Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure.
Well, the National Quality Framework, but the New South Wales regulator being able
Yes,
to...
is responsible for, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you, obviously, does anyone have any view on the final bill that was passed by Parliament? I noted last time a number of you raised concerns about the bill, and I think a couple of the issues that you raised have been adopted, including those concerns about the fines and charges, any money collected going back into the regulator, and instead there was an amendment as a move that it would be back into the sector itself.
So we welcome that. We welcome also the 12-month review. It's a really important part when you're introducing some, particularly in this case, legislation that goes beyond the national law, which, as we've all said, was very hard fought and consulted on an evidence base. So we are very eager for that 12-month review. And I think the comments certainly that I've already made about the need for careful implementation of those provisions, particularly around that tripling of penalties and some of those transparency measures. I think the proof will be in the pudding as we see, you know, how that consultation takes place and how they're rolled out into implementation.
I will come in there, I think, Ms. Mihalich, because I think at previous time in front of the committee, I think I did speak to that with the fines going directly into the regulator. So we certainly welcome that amendment, and we're pleased to see that come through.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you've got time for Ms. Merton.
Sorry, if I could just one question, and both my colleagues, the Honourable Tanya Mihalich and the Honourable Anthony D'Adam, just in terms of, if I could frame it this way, in terms of parental choice of early childhood services and centres on this. And I think somebody might have made the point about the mix of services being a good thing for the sector here. Just wondering if you might be able to elaborate on that. And I think the other comment made was that if the private providers were not in the sector, that the not-for-profits could not meet the demand for early childhood services.
Well, they certainly couldn't meet it tomorrow. You know, the scale of it is such, when you've got 3/4 of the sector for profit, you couldn't simply flick a switch and think you could, you know, meet that demand. Over time, you could build towards a sector where you did have stronger ability to pivot. But yes, certainly not something that you could do immediately. I didn't quite follow. I'm sorry.
And just in terms of the parental choice, I guess highlighting that, you know, every child is sort of different, and the family circumstances are different in terms of how how early childhood can best meet them and they can meet the sector.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess an example would be a lot of the not-for-profit providers are sort of running 10 a.m. to 3 p.m, whereas a lot of the private providers that we're seeing are running sort of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m, which is just a different offering of early childhood service.
Yes, of course. Although I think everyone sitting at this table runs long day care services.
Right.
So we do, while they're not for profit, they are not purely that sort of short session. I'm right, aren't I?
Yes, that's right.
And if I could just add something about parent choice, I do think it's really important that they do have the choice between long day care or preschool or family day care, or occasional care, whatever suits their needs. But all of those service types have to be high quality. And I think the unfortunate thing is, and we learnt this through the ACCC, families don't always know what quality looks like. So I think there's a role in helping families understand it's not just maybe the sparkling building, that there is a deeper component of what makes quality. So I think there's a bit of an education piece there for families, but I firmly believe that families do need the choices in service types, depending on their needs, but it has to always be about high quality.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to squeeze one last little question in. And I think this is possibly one for you, Dr. Baxter, first. We've had the view expressed in a previous hearing of this inquiry that it would be useful to have some sort of administrator model for failing childcare centres. So instead of sort of basically being over a barrel with private, particularly the for-profit centres saying, well, basically you can't shut us down, regulator, because families need us and what will happen. But I understand, I think it was in Wagga recently that Good Start took over and basically is now shepherding a centre that otherwise would have been closed down. Is that a model that you support, and I guess should we be doing more of that on a sort of more formal basis?
Thanks, Chair. So yes, Good Start has and does do this from time to time, particularly in a local community where a community might reach out and otherwise lose a centre. We have had experiences of this. We do support a broader conversation about how could quality not-for-profits be helped, be encouraged to step in where you have failing models. We saw recently the failure of Genius Childcare. For Good Start, we took not only a number of those children but also absorbed a number of those educators into our centres in various places. But the bigger question is really the one that I raised before with my one key point, which is that there needs to be a proper system look at this, proper stewardship of this. Okay, if we are to get more serious about removing poor quality actors from the system, what is then the fail-safe to guarantee supply? How do you work with organisations that have an interest in delivering for some of those harder communities and children with more complex needs where we do sometimes see supply fail? How do you speak to those who have a direct interest in servicing those children and communities about what does that look like? We are all doing it piecemeal. We've all had conversations about doing it in a piecemeal way. We have examples where we've taken on smaller entities or services individually. But the better conversation is a proper conversation about supply. How does supply link to quality and safety? How do we not only talk about undersupply and how we prioritise areas of undersupply, but the really dreadful impacts of oversupplies in areas that is not spoken about and the impact that has on children's outcomes? And then when you have services fail, what could that look like? And there's a whole range of models that we would be very happy to have a conversation with New South Wales Government and others about how you could do it. But it needs to be based in this broader piece of stewardship. There is a lot of money that goes into this sector, between $16 billion and $20 billion nationally, more at each of the state levels, and there simply isn't that forum where we can have those joined-up conversations with high-quality providers at the table about how we do it better.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but thank you very much. That's been an incredibly useful session for us. To the extent questions were taken on notice or there are supplementary questions coming from members, the committee secretariat will be in touch, but that ends our session with you. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back at 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you. Excellent. Welcome back. I now welcome our next witnesses. If I could ask you, starting on my left, to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. Michelle Carnegie, Community Early Learning Australia, Chief Executive Officer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Laura Stevens, Director of Policy and Strategy, CELA, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Excellent. Thank you. And would you like to commence with a short opening statement?
We would, thank you. CELA is a member-based national peak body. We support over 1,800 community managed and small providers who employ more than 27,000 educators and teachers across all early education and care service types. And most of our members are based in New South Wales. Our mission is to deliver effective and expert support for members, to influence policymakers and government by amplifying the voices of community managed and small providers, and to promote the value and the importance of community managed not-for-profit early education and care. On any measure, the greatest investment we can make in our citizens is by providing high quality early education and care in the first 5 years. We can never lose sight of the critical value of high quality early education and care to children and to families, delivered by capable leaders who are qualified and qualified, experienced educators and teachers right across our state. I urge the committee to focus on two priorities that will drive an urgent and effective uplift in the quality and safety of our sector. Firstly, investment in prevention is the most effective lever that the New South Wales Government can use to put children's safety first. We know that it is the people around children that keep them safe. A stable, skilled and valued workforce is the single most important safeguard against harm to children. We simply must attract, grow and retain qualified staff, both on the front line and in leadership roles. Services that have a high track record of high quality and child safety, and I'm lucky enough to visit them regularly because they're our members, design staff ratios that enable high quality supervision and care. They maintain a stable, professionally paid workforce that ensures children can maintain consistent attachment with educators and teachers. They employ and support the development of highly qualified workforce with paid access to ongoing professional development. They approach much of their training, particularly child safety training, together as a team, so as everyone knows what role they play in keeping children safe and they know what to do if they identify risk. They invest in developing leadership capability and embed a child-safe culture from recruitment to induction at every staff meeting and throughout every aspect of their service delivery. And importantly, they manage their funding from government and from families to prioritise these key elements. The system only works if every eye and ear on the ground is doing their job to protect children's safety. Secondly, if we want these reforms to work, the New South Wales Government must invest in the effective implementation of its major quality and safety reforms. This requires tried and tested successful methods of change management to prepare for and to support implementation. As it has in the past, it can again be achieved. by service change management support via early education and care peak bodies, and leadership capacity building to ensure quality and safety is intentionally embedded in every part of service operation. It is critical that there is a focus on suitable implementation of reforms in New South Wales right now. We must fill the known and unknown gaps of knowledge and practice, so as everyone working with children know what they need to do to keep them safe. I speak to you today with an undertow of frustration. What we're advocating for, we have been advocating for years. The cost of incremental reform is too high for children and families. Children's safety and well-being is not negotiable, and it must be put first before funding and regulatory challenges for governments, and administrative and change management issues for providers. If we are serious about changing outcomes for children, we must put their needs first at every step of the reform journey. Our recommendations might not make attractive announceables, but they are what works. Without investing where it counts and supporting the sector to navigate the necessary rapid change, the New South Wales government's reforms will not be as effective as they need to be. How we act right now counts, so let's get it right. And I'd be happy to take any questions from the committee.
Thank you. I'll start with one and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. Child sexual assault in early childhood settings has been, I guess, thrown into focus in the last year or so in particular. The response from government seems to be one of penalty after the event. I have real concerns that sort of, I guess, tough on crime approach, knowing what we know about perpetrators, isn't going to do anything to actually prevent the harm before it occurs. Can you, I guess you did talk in your opening statement about what we need to do for prevention, but is there a risk that some of this, sort of fist-shaking response in regulation will actually act against what we need to do to prevent the harm in the first place, particularly when it comes to attracting and retaining staff?
We can't regulate our way out of this. We have to have good, strong, capable staff working around children, and we have to have enough of them working around children so as perpetrators of these terrible crimes do not have the opportunity to be able to act in early education and care environments. And we simply must put an emphasis on the prevention that's needed to keep children safe. And the way to do that is to have the eyes and ears of staff who have been suitably trained to know how to correctly supervise children, to ensure that they are not alone, and also to have the level of ratio that's required to be able to keep children safe across different settings. Because not all services are built for safety. Not all services have clear line of sight no matter where people are. So services simply need to be investing in the number of staff that's needed to do the risk assessment for the venue in which they're operating, the service in which they're operating, and suitably have a number of qualified staff working in those areas. But most importantly, they need really strong training. So they need to really understand where they might have some blind spots themselves professionally, where they might need to have gaps filled in their skills and their knowledge. And that implementation of that training can't happen online. It needs to happen in services with teams so as together they can really identify in the context of the service that they're operating how they can implement the safest possible environment for children. I think where you might also be going is to will this have an impact on how early education and care is delivered for children? But I think when you have high quality environments across all of the quality areas, you also have safety. The two are not exclusive, they are inclusive of each other. So early education and care, the National Quality Framework is an ecosystem. We have to be looking at all of it, all quality areas, for the system to be successful. And good quality services do that, and they do that every day, including keeping children safe.
Reading through the regulatory documents this year, there's just been hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of incidents I've read about where a child has hurt themselves, for example, with climbing a shelf and falling off, or so many incidents where kids climb fences and get out of gates and end up in car parks and things like that. And when the regulator goes out, the documents show, a pattern of then the regulator identifying, yes, but you didn't have enough staff on that day. And you said you were in ratio, but actually when we looked, you had one staff member off doing the cooking and the cleaning, or they were on break, or whatever it happens to be. And in some cases, centres are 4 or 5 staff short. The response from the regulator, when they then ask the centre, or, basically point it out and say why, like obviously this child wasn't supervised, they got hurt, you didn't have enough staff on. The centre then responds saying it's really hard to get staff, we just don't have enough. And the regulator responds with okay, and that's sort of the end of the story. And there's no fines, there's no consequence. The fact is, we do have a workforce that is thousands short of what it's required to be. How do we do both? How do we, keep these centres going? I guess acknowledge that there is a workforce shortage, but still fundamentally keep kids safe, which is what people expect is going to happen when they leave their child at one of these services.
Yeah. And it comes back to the workforce, doesn't it? It comes back to how much you're paying your staff. So if services can't get staff, what are the conditions in which they're working? What's the quality environment in which they're working? Are they working with enough people around them to be able to do their job successfully, so they find that their career is rewarding and they have the opportunity to do what they want to do every day, which is deliver quality early education and care and safety for children. And so what you find in services where they may struggle for staff, there's a range of different reasons, and often in regional areas they may struggle because it's a population issue, right? But there's a lot of creative solutions in regional areas as well that are very successful. But what we find is that where you have a high quality service, where you have enough staff in that service to be able to offer an enriching quality environment where staff are able to do their job, then you tend to find that they're the services where people want to work, and particularly when they're paid properly and they're given the level of professional development that they need to be able to do their job. They're valued, they're recognised, and they're able to deliver quality early education and care. So I do wonder, in the scenario that you have put forward, how much work that have they done to create an environment where somebody would want to work and can work successfully.
And it's a really good point, isn't it? Because, you think about any other, especially for these, for-profit businesses, any other type of business, you don't get a free pass for not having sufficient staff. You don't open your restaurant and, I'm sorry, there's only one waiter on, we don't have 10 of them today, but we're still open, come on in, help yourselves. That's not allowed. And yet in an early childhood centre, we think that that's okay to have insufficient staff. Well, we don't, but apparently the regulator does from time to time. I'm going to just check whether my colleagues have any
I have a couple.
questions.
Yeah.
Please go ahead,
Yeah,
Ms.
thanks,
Mitchell.
Chair. Thank you for both of you for being here. I wanted to just go to the issue of, and you sort of touched on it then, but I know you were here earlier listening, but some of the concerns around, I guess, predatory people who are deliberately coming in. And I think Dr. Baxter said it's not actually the law that's broken, it's the implementation and people, I suppose, finding loopholes. One of the things that is a challenge, I think, and you just touched on this then, say Michelle, Miss Cunningham, but it'd be appropriate, that for smaller or regional services, they don't always have sort of that capability to pick and choose their casual staff. Maybe they don't have the leadership or kind of governance structures around them like, you know, a bigger provider may have. How do we combat that in terms of, you know, particularly people who might go towards those sort of services, given that same level of safeguard might not be there?
Yeah. I'd say the first thing is that we really must not compromise on safety and quality standards between locations. And sometimes I hear, well, we'll have to make an exception for children in regional areas. That is totally unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Where I see success is where I see a concerted effort to recruit and to retain staff. So again, there are opportunities in regional areas where employment opportunities potentially are not as broad as they are in urban areas or in large regional towns. So therefore, working in early education and other areas become quite aspirational. And if we can inspire our young people as they're leaving schools that you've got a career for life, contributing to children as they grow through their time in that country town, then it becomes an aspirational thing. If we nurture that workforce from the time that people are at school right through to people who are in the town wanting to work in early education and care, let's make it a successful place for them to work by paying them properly, giving them good conditions. And in terms of casuals, what we find works successfully as well, they just need to be above ratio. So therefore you need to have more staff because you can't get casuals to be moving around vast differences. People are not going to be travelling 80 k's to work and you let them know at 8 o'clock that they need to be there. It's just geographically it's not possible in many regional areas. So therefore having a way to be able to organise your workforce where multiple people are working part-time, then that provides that casual pool. And we develop those models successfully in regional areas.
You've almost, sorry, did you want to add something?
Yeah, if I could add to that, one of the other things that I think is really critical to supporting particularly small providers and community managed services is the ability to bring those services together and connect them in the same kind of way where we can maximise those resources and that knowledge across those service groups. And one of the things that we have been working on and talking with our members with and with various governments is models that have been successful in bringing those small providers or community managed providers under an umbrella of a supported, like what we call like an affiliated model, where they actually have access to the expertise through either peak bodies or affiliated management organisations that can support them with some of that centralised processes, including the development of policies, the training, all of those sorts of things that really empower those services to keep what's special and unique about them in their place-based responses, but gives them access to that support and professional knowledge that helps them enhance that outcome.
So, and that I guess goes to the issue around sort of sector support, which again we've talked a lot about, and I know in the past, CLO, you've been funded to do that. CCSA used to do it, and unfortunately they're not in operation anymore. But one of the things that I've heard, and I guess picking up on that point, sometimes you'll have sort of alliances in different regional areas where they'll, you know, all of the preschools or community providers will come together and kind of share. But it's important to have government support to back that in as well in order to, you know, have organisations such as yourself there to be able to provide that sector support as well.
Yeah, that's right. And what we find makes that model very successful is that they have a trusted friend and they have access to sector specialists that understand the context in which they're working. And they're able to really unpack the workforce issues that they might be having and be able to engage with us or other peaks to be able to solve those problems for them in a really informed and constructive way that gives them the steps that they need to take. Because what we know across regional areas is that our community managed services are very, very strong, and they're strong because they're managed by parents who are making decisions in the context of the community in which they're operating, and that's an incredible strength for community providers to have that, and so to then have that wraparound service to enable them to spread their expertise by accessing services from an affiliated model means that they're even stronger, and it means that they're not suffering any disadvantage from their geographical location.
And do you, so in terms of your organisation's funding, are you funded by your membership? Do you get government funding?
No, we don't.
No, okay. But you did in the past?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
Not in my time as CEO.
Okay.
We're funded to do some projects for government.
Yeah.
So we will be part of a competitive tender process for that.
Okay.
And we're funded by our membership payment, which is $340 per year per service, which supports the entire service. And then we have to find other ways to be able to raise revenue to be able to do the enormous amount of work that we do for our members. And we do that through a large learning and development program where we support the quality uplift of through professional development opportunities, and we do a lot of consultancy work across Australia as well.
So with the tendering options you've had before, because I know you've done some in the past, that sort of sector support, so they were that, but have you had an opportunity to do that, I guess, in recent times? Is there funding for that sort of work at the moment or not?
There's a small amount. Okay. There's a small amount for discrete projects or particular projects. There, I think, is one or two maybe at the moment. There's one at the moment that we're working on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if there was an opportunity, I guess, for some more sort of ongoing funding to help, particularly in that sector support space for smaller areas, regional, maybe who do need to come to you, that would be obviously helpful in terms of quality uplift.
Absolutely. And it's really important that the government looks at this and considers this, because it is a very effective way to be able to implement the enormous amount of change that is sitting with services at the moment. And services are often the standalone services, of which there are 1,500 standalone community not-for-profit long day care and preschools across New South Wales. That's a lot of services in New South Wales who are delivering quality services, and very often very high quality services. And for them to be able to access the support they need for implementation, it is absolutely critical. And another point on implementation is that if every service is expected to implement the child safety reforms individually, then we are going to get an inconsistent implementation. So when you have large providers, they will have a way of, from head office, they will have a way of doing this implementation. For small standalone providers and community managed providers, for-profit and not-for-profit, that implementation is going to be dependent at this stage on the capability of the leadership and the individuals in that service. And that to me is completely unacceptable. There needs to be a means by which to have consistent implementation, so as we know that this is going to hit the ground and do what it needs to do.
Thank you. I could ask a lot, but I'll let others. Thanks, Chair.
Go to Mr. Murphy.
Thanks. I just want to follow up on an issue that was touched on earlier by the Chair, where we've seen repeated examples where we've got centres that are constantly under ratio. We have the regulator coming in, acknowledging that, then issuing a certificate, allowing them to continue to operate. And there really isn't concrete action taken despite those regular breaches or even other breaches. And a lot of that's presumably because of the pressure of not wanting to shut a centre because parents will have nowhere to go. I just wanted to see what your view was around having perhaps a system where an administrator is appointed who can come in and manage that centre, correct those breaches, get it operating properly. What's your view around that?
Well, that makes my heart sing. Because what we see so often is exactly what you have described. And there is this fear that I've never understood. There is this strange fear that you can keep a service operating knowing that the model under which they're operating is not prioritising quality and
Well,
it's not
just that, but
prioritising
in
safety.
some cases they're downright dangerous.
Exactly.
And they're still operating.
Exactly. That's right. And there's a fear that the services will be, by the regulator, that they're going to end up in, they're going to end up in court forever, for a really, really long time. And it makes a lot of sense to me that an administrator-style model is available to services. And I think the way to think about it is in local government, when things aren't going well, an administrator may be appointed, and what that means is that a number of experts are engaged to go into the local government service to keep those services, critical services, going for the citizens and the ratepayers in a local government area. And the same thing can happen in early education. You can have a number proportionate to the issues that the service is having and the expertise proportionate and relational to the expertise that's required for the service. It may be finance, it may be quality, it may be safety. And they then are able to go into the service and they're able to, number one, make it safe, and then build the capability of the team within the service to be able to lift the quality and to stay there for as long as it's required at the cost of the provider.
Now,
that's the critical bit.
The sort of follow-up I have to that is, should that be happening at the centre where the breaches are, or at the level of the parent company that might oversee 50, 20, 30 centres? Should the administrator be put in charge of the whole operation? And why I'm asking that is because what we see constantly is if there's a bad egg, if there's one centre that's a problem, we see the owner of that centre just selling it to somebody else to get it off their books, so that they don't have that record of breaches as part of their operation. Would it be better to have an administrator put in charge of an entire organisation? So if private equity are running a number of centres, the whole thing goes into administration and the breaches are looked at a whole organisation level rather than just one or two centres that might be a particular problem, which they'll probably transfer or sell off or find some way to remove from the rest of their ecosystem.
Yes, I do think it's entirely appropriate to do that. I think it's entirely appropriate and I think it's entirely necessary. And I think it's also a major disincentive for providers to get into that situation because the cost is going to be enormous. And so I think it's a huge disincentive for them to get into that situation.
And do you think it's also necessary that the way breaches are looked at is in terms of the whole of the organisation and its history, not just in terms of an individual centre? I mean, what worries me is we've got some extremely complicated corporate arrangements where we have, operations where one part of it might own the land, another part of it might have built and leased the building, somebody else runs the centre, and it just seems that unless the administrator has the power to deal with all of that and unpick it, we're going to get into a complication where people might be able to remove themselves from responsibility because they say it's not us, it's this other related entity over there that's responsible for this or that.
Yeah, exactly. It's an enabling environment, isn't it? Like it literally is an enabling environment. So there needs to be a disruptor in there to stop that enabling environment. And I think this is one of the things that should be seriously looked at to stop that enabling environment.
May I add something just on your point about the issue in terms of a lot of the breaches that we see being related to supervision and action not being taken because of the sense that, we just can't find staff, so we need a waiver to be able to prevent that. I think one of the key things that we have seen in our conversations with services who have the long-term staff is that when you have unsafe ratios, you have a vicious cycle of high turnover because you actually can't attract and keep the staff if you don't have enough people there because the environment is completely untenable for somebody to work in. And we need to break that vicious cycle by, first of all, investing in the wages that get people there, and then keeping those people there and making sure that those services are delivering ratios that are appropriate to that service, not just the minimum that's described in the National Quality Standard. Where we see that there has been investment in the professional standing of the workers, there's a reason for them to choose ECEC as a profession, you're then able to keep that number of people there and maintain those levels of staffing. Where you see that that's an ongoing issue, it's because it's a vicious cycle. If you have low ratios, you will have high staff turnover over and over and over again. And the only way to stop that is by prioritising those two workforce measures, paying people properly, and then making sure there's enough people in the service to meet the needs of that service and the children and families at that service.
Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Merton.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and to both of you for your time and expertise. If I could just pick up that issue again that my colleague, the Honourable Cameron Murphy, raised, and I just make reference to your submission on page 13 under D when it looks at the effectiveness of the regulatory framework, and it states that. That the status of this working towards improvement has been found in some centres to be long-standing, and I think you might make a reference that it's sort of a decade or something like that. And then I guess in terms of, I guess that working towards improvement can mean many different things, can't it? In terms of a technical sort of requirement or something more concerning. I'm just wondering how are parents responding when they're sort of becoming aware of this, or if they are not? Yeah.
I don't think they are aware,
right,
and that really concerns me. And I think the regulator knows who is sitting in that space, that whether they're just perpetually and nothing is changing, and as opposed to those who are actually working towards, really truly working towards quality. But there are a number of services that have been through the quality program and have not successfully reached or sustained a high level of quality. And do parents understand? I'm not sure that they do. And in my experience, when I have spoken to parents about the working towards services that their children are going to, the service will sometimes have a reason for why that is the case that seems acceptable to the parents. I think when the National Quality Framework first started, it perhaps was intended that working towards maybe was a temporary measure. And as the sector grew and quality grew and everybody understood what they needed to do, that there would be less and less working towards, which has happened. But it's an absolute exception, and you certainly don't stay there.
Thank you. Have you seen cases where that working towards improvement has led to a licence cancellation, or the closure of a centre?
I believe some of the services that have closed may have been sitting there, but I would have to check that and come back to you.
And another opinion put to us in the sector in terms of the regulator by saying, and this may be an example of this, that the regulator has no enforcement. They're not sort of seeing any action or response.
They need to have the teeth to be able to do their job.
Thank you. And then you also, in your submission on page 14, look at the examining the funding requirements for state governments to deliver the compliance assessment and the rating uplift. I'm just wondering what we might know about that.
So what we want to be able to see is that it's critical that we see that across the sector that all services have the opportunity to participate in really robust training, and training that is contextualised to their service, because the training is happening in their service. And then it will be the role of the regulator in terms of child safety, and remember, you know, the framework is an ecosystem, so looking at all quality areas is critical. But if we're focusing on the implementation of child safety, then it is the role of the regulator to go in to see that that training has happened and that the implementation of that training is happening across everybody who is working in that service, and knowing how to test that, knowing how to recognise that. And for them to be able to do that, they have to be suitably funded to be able to do those spot checks.
And if I can add to that in terms of the funding, the other really critical component of this is that for this sector, the government is the primary funder. So whether it's state government funded services, state government run services, or the federally funded CCS services, all of them are majority reliant on government funding to operate and to reduce the out-of-pocket costs for families to be able to access this critical early learning services. And so we need to make sure that that fundamental base funding is actually targeted and set at a level that actually does create quality uplift as well, and provide services with the capability of delivering those operational aspects that we know actually work. So sufficient funding to pay people professionally, sufficient funding to staff to the levels that services need, whether that's the sufficient in a really high brand new, shiny, completely glass service at the minimum ratios, or whether that's a different level. And also in particular to make sure that there is that capacity to continue to invest in the ongoing development of the educators and teachers and leaders in the service, so that they are continuing to develop and continuing to improve that. We can't talk about like raising quality if we're not talking about the fundamental funding settings in this sector as well, and making sure we're not running to a race to the bottom of quality, but we're actually funding for a race to the top.
Thank you.
Could I ask, we've talked about, I'll come to you in 1 second then. We've talked about the extent of sort of labour hire and agencies and casual pools. When we were speaking with the not-for-profit entities in the last session, they were talking about how they have sort of their own, they're able to run their own pool of casuals. What happens, or I guess, what can we do when it comes to these individual centres that don't have access to staff in other centres and can't run that sort of casual pool themselves? How do we mitigate against the risks of using sort of agency staff for those sorts of smaller centres?
I think the thing to remember is that that services have a choice as to how they're going to invest their funds, and that they receive from government and receive from parents through fees. And so they can, if that is an issue for their service, and they are in pursuit of delivering high quality and high safety, then they may recognise that agency staff are a temporary emergency measure, but it's not an ongoing way of doing business. So what we find is that our community and small providers will invest in being over ratio enough so as those things don't necessarily impact them as it would in a service that is operating on a minimum ratio, where it does become an emergency. So it comes down to the value, the values that sit within that service and where they want to invest their money. And of course, our not-for-profit community managed services invest the entire envelope into the service. And that, I would say, pretty much most of the time, I can't think of an example where it doesn't, results in being at a high enough ratio where they're not bringing in a casualised agency workforce, and they most likely would have some part-time staff that they're able to be moving in and out across to be able to cover because they are above ratio at all times, well above ratio.
Very useful, thank you. Ms. Mihalik.
Sorry, thank you, ladies. I apologise, I've been online. I just wanted to ask a couple of things. I think it was yourself, Ms. Kanija, you mentioned something about it's an enabling environment. I was overhearing that. What were you referring to in that?
I think it was in reference to Mr. Murphy's comment around the equity funds being able to manoeuvre their resources around to be able to potentially close down services that may not be performing particularly well. For the protection of reputation, were you referring to, Mr. Murphy?
But what were you meaning by enabling environment?
It feels like an enabling environment.
Enabling of what,
with enabling them to conduct their business in a way that they can exit certain services to be able to protect their reputation.
But it feels that way, or is there data supporting that?
It feels that way.
Okay, but there's no data. You don't have any data before you...
We don't have any data to support that.
Can I just also ask about, you were asked about an administrator, and you I think you agreed to that?
Yes, so that's something that we've put forward in submissions previously. Yes.
Okay, how would that operate? I just want some information. How would that work?
Yeah, so if you think about it in a similar way to how a local government administrator is brought in, it would be similar to that. So it's identifying the expertise that may not be in the early education and care service.
But where would the pool of administrators come from? I'm just thinking.
So that is something that would need to be designed. It could be from an existing large provider may be willing to take on that role. It could be something that is developed from a peak body could do it. It's not something that would be part of what we would do, but it could be something that could be done.
Is there any peak body that's ever suggested they could do it?
It's not a path that we've gone down. It hasn't been picked up by government, so the further exploration hasn't happened. But we do believe it's something that should be further explored.
Okay. Can I also ask, I think it was put to you that obviously some of these providers that end up in breach sell their properties or sell their business on to another provider. Is that something, and I think you agreed to that?
Again, that's something Mr. Murphy has suggested
but I think you
happens.
agreed to it. So he suggested it happened. Do you have any evidence that it does happen?
We have
regularly?
seen cases where services have been sold on.
Okay. Does anyone keep any data on how often that does actually happen?
The regulator might.
Yeah, I'll ask the regulator later on this afternoon.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, because it hasn't really been put to us as I mean, yes, it does happen. I assume on occasions it does happen, but I haven't seen to date in this inquiry any actual evidence linking, the fact that a provider is getting certain breaches, in breach of certain requirements, and then they're quickly selling on. So it would be good to have that data.
This week.
Apart from...
2 this week.
Well... Two. How many providers are there, Madam Chair? How many providers are there, Madam Chair? I know it happens on occasion. I just don't know if it's that. What I wanted to ask from the peak body, whether they have any data or any information. So I'll ask the regulator, but you don't have any information on the numbers or how often this does happen. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are out of time. Thank you so much for attending and for your submission, both of which have been very informative for us. To the extent questions were taken on notice or there are supplementary questions coming from members, the committee secretariat will be in touch, but that concludes our time with you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I now welcome our next witnesses. Thank you very much for attending today. If I could start on my left, if I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
I'm Rachel Wilson. I'm Professor of Social Impact and Education at UTS, and I hereby swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
My name is Erin Harper. I am a lecturer in early childhood education at the University of Sydney, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to commence with a short opening statement?
Yes, and thank you for the opportunity. We're going to present some research evidence in a fairly under-researched area. In particular, our studies relate to the experiences and reports from early childhood educators, both teachers and other educators. I guess a couple of central points have come to us as we've done this work. I guess the first one is that we see the need for a whole-of-system approach to the issues that have recently emerged in early childhood education. In particular, I'm interested in looking at education systems more broadly in terms of the motivators and incentives, which I think really goes to the heart of the issues, particularly when you have a very diverse range of early childhood services, some not-for-profits and some for-profits. They all operate on different motivations. I think also central to our perspective in research and the potential solutions is looking to the educators themselves to provide information about the sector, which is fairly under-researched. What we do know from a lot of international evidence is that the educators are the most critical element to the delivery of quality early childhood services, and obviously also safety and the other issues that have arose recently.
And I think as well, something that our research in particular really highlights is, and there's been a lot of conversation in the media recently about how, families have lost faith, I think is sort of the common phrase that's being used at the moment in the sector. And I think what we've really seen in a lot of our research coming through is that in a lot of ways educators have somewhat lost faith in the system as well. Mm-hmm. And they themselves are feeling frustrated with the system. They know what quality early childhood education looks like. They know how to do a good job. And in a lot of instances, what we're hearing from educators is that they feel as though they're basically being hampered by a number of working conditions, that are sort of quite endemic really within the system.
Thank you. Sorry. were you?
So further to our submission, we actually have some documents to table today, which include some one-page summaries of some forthcoming research, which we think is highly relevant, and also the full publications of some of the research that we cited in our submission.
Excellent. Thank you. Just while we are getting copies of those, if I could just start by asking about, I guess, that a sort of more detailed look at what the conditions are like for workers. We've heard from workers, for example, who tell us that they spend, or they feel that they're spending way too much of their time taking photos for parents as part of there's a bit of a debate about that, as to whether we like it or not. But anyway, as part of that sort of centre's practice, there are educators telling us that, you know, for some of them, they're also required to sort of take time out of their schedule to do things like cleaning and cooking. And then there's also what I've heard is a common complaint from educators saying they just don't have time to do any sort of further educational learning, and it's something they have to do outside of hours. What's your research telling you about sort of, I guess, the major issues that educators are facing when it comes to conditions?
Well, interestingly, we touched on all of those points, and we have a one-page summary of a forthcoming paper on the digitalisation. It's the second page of those papers. So that, you know, is an emerging issue, and we have provided some evidence there. We can talk through it at length, as you like.
Could you just give us a summary of that, just for the benefit of those watching at home as well? This is very good.
This research was done in the digitalisation aspect was done within the context of looking more broadly at how work impacted on educators' time directly with children. So a lot of the research study focused on collecting data about how much time they were spending away from children in non-contact, what we call non-contact work, and how much time they were spending in contact with children. It's clear that digitalisation, administrative duties, etc., are all deeply impacting on that. And perhaps you'd like to unpack some of the key points.
Yeah, so, you know, a lot of this evidence was around asking educators what they perceive to be the big issues in their work, and including the reasons, you know, for why they're experiencing some of those issues as well. So in terms of digital work in particular, you know, when we asked educators you know, who they perceive to be sort of benefiting from their use of digital technologies at work. And we're talking not their use of technologies with children to, you know, provide educational programs or to engage with children, but the work that they do, you know, on digital technologies that's actually not involving children. Which includes things like, yes, taking photos of children to, you know, send to parents, you know, filling in forms online, recording, you know, all sorts of information about children each day. And what we found was that educators believe families and management really to be the primary beneficiaries of that digital work, and that in terms of their ability to engage with children and provide quality for children, that in most instances educators actually feel that that digital work is actually taking them away from children, either physically because the digital aspect increases efficiency, which means that then there's a perception that people expect more from them. So it sort of increases the quantity of that non-contact work. So, you know, the gains that they might get in efficiency by using digital technologies actually kind of get absorbed because they're expected to do more work now. And so what they're finding is that, yes, it takes them physically away from children, but it also creates a barrier, sometimes a physical barrier when they are, you know, with children holding iPads, and it's actually sending, you know, a very visible message to children that educators are not available or not responsive or sensitive in that moment. And it's also taking them away, you know, emotionally and mentally as well.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, the first 3 pages of the document you've tabled have a confidential watermark on them?
Yes.
I just want to check
they're
that.
yet to be published.
Yet to be published. So we will keep that confidential just to committee members?
Yes, obviously what's spoken of here.
Yes. Okay, just clarifying. Thank you very much. I'll throw to Ms.
Thank you.
Mitchell.
Thank you for your submission and for coming in today. And we love paperwork, so I look forward to having a read of this after today. I just wanted to ask, I was particularly interested in your recommendation 3, where you talked about a comprehensive external review of the assessment and rating system. And I just wondered, firstly, what in your research has shown, I guess, that that's necessary, and who do you think would be best placed to conduct something like that, noting that you've said stakeholders would need to be consulted, but why should it happen, and who should do it?
So I guess if we're looking at our original submission, that idea was based on the workload paper that we did, where a number of educators essentially commented that they felt that their heavy non-contact workloads and also a lot of their unpaid hours was stemming from heavy documentation that they were doing to meet, either compliance based requirements and or to work towards the assessment and rating process. But since then, we also, and this is page 3 of the confidential bundle that you guys have there, very, very initial analysis here of educators' perspectives on the assessment and rating practices of services. And, really what this data is telling us is that, educators think that the assessment and rating process is very time consuming. And that it's not just that it's hard or that it's stressful and that's why they don't like it, it's that they actually don't believe in it. They don't believe that it is a valid rating of services. They have concerns around reliability as well, that they feel that it's very subjective and that different assessors seem to be looking for or expecting different kinds of evidence or standards. So I think that there's a real need from the educator's perspective that there needs to be more clarity for everyone, for services, but also for authorised officers around, well, what is expected to, meet the different rating levels.
And that's something we've heard from other witnesses too, just in terms of that continuity of, because one person can have one view and then someone can go into the same service the next day. Sorry, Professor Wilson.
No, I agree. And I think there were a few comments along the lines of that centre staff had decided to not go for an exceeding status in order to pull back from the stress and work required, because they felt that interfered with their normal day-to-day provision of high quality care. So, and I thought that was quite telling, that we, it seemed to us that there were people who felt that they could have gone for, exceeding status, ultra high quality, but that the actual process itself created a cost that they weren't willing to bear, and that was in relation to how they worked with children.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry, just looking at these statistics on page 3, it's really quite telling, isn't it? I mean, this is from what this is showing us, this is an incredibly cumbersome and time-consuming process to get a rating. And as you say, like, very few educators actually think not only that it's worth it, but that it has any real meaning, which is quite damning. Is that in itself a source of, I guess, frustration? That sort of, when we're looking at, retaining and attracting staff, is the ratings process itself and this kind of inefficiencies?
We need them to trust the process as much as we need to trust them, right?
Yeah.
So I think there's a bit of a relationship breakdown, appears to have gone on in this data anyway. And this data is national. New South Wales is overrepresented in this data, but it does include participants from other states. I think to be frank, what we're seeing and what initiated this inquiry were some very deep concerns over safety as well as the quality of services delivered. And I'm not sure that the rating system addresses both of those with the weightings they deserve. I think it might help to separate those two issues. But I think the educators themselves are speaking very clearly in this data. And, as primary, stakeholders in this whole venture, we really need to be listening to them more. Our frustrations are that we really want to get on to do more and more of this research. We feel it's, talking to employees in this sector as stakeholders within a system, we don't have a lot of evidence. This is quite unusual, right? And yet it really gets to the heart of the issues that we're looking at. And I think one of the things that I would love to see is support for more system level research, whether that come from the department itself, where they're conducting annual surveys of educators, or whether it's commissioned work. I think it's really, really central if we want to get to the heart of the problem.
Thanks, Chair. Just a clarification about the submission. I was wanting to ask you some questions about that. My understanding, I need to be guarded in how I do so if this is to be treated as a confidential submission, or is this not to be treated as a confidential submission?
So this beginning bit will be confidential submission, but to the extent that you ask questions and there is information forthcoming, that won't be confidential.
Okay, beautiful. Is it a preprint? Is this a sort of yet to be peer reviewed?
One-page summaries.
One-page summaries, wonderful. But the articles are not yet, they haven't gone through the process of the peer review yet, or all of that. Okay, beautiful.
Some of them are forthcoming very soon.
Yes. They're in the process of back. Yeah, understood. Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for clarifying that. My particular question was around the page 2, the digitalisation of work. That's something that certainly piqued my interest. I was wondering, given the surveys that you have conducted and your observations of the sector, and taking obviously into consideration the comments of my colleagues earlier, why is it that you think that, given so many of the educators expressed their frustrations with having to do that sort of work, or the fact that it negatively impacted the quality of their interactions with children in such a majority of cases. Why is it, do you think, that we've normalised this? Is it sort of a culture within the sector? As a parent, it's not an expectation of mine. But why is it that we've kind of, given the concerns that are coming from educators, why are we doing it?
I think this is a very complicated question that doesn't have one single, simple, straightforward answer. Something that I do think comes into play is that, there's a lot of variation from service to service. So, we sort of talk about all early childhood services, but they are all very, very different experiences for the children and the educators working in those services. And there are lots of different factors that can play into that. Whether, the obvious one, I guess, is whether or not it's a for-profit or a not-for-profit service. That's going to have a significant impact on, what the priorities are for management there. And therefore, how that flows on to what they expect of their educators, and what families expect as well. But I think as well that there's, issues around staffing, cost cutting, something else that we sort of looked at was looking at for-profits and not-for-profits and the amount of non-contact versus contact time that our educators say that they're getting. And what we see is that actually, interestingly, in our not-for-profits, educators have more non-contact time than they do in our for-profits, which seems intuitively sort of opposite to what you would expect.
Yeah.
But then when we look at what they consider to be undistracted contact time with children, real quality time where they're actually focused on children and meaningful engagement with them, we see a complete switch over, where our educators in not-for-profits have a lot more of that quality contact time with children, and our educators in for-profits have less of that quality contact time with children, which is indicating to us that there's potentially a bit of an overlap there, where educators in for-profits are potentially doing more of that sort of non-contact work, multitasking while they're supposed to be with children, or that they've got that bigger workload that's sort of playing on their mind and distracting them more. So I think there are a number of things at play there in terms of
Is that something that's not prescribed though, in terms of what is a non-contact and what is contact time? It would, to me, be fairly obvious as to what that would be, but if someone is counting contact hours as an educator with an iPad that is taking pictures of something that's happening, well, that doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah, and that's where we get that, there's contact time, there's non-contact time. Non-contact, technically speaking, is time when educators are away from children such that they are not considered to be working directly with children and therefore not counted in ratios. So, for instance, if you imagine that there's an educator in the kitchen that is not in the playroom making afternoon tea, they are in non-contact. But if the ratios in that service did not allow that educator to leave the floor to go into the kitchen to make those sandwiches, they may well end up taking the trolley into the playroom and preparing afternoon tea in the room while they are technically considered to be in contact with children.
Yeah. So obviously there's a myriad of factors at play, including the size of the centre, the provision of support in chains and large groups, centre groups, etc., as well as plain physical barriers that are in the centre buildings. I think, to answer your question more directly, one thing that crossed my mind was, why is this digitalisation crept up on us? I think it's not right not to mention the fact that we, in Australia, have such a heavily commercialised early childhood sector, right? And some of the digital work is obviously pitched at communication with parents, but which also serves a marketing purpose.
Absolutely.
And we've just, it's like the boiling frog. We started off with, people getting photos of their child at the end of the day, a photo or a printout of what they did during the day, and then, we've ended up with daily check-ins and extensive documentation.
Some of the updates that, as a parent, and I've had the benefit of seeing it across two services, so very, very, very different approaches, and I have had no expectation of either, right? But for an update to be as comprehensive as to show a myriad of photos, but also undertake the learning objectives and areas and have that all listed, that's a lot of work for an individual, for an educator, to have done for each of the 20 children that are in the room. I have no expectation that is something that needs to be done. How do you think that we as a committee or otherwise could attempt to recommend or otherwise around around this sort of practice that you say is crept in, because it is a practice that has crept in for various reasons, which I think you well articulated, Professor Wilson. But it also then had in that flip side, you'll enter a centre now, and for the same centre that my children are at, there are signs everywhere that will tell you that mobile devices are prohibited within the service. Yet you've got educators using mobile devices, to take photographs of children. I've got to sign my child in with a mobile device. How do we there's an inherent conflict in that. How do we get over that? Or what should we do?
Well, I think it would be nice to work towards some guidelines for services. I think guidelines on the use of digital devices in general are a bit underplayed here. We had to go looking internationally to find guidelines for parents and carers, which of course includes service staff, on the use of devices for very young children and certainly, under 3 or whatever. And of course, we know that services here have varying policy, depending on the service and the state they're in, etc., etc. But it's an area that just needs a lot of, research attention and workup to actually come up with some trustworthy guidelines. The Centre for the Developing Child at Harvard provide national guidelines on advising parents on the use of digital devices. But as I say, it's quite rare, and yet I think there's an enormous need for it.
Yeah. Sorry, just on notice, are you able to provide us with any of those international guidelines that you have found that perhaps, could apply in this space?
Happy to do that on notice.
Thank you. Thanks. Sorry, Chair. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you very much. That does bring us to time. Yep, we're good. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving us goodies to read later, and for coming and giving us the benefit of your expertise. To the extent questions were taken on notice or there are supplementary questions from members, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes our time with you. Thank you.
Thanks.
We will take a lunch break and be back at 1:15.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Excellent. Welcome back. I now welcome our next witness. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Martin Stokey. I'm a Commissioner at the Productivity Commission, the Federal Productivity Commission. Affirmation, if you just hold on 2 seconds, I can open that up.
You're right. If you prefer, I could just read it out to you.
So it doesn't really matter which one. But I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Lovely. Thank you very much. And would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
I hadn't prepared anything specifically other than to perhaps go back over that I was the presiding commissioner along with two fellow colleagues, Deborah Bennett and Lisa Groth, who prepared the PC's inquiry into a pathway to a universal early childhood education and care system. It was about a 2-year inquiry. We had many submissions toured around all parts of Australia. We spoke with many people in New South Wales, and we provided our report to the federal government, and it's in the public domain approximately 2 years ago now. And there's been a number of things that have since come to light since that, which is no doubt part of the reason for your inquiry, but equally some changes that the federal government and state governments have implemented, etc. So happy to talk very much to our inquiry. The information that's in there is, I think, quite relevant and important. It provides a lot of context and trend information for you to think about, and as you're contemplating this specific inquiry and the specific questions that you have.
And your regular reports on government services and the statistics that you provide in there are also incredibly useful.
Indeed, and so I should have mentioned that as well, yes, so thank you.
So I'll start with a couple of questions. I guess one of the biggest ones is the recommendation that was made in relation to having some sort of overarching body that could you basically keep an eye, I guess, on the sector as a whole. We have heard evidence in relation to the regulatory structure, the fact that we have, a CEQA sitting at that national level with quite limited functions, and then you've got the sort of the state and territory regulators on the ground doing what they do. Could you talk us through, I guess, why that was the recommendation you made, whether you think there is any benefit in moving to a truly national model, or whether this kind of oversight body could effectively achieve the same thing?
Indeed. And so throughout the inquiry, and probably you've had representations from various witnesses along the way, that there are a number of bodies that have a role to play in early childhood education and care. You mentioned a CEQA, you mentioned the state-based regulatory areas, there's research bodies, there's curriculum areas, etc., and departmental at a federal and a state level, etc. We settled on an early childhood education and care commission, and we spoke and outlined what we thought that commission could and should be doing. But at its core, what we saw was that there wasn't any one entity or capacity that had an overarching stewardship of the sector as a whole. So different parts of the sector would be looking after their part. They may be saying that's working well or not working or otherwise. But if there was an issue that cut across, if it cut across tiers of government, if it cut across specific areas of lines of responsibility in the department, we saw that there's something sitting over the top would be particularly important, and that was a gap, and that was the focus that we had. There was a lot of feedback at the time around, we already do that part, so don't get it to do that. And you could add in whichever regulator you wanted to in that respect. And so we limited the scope of the Early Childhood Education and Care Commission to effectively being that stewardship role, advising back up to government and taking a perspective around the the system as a whole and where perhaps issues might be arising, and so that a focus could be had in that sense.
There's been also some submissions that have looked at that, I guess, the potential for buck passing when you have both federal and state governments responsible for an area. What did your inquiry sort of find in relation to the levels of funding at the different levels of government, whether that was sufficient, and ideally, I guess, what that sort of funding should look like?
We made a lot of recommendations to the federal government around the funding that they should be providing, particularly in relation to the early childhood education care, childcare subsidy, subsidy rates, etc. We made some very specific recommendations around the resources for the regulatory oversight. So those areas that the state governments are responsible for. We didn't go into the quantums, but what we could see from the data in terms of the frequency with which there were the ratings that were carried out, the follow-up that was undertaken, just in speaking every one of the regulators around Australia when we physically went, so that we could see that they, in our view, that they were under-resourced, and we made that comment. And we made a comment that the federal government should be providing additional monies into to support those state-based regulators. So we felt it would have been too strong a position for us to tell the states how to allocate the resources. We got criticised by some for saying, well, why would the federal government provide funds to the state governments to do what the state governments should be doing? We took a view which was at the core of our policy position, which was to centre the child. And we almost elevated that above of, we don't care who's ultimately paying for this or who should be paying for it. We could see that it wasn't being undertaken to the extent that it needed to be, and our recommendations were ultimately going to the federal government. We said that they have a responsibility. If they're wanting to have a truly universal system that's affordable, accessible, inclusive, and quality of care, you can't have what many would argue, and you've probably heard, that the national quality standards themselves are very good and well regarded globally, but if you're not properly oversighting those, if you're not having enough resources going into the regulation, then we were concerned about the potential issues for quality as to however that might manifest itself. And so we were suggesting that the federal government needed to put more money in. Historically, they used to put money in, but they withdrew from that.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So I guess what sort of extent of a decrease in funding are we talking, and how much are we talking about asking the federal government to put in now?
We didn't actually specify the amounts. We wanted to see that there was a focus around improving the frequency of ratings more broadly and across the board. We wanted to see a greater focus on those services that were working towards or had been assessed as needing improvement, so that there wasn't the sort of forever working towards or forever waivers that some services had been allowed to undertake. We weren't specifying the specific quantum, and that was probably, we felt that was better to be negotiated as part of discussion between the Commonwealth and the states.
I just want to ask you about one more thing, and then I'll throw it open to my colleagues. Another focus of your review was in relation to the workforce, and obviously you were looking at this just sort of coming out of those COVID years where there was a particular dent on the workforce, and some things have changed since then. What do you see that there is still left to do in that area? Do you think that the funding to workers has increased enough? What is it that we should be focusing on?
There was a theme internally discussed and hopefully coming through in our report, which is that without addressing at the time, and I think they still probably are present, workforce challenges, so the early education care teachers and educator cohort, without addressing that, you can't do anything else. So you may wish to have a universal system, you may wish to expand the availability, the accessibility, the inclusion, etc. You want to improve the quality. If we don't actually address the fundamental issue, which is the first stage, which is the workforce, then that's a do not pass go type focus. It's a priority number one. There were a number of issues that were raised with us, and I think some of them are still present, and they will take time to resolve. One of them is the remuneration in the sector as a whole. We stopped short mainly because the internal discussion was we're not a wage setting body. We're not the Fair Work Commission, and we didn't wish to tell them how to do their job. But we did acknowledge, and the feedback was that there was a strong concern around the level of remuneration within the sector, and a concern that this was actually contributing to, at the time, a lack of availability of workforce leaving the sector, so educators and teachers leaving the sector, and potential enrolments and completion. Now, there might be a series of factors that contributed to that, and my hope is that that's somewhat alleviated. We can see that vacancies have come down a little bit, but undoubtedly this still remains an issue. We focused our attention more, and sorry, I beg your pardon, at the time we also knew that the Fair Work Commission was looking at a number of cases, including a minimum wage case that they had before them at the time. There was a multi-employer bargaining discussion that was going on, of which early childhood education and care was almost the test case that led to the Commonwealth Government coming in with their additional support for those centres that were happy to sign up to the various terms and conditions that were associated with that, which then led to a very sizable increase for wages for educators and teachers. We chose to focus on those areas that perhaps weren't those remuneration issues. We knew those, we acknowledged those, we supported and encouraged government to move on that. But things like training, accreditation, the support for teachers, particularly in situ training, time off to allow for their development. We could see in the data, and you could probably send it yourself, which is those early childhood education care teachers who are starting their enrolment having been in the sector and had diploma level education before they started to become and trained to become a teacher, were significantly more likely to complete to become a teacher and stay in the sector than those who started enrolled in early childhood education care teaching and then either moved into other forms of other levels of teaching, so primary school teaching perhaps, or just chose not to complete their teaching degree. So we were getting a number of people through, but very few completions. And we wanted to see more of that coming through. So focusing around the training, consistency of education at university level. Some universities were acknowledging and recognising prior learning, and so they'd have an accelerated program to become a teacher, maybe approximately 18 months. We noticed in one jurisdiction they'd removed even the ability to become an early childhood education care teacher at an undergraduate level, and you had to do that as a postgraduate. So you needed to do 4 years of training in one of the jurisdictions, all at the same time as those people who are early childhood education and care teachers are also qualified to work in primary school, and there is a significant and persistent wage gap between ECTs, so early teachers, in early childhood education care and primary school teachers. And so there's a forever challenge there that we chose not to make recommendations specifically about that, but if you're asking me going forward, are there still issues, that's likely to remain a challenge. People will have to have the fire in the belly to work with children to adjust to the fact that we have different parts of government paying different levels for somewhat similar capability and training between a prep and a year before school may not be as strong as some might, or the demarcation might suggest.
We're certainly seeing that in New South Wales play out with our community preschools as well, and trying to get some sort of pay parity. I'll just
I've got a couple. Thanks,
Mrs.
Chair.
Mitchell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stokey, for joining us today. I just had a couple of questions. One of them was around the recommendations in the report to support services to improve quality and also reward quality provision by maybe fast tracking approvals for some of the services who are actually, doing things well. I just wondered if you could talk to that a little bit more, particularly around, I guess, how that early support can help services to perform well rather than the regulator always needing to be sort of punitive at the back end when something has occurred. Is there anything in that space you could offer for us?
Well, I think there's probably a couple elements. One, the feedback that we heard, particularly from the regulators and the sector themselves, was that a positive cooperative relationship between the regulator and the service was always seen as a better way to improve ongoing and continuous improvement in the sector around quality, rather than a tick the box gotcha moment of not quite having an up-to-date manual or some issue that led to a rating, etc. So that sort of adversarial oversight versus a peer and cooperative and positive assessment was at least seen by many in the sector as one of desire and importance. That does raise a question. Well, if the quality isn't there, well, at some point somebody needs to actually say, no, that's not right. There are a number of services, particularly remote and regional, where it has been challenging to comply with the expectations, and maybe that's in terms of ratios or other aspects of the quality standards, and so waivers are used. And our focus around some of the resources, and the federal government has committed money towards providing additional funding for additional services in particularly remote and regional areas, is very much around trying to support those services to come into the sector to cater for underserved and what might often be in markets or otherwise, but to come in. We made recommendations around who the types of organisations they could and should seek to access, and some of those may be the not-for-profits, but it was equally, we wanted to see almost unashamedly a focus on quality, so that they should be looking to partner with and team up with the highest rated quality services to actually expand out those services going forward. The other services were very much around supporting the educators and the teachers themselves, and so they weren't specific to any service per se, but it was more around supporting services to learn and the educators and the teachers to learn in situ, in rather than coming out of the service, having to be backfilled by somebody else, having people come into the service and having the training organisations cater to what was needed by the service themselves, rather than see themselves as, well, you'll come to me and work on my time frame at the time when it suits me as an educator, as a training organisation, rather than what actually worked for the actual services themselves. And we were trying to minimise disruption. We were trying to maximise the learning that would be relevant for the children, which is tailored to the specific cohorts.
That's a nice segue into my next question, which was going to be around, you also talk about the importance of mentoring for the workforce, and I think you called out for early childhood teachers in particular. But I guess in terms of identifying, I'm assuming, a gap that you saw for people needing that professional development and support, again, to sort of enhance quality, but also I'm assuming teacher and educator confidence in their roles and responsibilities as well.
Absolutely. Particularly in some services, the teacher might be the person with the teacher qualification might be the most senior person there. They don't have necessarily the same peer group that they would have in, say, like primary school. And so they might come out of the university and then be asked to step into a fairly senior role within an early education and care, dealing with children, dealing with teachers, dealing with other staff, dealing with families. There's a lot of complex issues that are befalling those individuals, and we wanted to see a capability to support and a support network, if that was the system that was going to run, where you could see that much more prevalent in primary school and other cohorts of teachers as peers, and we wanted to see that going forward. Plus, we thought that there was a learning on the job that is so critical and important, being able to deal with and manage the specific issues as they came up, rather than what might have been taught in the classroom. The capabilities that learned in the classroom versus learned on the job, the on-the-job training seemed to be coming through in the educator and the diploma level educators had much more robust capability to manage the challenges in the sector, and we wanted to support and lean into that.
Thank you. I'll let others. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Mahalik?
Sorry, Commissioner, I thought earlier you mentioned, I think you were referring to some of the regulatory requirements that you suggested the federal government should fund, and that some of the states, there was a bit of pushback from the states. That was in the beginning of the session. And I'm sorry because I was out of the room and I just wanted to catch what you were referring to at that point.
I was referring to, we make a number of recommendations in relation to the compliance oversight of the National Quality Framework and the standards, which is managed, as you'll appreciate, by the regulation of that is managed at the state level by state regulators. The standards are managed and oversighted by a SICRA and effectively a national standards level. The question then arises to, well, how much, is there enough resources going into the state regulators? And if that's not the case, what should be coming in and who should fund that? So our commentary is that we can see that the frequency with which the ratings are undertaken at all state levels to varying degrees, but is not sufficient for what we would have liked to have seen. We heard repeatedly when we spoke with various state regulators, including New South Wales, that they do what they can with what they've got. And so the resources we think are not sufficient, and we made recommendations of that. And our recommendation was to the federal government should be contributing funds towards the states to improve and expand the regulatory oversight at the state level. So it wasn't a reallocation of roles and responsibilities, it was just to beef up the state capability funded through Commonwealth funding, because we knew that if we made recommendations to the states that they should do more and pay for it, then the first response was, well, where's that money coming from? So
sorry, can I just ask, Commissioner, when was that recommendation that you issued that?
That was in our final report that we put forward in 2 years ago now. So,
okay, so 2 years ago. So when,
our report was to the federal government. I think.
Right. So the report was 23. Is that right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that would be about right. Yeah.
Do you know what roughly the month or?
It was about mid. Well, we submitted to the federal government mid that year, and then they released that report publicly in around about October or thereabouts. So it's approximately 2 years.
And do you know when you were speaking to the state governments? I'm just wondering because we had an election in March of 20.
We were speaking throughout the sort of 18 months to 2 years before that.
Okay. So in the case of New South Wales, it would have been across two different governments then, is that right? Both originally the coalition and then...
I don't recall whether we spoke with the... I'd need to look back at the time to advise correctly.
If you could take that on notice, I wouldn't mind knowing when the consultation process started for the states. And the feedback that you received from the states throughout that consultation process, was that made relatively public in your reporting, what the individual states, their feedback was, or not?
To varying degrees. So we asked and called for submissions to our inquiry. I'll need to go back and look and see whether the New South Wales regulator made a commentary back to us. We also, when we held both individual meetings and then public hearings, like you're doing now, we gave people the option to have effectively in camera or confidential discussions so that we could hear information and views. We've distilled our views in a broader sense into our report. We weren't trying to make, and we deliberately chose not to have some sort of assessment on the effectiveness of any one regulator per se. I think there's only one chart in our report that actually maps out the differences across each of the jurisdictions as it relates to the regulators, and that's the a chart in the second volume which refers to the frequency with which ratings are undertaken. And so we could see in contrast that within reason they were, well, longer than we would have liked, but there's variations in some jurisdictions take longer or had a longer period in between ratings than other jurisdictions.
So, Commissioner, so each individual state in that sort of consultation process was given an opportunity to participate in an inquiry, or at the very least make a submission?
We spoke, from memory, we spoke with every single regulator across Australia.
Okay. If I could just, if you could take a notice whether New South Wales specifically provided a submission at that time,
Sure.
or if they attended a public inquiry or an in-camera session, and when that was, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll just check if more questions.
I have one if there's time. Yeah, just wanted to ask, the report, you also talk about the number of children accessing early childhood services being high, but sometimes the most developmentally vulnerable are not necessarily accessing services. And you talked about the need for sort of better inclusion funding, maybe a trial for isolated families in rural areas in particular. Since you made these recommendations and now, are there any sort of improvements that you're aware of, particularly around that accessibility for vulnerable children?
You're absolutely right. We made a number of recommendations. One we could see from the data of attending and those who have been identified as having either additional needs or some form of disability, etc., were underrepresented in the average participation. And if our task was a universal system that was inclusive, amongst one of the tasks, we didn't feel it's a universal system if some are excluded. Made recommendations specifically around twofold. At the twofold element is, one, what the federal government could be doing immediately, and that was in relation to the inclusion support payments and programs, some relatively quick wins of just adjusting rates, increasing the amount of money. And my understanding, although I'd need to go back and confirm, that the federal government did provide some additional resources in that respect. That was an interim set of recommendations ahead of the federal government's response, which they hadn't given at the time than when we submitted our inquiry into the review of the National Disability Insurance Scheme, so the NDIS, the NDIA, where there was likely to be, and the directional change of that review suggested an alternative pathway for children that had disabilities and young children on the NDIS. Now, there weren't many alternative pathways that we could see other than early childhood education and care, and our general approach was, well, if you're going to encourage and support children to come into early childhood education and care who have additional needs, then you very much need to provide the additional resources to go with that. The federal government hadn't responded at that point, so we then took the initiative and effectively wrote out what we believe should be the response, or should have been the response to the NDIS review, as in what would that look like in early childhood. And so some of that is foundational funding, some of that is specific funding for specific children with additional needs, some of it's foundational for general funding, and then some of it's for more broader community inclusion and engagement. And so the federal government has now put out a response. It hasn't concluded that response, but it is talking about alternative pathways for children with additional disabilities and under the NDIS, and so that's still working its way through. Our hope would be that if there is a clear expectation or desire for early childhood education and care to be seen as part of that program to support children, then the resources are there to actually support that, because clearly the ISP program, the inclusion support program, was not delivering. It had narrowed down to almost only catering for those children with the greatest needs, which is perhaps appropriate, but equally that wasn't catering for all children. And even then it wasn't catering for all children who had significant needs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just one last quick one from me. We've heard in other countries they have caps on the profits that private companies can make out of early childhood, and in other cases where the subsidy amount that is given to families can only be used at places where they don't then have, a sort of a gap payment on top of that, and other sort of forms of subsidy that go on in other jurisdictions. Did you look at that in your review, and were there any sort of suggestions about how we could perhaps put in check some of the big sort of profit seekers in the sector?
Hopefully if you had a chance to look at our report, that there's a lot that we talk about in terms of different funding models, and was and continues to be a debate around different funding models in Australia. Our recommendations ended up concluding, look, the simplest thing and the least disruptive to the sector is to effectively double down on the current system. And I know that not everybody agrees with that, but basically we could see that for a cohort of families, affordability, and particularly low-income families, affordability was a major issue. For some families, it's availability. There just isn't the service. They happily pay for it, but they can't because it doesn't exist, or it's not there, or it's not enough facilities. That's a different problem. We sort of lent into that as well. We did look at international models, and we spent a lot of time looking at the Canadian model, but equally some of the Scandinavian models, etc. Our biggest concern was that families should not be discouraged because of either the income that they have or the affordability of those services. And so that was the main part of our recommendations for the funding, effectively to be skewed towards lower income families in the main, particularly the lowest cohort. It would make it free for them, and for maybe approximating 60% or thereabouts of families, they'd be getting 90% of the subsidy rate under our recommendations. We were also undertaking this work at the same time that the ACCC was looking explicitly at the question that you raised, and so we chose not to sort of duplicate that work, but to sort of parallel their work. They concluded, again, it's at a point in time, it's a snapshot, but they didn't find evidence of excess profits. It's not that maybe there aren't examples out there of some, and maybe going forward, their work highlights the really critical importance of the utilisation, or effectively the number of enrolments. So if centres get above a certain level of enrolments, they are making good money, and if they're below that, they're not. And so their work is happening, or happened, just after COVID. So there's a lot of demand, but equally not a lot of workers. So there's some elements to their work which we thought, well, it's a snapshot at a point in time. You wouldn't want to rest every policy position on that. We recommended that work should be done on a repeated basis, so that perhaps the nature of your question could be more accurately answered. Who is making a lot of money in this sector? Where is this money going? Is it all going on services? Is it going on wages? Is it going into the pockets of the owners of the for-profit services? Where is this going? Because the answer to the ACCC's inquiry probably doesn't sit well with a lot of people who are looking at this sector, but equally that was the work that they concluded, and we didn't have a basis to say, well, we don't agree with you, or and we didn't hear otherwise. And so it remains to me an open question, and one that we recommended in our work, that type of cost analysis inquiry should be undertaken on a semi-regular basis for this sector.
Thank you very much.
Particularly the kind of monies that government is contributing, you should expect nothing less, I would have thought.
Thank you. That's incredibly helpful. We have run out of time. So to the extent there were questions taken on notice, or there are supplementary questions that might be sent to you subsequent to this, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that does conclude our time with you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
other people have a go first. Don't worry.
We'll see where we go.
Yeah. Do you want to go first?
I thought you were going. I thought it was together.
All right. Let's get started. We now welcome our next witnesses. Thank you very much. I understand that Mr. Barakat and Mr. Disdale have already been sworn in at a prior hearing. So it is just you, Mr. Holtz, if you could state your name and position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Christian Holtz, and I'm currently performing in the role of Executive Director, Regulatory Reform, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And I would like to give you the opportunity to make a short opening statement if you would like.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I value that opportunity. Can I begin by acknowledging they're on the beautiful homelands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and I want to pay my respects to their elders past and present. At the outset, I want to acknowledge the harrowing stories from last night's Four Corners program. It was haunting viewing that laid bare the unthinkable and the unbearable, the worst of humanity. It was difficult watching, but as the Minister and the Deputy Premier have always said, we must listen, we must learn, we will do more and we will do better. My heart does go out to all the children whose vulnerability has been exploited and who have suffered grave wrongdoing at the hands of these criminals. And I acknowledge those brave parents who are speaking out, whose trauma we feel but can never truly understand. I've been trying to find the right words to make sense of it all, but words feel meaningless. What we watched last night was unacceptable. We need action, and I believe that the reforms that the New South Wales Parliament passed last week are important steps in the right direction. These stories only harden our resolve to be unwavering in our efforts to keep children safe, protected, known, nurtured and educated. Our response is an absolute commitment to the pursuit of child protection. Never in that pursuit can we feel satisfied. I note the comments made by Professor Michael Salter from the University of New South Wales that regulatory authorities have not been given the teeth that they need, and that we are at a historic moment where there is a sense of urgency from all levels of government. I agree, and we are working hard to rise to the challenge and the moment. We have to get this right. As we approach the year's end, I'm confident that the reforms in New South Wales will result in material improvements in child safety and quality outcomes in early childhood education and care, not just here, but across the nation. The job is not done, but it's an important step. I want to talk to the paramountcy and the ECEC reform bill. The findings and recommendations of Mr. Wheeler's review are well known to this committee, but with the passing into law last week of the Children Education and Care Services National Law Application Amendment Bill 2025, I want to acknowledge what I think was Mr. Wheeler's most important recommendation, that is, the assurance that the rights and best interests of children must be the paramount consideration. Enshrining this requirement in legislation will have a profound and lasting impact, and this requirement is for everyone, for providers, services, educators, carers, board members and regulators, for every function and decision that's made under the national law. Indeed, so important is this recommendation, it will be mirrored and promulgated as law in every state and territory in Australia. The bill more broadly that passed Parliament last Wednesday has some very significant attributes. Prioritising the rights and best interests of the child, transparency around investigations, a 900% increase to maximum penalties for large providers, greater accountability for increased publication powers, capacity for the regulator to suspend or revoke quality ratings during or following investigations, and very vitally, strengthened whistleblower protections. This is in addition to bringing forward a host of nationally agreed positions announced in August, many of which extend the national position in New South Wales in the interests of child safety and protection. We are working hard to ensure these legislative changes are implemented and operationalised, noting that several provisions will commence as soon as the bill receives assent by the Governor. This is also in addition to other key improvements that we continue to work on, including the machinery of government changes to establish the independent regulator, supported by the New South Wales Government's $55 million investment to expand frontline staff. When a parent drops their child off at a childcare service and waves goodbye, they are placing enormous trust in that service and in the staff members who will care for their child. Miss Boyd, I heard your interview on ABC this morning and agree with you that we need to get the staffing right in all services. Services must have the right type of staff and the right number of staff to provide parents with the confidence that their children will be safe. In New South Wales, educators must have a valid working with children clearance before they can commence working. We will not accept any situation where an educator is working without one, and we recently clarified that in legislation. Mr. Bacco will be able to speak this afternoon in detail about how this works in practice. Also, the child safe standards in New South Wales require services to ensure that staff are equipped with the knowledge, with the skills and the awareness to keep children safe. We will continue to strengthen the safety of the workforce through mandatory child safety training and the requirement for services to develop and implement a child safe recruitment policy. This is enabled via the legislative reform passed by the New South Wales Parliament. And through the reform bill, the New South Wales Government has increased whistleblower protections for staff calling out wrongdoing for such issues as breaching staffing ratios. Any allegations of child sexual abuse must be reported to New South Wales Police as a priority. Any services and providers also have a responsibility to report any allegations of child sexual abuse to the regulatory authority within 24 hours. We will further strengthen our monitoring and support of the workforce via the National Educator Register, to which all states and territories have committed. I also want to acknowledge the significant national actions underway, in particular the Australian Government's announcement of a $189 million investment to strengthen safety and quality in early childhood education and care settings, and harnessing the Australian Government's funding lever, the childcare subsidy, to ensure that high quality service provision with clear and decisive action taken against poor performing providers to lift their standard of care. I also acknowledge the New South Wales Government's announcements of a $100 million investment to help community preschools expand their hours and cater for more children, giving working families better access to quality early education. Grants will give these providers the support they need to meet the additional costs of expansion, like upgraded facilities and workforce training, so they can become eligible for the childcare subsidy. However, while national action is moving in the right direction, the New South Wales Government's position is that it has not been fast or brave enough, and that is why New South Wales has gone it alone in these changes. We are now 3 years on from Operation Tenterfield and almost 2 years from the final report of the Child Safety Review. National changes by consensus often is just too slow. Also, while many of the changes we are implementing in New South Wales are nationally agreed, many of them are not. I hope and expect in time that most or all of what we have done will be implemented in some or all other jurisdictions. But the reality is that when it comes to child safety, we were not willing to compromise. There are some things that can only be done nationally, such as information sharing across jurisdictions and a national educator register. But if there are cases where New South Wales should and can go it alone, we won't hesitate. Alongside these are significant investments to support workforce attraction and retention, including $23 million in this financial year for scholarship training and qualification supports. And it would be remiss of me not to reference the work we're doing around public preschool provision under our plan for New South Wales public education, where we're doubling the number of public preschools in this term of government to our existing public preschool provision. And secondly, noting that community preschools have a record of high quality accessibility, strong community roots and worker retention, the earlier referenced New South Wales Government's $100 million expanding quality access program. There are challenges, A number of these challenges remain, many of which are going to require ongoing national discussions. We're prepared to lead the way. In particular, I want to acknowledge that attracting and retaining qualified professionals, especially in rural and regional and remote areas, will continue to be a challenge and one we need to solve for. I want to conclude my remarks by clearly restating our commitment to improving the sector that cares for our littlest learners, and we commit to working with our cross-sector government counterparts to ensure that happens. We look forward to the committee's review report and findings when that is handed down. Passage of the bill, like I said earlier, is not job done. However, it's a crucial nation-leading step and response to the specific issues of child safety. Thanks again for the opportunity to share an opening statement and to be before the committee, and my colleagues and I are happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Disler, and I will throw to my colleague in just a minute. I think your opening statement made a few really important points, but one of them that's sort of stuck with me is the fact that we had the Operation Tenterfield recommendations 2 years ago. When I first started trying to get the documents out of your department that have now led to the 2 Four Corners episodes that have revealed such abuse and horror in this sector, I was met with such resistance and a real secrecy. And I was told that the regulator had never had to provide any sorts of documents or account for itself previously. The fact is that you acted a bit too late on this, didn't you, Mr. Disler?
The Operation Tenterfield was called 3 years ago, and the Child Safety Review nationally handed 2 years ago. I think it's been on record from the Federal Education Minister that everyone could have acted with greater haste to what is a very disturbing situation in the sector across the country. I would just reiterate that to get national reform, and I represent New South Wales at secretaries level with education secretaries across the country, and the Deputy Premier and the Acting Minister represents ministers here in New South Wales for the education early learning portfolio. You require consensus. That's the agreement of everyone, and that's why we've operated outside of that consensus. That not being achieved, we've decided to make much necessary reform to a national regulation and national law that's 15 years old.
Could we just look at that though? Because there's two things here. I think most of the people that have come to this inquiry have not pointed to the actual rules and regulations as being the problem, but rather the way in which that those rules and regulations have been implemented by the regulator. And many of the changes that were made, for example, being able to direct centres to do certain things in that bit of legislation was put through last week, could have been done by the regulator as part of its condition-making powers before that. We have had a situation where the New South Wales regulator has been running around the country with a couple of fine books that are the same as what they use for parking tickets, and fining $8,000 worth of fines every year for a sector that is seeing on average 3 children a day being abused. So I guess I don't want to take away from the fact that you're now acting and you're doing reforms, and that's great, and we really want to see that. But the fact is that a lot of these things could have been dealt with previously, and I think that many in the public are looking for a bit more of an apology, of a recognition that government could have acted and that shouldn't have taken media reports to get this action. What's your response to that?
Not my words, the work of others. Mr. Wheeler conducted an independent review commissioned by government, and Mr. Wheeler found that the regulator was hamstrung by the national law, that the I mean, you referred to fines. You're right that they were paltry and recommended.
They weren't used at all, though, were they? It doesn't matter how paltry they are if you're not even using them. And sorry, but with respect, the Wheeler review, he looked at 34 like hand-picked cases that the department had given him. I think there's only so much weight we could put on the idea that the regulator was absolutely hunky-dory and the problem was with the regulation itself. With the greatest respect to Mr. Wheeler, I think he was perhaps hamstrung in the way he ran that review. I'm just looking to see if there's any recognition of prior fault, but if not, then perhaps I'll move over to my colleague before I break my own rules around procedural fairness.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to finish because there's some important things that you've raised there. I don't sit before you and say that the regulator, both here in New South Wales and across the country, can't improve in how they go about their work. That's a definite that can occur. But Mr. Wheeler, I don't know that I concur with you around hand-picked. Mr. Wheeler said that the regulator was hamstrung in their work by a national law that hasn't been touched for 15 years, that doesn't have the capacity to apply infringement notices across many more domains than should be the case, that the fines are paltry. I don't know that it was hand-picked cases. He looked at some concluded cases. He asked for a particular range of matters. He looked at that and he concurred that on most instances with the law before us that appropriate or commensurate action has been taken. But that doesn't mean that there can't be improvement. That's why we have tried to chase at ASOC level, at secretaries level, at EMM level, at ministers level, at officials and ministers level, national consensus to change the national law. People before you at this committee have said, experts, that the regulator needs more teeth, and that's what this legislation will enable the regulator here in New South Wales to get on with it. I mean, I note with interest that the Victorians are considering carving out some of the things we've achieved here by way of similar delineations to the national law. We'll keep pushing at the table because I think a national law is important to see if the rest of the country can come with us. I think in fairness to the regulator, can they improve? Yes. Should they have been improving? Definitely. But, Wheeler calls out that they're also hamstrung by what the regulation that was in front of them.
But that didn't hamstring other regulators in other states to the same extent as it did in New South Wales. But the conclusion is still that the regulator was doing its job fine.
Well, I think the Victorian Rapid Review, I can only comment here for New South Wales and, our responsibilities here. The Victorian Rapid Review looks at similar things by way of child safety and improvements that can be made there. I think regulators across the country would acknowledge that there's room for improvement, and I think regulators across the country would welcome changes to the national regulation that hasn't been touched for 15 years.
I'm going to pass to Mrs. Mitchell.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Dinsdale, and to your colleagues. I'll direct these through you, but happy for anyone to answer. I can't leave it alone. I just want to pick up on your opening statement where you talked about the expanding quality access program, and you talked about how community preschools particularly have a record of high quality, and that's something that is very true, but also that you're giving them money to expand so then they can be eligible for CCS. So by that very nature, that means you're changing them from a preschool delivery model to a long daycare model. Is that the intention of that funding?
No, first of all, I do concur with you, and I do want to place it on record again, that they do have a strong track record. They're a really important part of the early childhood and education care provision here in New South Wales, and that sector does enormous work. The $100 commitment, which Mark Barakat, as our DepSec for early childhood, can expand on, is a recent announcement by the government to look at how we can support that sector even stronger by way of expansion or upgraded facilities or workforce training. It goes to a range of areas.
But you did say to also be eligible for CCS.
Well, some may take up the option and want to take up the option of extending what that provision looks like.
So changing what they do is
Well,
is
if
what
they
that
would
does.
like to, as accessing that opportunity that the government has made available, they may want to do that.
Okay. Mr. Barakat, do you want to add anything? Did that come from preschools asking for money to do that sort of thing? Where's this one come from?
Thank you for the question. So it is a $100 million investment by the Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund. And what we have seen is that there are some services that are looking at changing their service model to better accommodate the needs of their local community. And we've seen that through services that have approached early childhood outcomes, looking at how they do that, but also through the Flexible Initiatives trial, where there have been 2 rounds of that program and a third currently in place. The aim of this is to look at where we can increase supply, particularly where there is undersupply in certain communities and there is existing infrastructure and services in place across a number of these geographies, and for them to cater for the needs of their communities through expanding the ages, the hours of operation and the weeks of operation that would then attract the CCS, but also help them meet the needs of their local communities.
But you do concede if they do move to that model, it takes them off state government funding and puts them onto federal funding through the CCS.
State government still provides some funding.
Yeah, but the bulk of their funding would change if they...
There is the access to the childcare subsidy, but also the state government does provide some funding by way of fee relief and program relief to these services.
But it's not their... Okay, I'll leave that because that's not what we're here to do today. Sorry, I just wanted to ask you, maybe to you, Mr. Barakat, but also Mr. Disdar, the Independent Regulatory Authority, we got some answers back from estimates saying that the initial establishment is targeted before the end of this year. Is that on track?
Yeah, we're still working to achieve that by the end of the year.
So what will we see in place by the end of 2025 in terms of an independent regulator?
We'll see an independent regulator. We may see an interim head of the independent regulator or the head of the regulator. That'll be a decision for government, but we'll see the operation of the independent regulator, who's then exercising the new legislative reform that's passed here through New South Wales Parliament, and we'll be working on the $55 million announcement by the government for the independent regulator.
Okay, so sorry, just so I'm crystal clear, by the end of this year, so within the next 2 months, the independent regulator will be set up and there will be either an interim or a permanent head of that body.
Yeah, that'll be the decision for government. It'll be reporting interim or permanent directly to the minister, won't be reporting into me as the secretary, and will be set up as an independent authority.
So decision of government, or it will be happening by then?
It'll be happening by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And the $55 million...
The decision by government, Ms Mitchell, will be who they appoint as either the interim or permanent head of the regulator.
And then in terms of that new body, are existing regulatory authority staff just going to be moving across to that, or what will that look like in practice?
Yeah, I addressed the existing regulatory staff just last week because they're under my auspices at the moment, and indicated to them that we will be looking at lifting and shifting the resources, including the positions that we have, to the independent regulator.
Okay, so same staff, but just working out of a different... So I guess what I'm trying to get to is what's actually going to change in terms of what's happening now and then moving to this independent regulator. Where's the $55 million going to go? Will the sector see a tangible difference from the start of next year when this new process is in place?
Yeah, so by the end of the year, we'll set up that independent regulator. The government will have appointed an interim or permanent head. They won't be reporting into me, directly to the minister. The bill, upon the governor's assent, will be in action, and the regulator will be implementing that bill. So I think you'll see discernible difference. And then we'll be working on, the independent regulator will be working, the head of that independent regulator, on the implementation of the $55 million. When I addressed the staff last week, I indicated that there'll be a shift and lift of those resources. Just want to give one nuance. I'm not trying to be clever or tricky with this. I think you said people. All of the roles we have will be going across, and sometimes, as you know, there's temporary roles or people that are finishing a temporary contract who, may not continue, but the roles will be there.
Okay, will there be more staff under the new independent
That's
regulator?
the government's intention. Their announcement around the $55 million for the regulator is to have much more frontline staff for the regulator, and that'll be a decision that is implemented with the independent regulator through to the minister.
Okay, so any idea of what sort of staffing increase we should expect to see?
I think we've got more work to do there, Miss Mitchell. I'm running hard at the moment to set up the authority and, like I said, the lift and shift and what that all looks like, and to also have a very strong communication package around the reform legislation here and enacting that. I think we'll need a bit more time for the implementation of the $55 million, but that'll be up to the head of the agency with the minister.
Okay. If I can, Chair, just segueing
But the intention and the clear instruction to me is that there's to be more frontline staff, and that'll go to what the ministerial statement of expectation looks like around, for example, visitations, etc.
Okay. And so then just as part of that, one of the things we've heard consistently from witnesses in this inquiry is that need for also sort of proactive workforce support, mentoring. We heard earlier today from some of the peaks and providers around, I guess, having that support around governance and professional development. Is there anything on the agenda from government in that space? Mr. Barakat, is there opportunities for your area of the department to do more there, particularly if the regulator now has some independence? What's happening in relation to that sort of sector support?
Yeah, thank you, Ms Mitchell. We currently do have a program with TAFE New South Wales looking at professional development, a scholarships round that is underway, and we are looking at further workforce initiatives to support the sector by way of growth. By way of education, there is the quality support program that we have in place that services can nominate for, or the regulator might direct them to participate in. This is for services that need to lift to a meeting or exceeding beyond. So that's currently in place. We are having ongoing discussions with the regulator around what that professional learning and educative piece requires as we move forward.
Okay. Just on the quality support, how much funding's allocated for that?
I'd need to take that on notice.
Okay. And how many services are utilising that at the moment?
I'd need to take that on notice as well. Currently that program is administered by CEQA on behalf of the Department of Education.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it useful, Ms Mitchell, to touch on the mandatory trial safety training that's being developed nationally that will have to support the sector in implementation?
I'm okay. We don't have a lot of
you're okay?
time, so I don't want to take up other
Sure.
colleagues' time.
I'll let Miss
Tanya, do you want to
go if she wants
I
to go
can-
before me, and then I'll just take the last 15. Or?
Okay, that's fine. I've got more. We can come back to you at the end if that's
Yeah,
more
the
appropriate.
last 15, I think.
Could I ask? Sorry, do you have?
Oh yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
But look, I just very quickly, Mr. Disdale, I'm just quickly, if I could just, I think I was just. This is a quick question, just with the Productivity Commissioner. I don't know if you got to hear.
I've just heard the end of it.
Yeah, I did ask him about the report and whether the state government, whether you guys, the regulator, submitted either a submission or attended his inquiry into that Productivity
Mr. Barakat
Commission.
can
Mr.
help
Barakat
there,
might be able to
yes.
respond to that.
Yes, my understanding is that we did make an initial submission prior to the release of the draft report, and
Yes.
then a response to the draft report as well.
Okay, so that would have been in, what, do you know the time frame that you did that?
I'd need to take that on, actually, the submission, the first one was on the 29th of June 2023, and the draft report submission was on the 18th of the 3rd, 2024.
Okay. And just on the, how much work was one-on-one with the Commissioner staff? I mean, was there actual, separate to the submissions, was there, what was put to us that there was some consultation beyond that? Was there consultation with the staff?
Part of this process precedes my time in early childhood outcomes, I think.
Right.
But I certainly do recall meeting with the Fair Work Commission to talk about our submission and what we would like to see by way of the supports available for early childhood education and care moving forward.
And what about the cost issue? He did raise that there was concerns from some of the states, and there was a bit of a pushback that they expected the feds naturally to provide more funding.
I don't recall that as part of my discussion with the Fair Work Commission, but I'm happy to take on notice what advice we did provide by way of our submissions and any other discussions that we had.
sorry, I just want to make that clear. That's the Productivity Commissioner, right? Yes.
The Commission, not the
Yes.
Commissioner himself.
The Commissioner itself, right?
Themselves, but the Commission.
All right. And just, Mr. Distar, and have you been following some of this today as well, Mr. Distar? Just the morning sessions and some of the feedback?
I've watched parts in between meetings, Miss Mayer.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I was asking earlier some questions that just about, there was some, and look, we appreciate what's come up from Four Corners last night, but was there, how many times do we see for-profit providers, when there are breaches and concerns with one of their centres, selling their centre off? Is that a common occurrence? Like, do we keep any data? Does the regulator keep any data when you see that if you are providing, confirming that a centre has been in breach of certain requirements, do we ever see, is it often that we see them then on-sell their particular centres? Is that something that we keep data of? Do we see this happen? Is it commonplace?
We may have that. Definitely it's a scenario that may come into play and has come into play. So we've got the regulator after this session. They may have that data for you and may come with it. If not, we can definitely take it on notice and see what we
Take it on
do.
notice, yeah. All right, but it's not something that you would have available to you. Can I also ask you, Mr.
I don't
Distar-
have it here.
No, that's fair enough. Mr. Distar, just in the lead up to this Four Corners story, was there is this something that's been before you as Deputy Secretary for a while now, since the Four Corners investigators approached you? Or they approached the regulator themselves or the Minister's office?
The Four Corners story has approached the department for our media unit for comment, and we've provided media response back.
Do you know how recent that was? Or
I don't, but I know that there's been a few episodes and they have approached the department via the media.
Of course, the last few months, yes.
Yes.
Okay. And just on the back of the bill now, obviously, the legislation going through, have you had opportunity to brief the staff, or have there been any concerns of the current staff within the regulatory arm of the department about some sort of what's been proposed before them, what essentially the changes that they'll have to deal with in the coming months?
Yes. So I briefed the staff of the regulatory authority last week in person myself. They're right across the state, so we did a Teams hookup and I spoke to them and addressed them. And prior to me doing that, Mel McCabe, who's our Deputy Secretary Chief Operating Officer, that's the arm where the regulatory authority sits, she had briefed them. My colleague Christian Holtz, who's with us, can talk to the fact that he's also spoken with them. But what I did with them last week is talk about where we're at with the bill and what those changes would look like, and the course of passage from here and how we would support them. And like I indicated to Miss Mitchell, one of the key points is the stand-up of the independent regulator and how it's our intention to lift and shift resource across to the independent regulator. And I also gave an avenue to continue to ask us questions so we can continue to support that workforce.
Mr. Distar, do you find, and I'm not sure if it's already clear, does the majority of the staff want to go over to an independent regulator, or do you think there'll be some that will want to stay within the department in other type of roles? Is that sort of been ascertained yet at this stage?
I've only spoken to a few people. The general sense that I have is they're deeply committed to their work and they welcome the reform and change. Others, like I said, have said here that the regulator needs more teeth, and they're welcoming of what that is, so they want to embrace the change. I mean, I can't speak for, it's a workforce of close to 500, but in any change management, this is not the first in my career, we keep open lines of communication, because it comes to what the collective communication is and then individual communication, and we'll support that workforce really tightly. There may be people who don't want to go across to the independent regulator. There may be people who seek other opportunities in the department.
Do you think there'll be redundancies, Mr. Distar?
I'm not contemplating that at all, no.
Okay.
Because
Mr.
it's
Holtz?
not a case of a movement here that is an efficiency-driven movement or a change management. It's our intention just to lift and shift the resource.
So you do, I noted you did say to Ms. Mitchell that you think this will be all in place by the end of the year. Is that right? I mean, that can't be. that realistic?
No, we've been working hard since Mr Wheeler's recommendations to be front-footed, and when government came out, one of the first things they said was the initial lot of recommendations they were accepting from Mr Wheeler. I mean, my job as secretary is to stay abreast and afoot of those things and to get on with it, and that's what I've been doing. And I've got to commend Mr Holtz, who we moved into the regulator to help us with that reform piece. So we're confident that we'll help government set up that independent regulator by the end of the year. And like I said to Ms Mitchell, a decision for government about who they appoint as an interim or permanent head there. And my job is to make sure I set up that instrument of what that regulator looks like and to support that workforce in its movement there, and to also unpack with that
But there must be
workforce.
some time that you need to put in terms of the workforce. You would have to give them some time to make that choice on whether they go across or whether they stay within the department. That is, I would have thought, a very significant issue for some.
Yeah,
there's,
we'll make
the
all...
transfer of their leave, their entitlements. I mean,
None of that's punctured. It's part of the government fabric. It's part of what you'd broadly call the education cluster, which has got myself here in Department of Education, and it's got TAFE and it's got NESA. They're independent authorities, and so these aren't things we haven't done before. There's
but in such a, but in the course of 6 weeks, we're saying, or 6 or 8 weeks, we're saying this will be done. I mean, it's the end of October.
Yeah, and I'm running really hard, and I'll continue to do so to support government to set it up. I'm confident that we'll be able to achieve it.
Could I ask, just coming back on that point about your statement, Mr Disdale, that the problems were with the regulations and the national law and not with the regulator itself necessarily. I'm just looking at the stats that show the compliance actions of the regulator before Four Corners episode in March came out, end of March, and the quarter afterwards. So this is all under the same law, but we saw a real change from the regulator. So we had 4 times as many approval cancellations in the quarter after Four Corners, 23% increase in compliance directions, 22% increase in compliance notices, 58% increase in emergency action notices, 175% increase in prohibition notices of educators. And when you look at it on a year-on-year basis, so comparing the same quarter, you get the same picture. 186% increase in approval cancellations. But then when you look at the actual offences that started to be found and taken action against, 43% increase in offence to adequately supervised children after the first Four Corners, 28% increase in offence to fail to notify information, 24% increase in offence to use inappropriate discipline. And for the first time, we ended up with child protection training breaches being in the top 5. There was a clear change in approach from the regulator to its enforcement actions before the media took notice of it and after the media took notice of it. Do you still stand by that there was nothing that the regulator was doing that was at fault here?
What I stand by is what other independent experts found. They said that the regulator was doing their job. I didn't use the word sterling, I didn't use the word excelling, was doing their job as best as they could in line with the national regulation. Mr Wheeler said it was inhibiting, needed overhaul. I mean, just before you today, Chair, I said the regulator needs to improve in what it can do. I commend you for bringing to the fore, I mean, you referenced the Section 52 call for papers. We have handed across something like,
almost 200,000 pages now, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a slightly higher number. My notes tell me close to 35,000 at the...
actual documents, yep.
Yeah, it says 34,726 as at 23 September. I was noting in last night's coverage that hasn't been the case in Victoria and the ACT, and we'll continue to work with you, Chair. I commend you for bringing the problems to the fore. I'm not indicating that the regulator cannot improve, and I'm not indicating that the regulator has been immune to what's been occurring, and I also, before this committee, indicated that I'd made leadership changes to lead us to the new line of reform and new line of expectation. So, I mean, I don't have those stats that you read out in front of you.
They were in the, they were in an answer to question on notice provided.
Sure, and I take it on the face value and veracity that you provided it with, but I'd expect discernible action with everything that we've seen. And again, I'd credit the regulator for stepping up, and I think we can step up further in holding child safety as paramount consideration.
Actually, sorry, that one's on your website, compliance and enforcement data.
Sure.
That wasn't the question on notice. Sure. So can I ask you just on something different before I go? Sorry, are you right? I was going to ask something very quickly, just on this administrator, or do you want me to go to you and then come back?
I might take my time now, if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you about the child safety review and the national process. I think in your opening statement you said something along the lines of there's been 13 years without significant change. I wonder whether you might be able to comment on why that was.
Yeah, I mean, I referenced Mr. Diadem. Operation Tenterfield announced 3 years ago child safety review under the National Quality Frameworks published in December 2023. Governments then consider the recommendations of the review. You know, there's a consultation regulatory impact statement process, and then we get to August 2025. You know, I'm not sure that citizens of New South Wales or the country would think that sort of time frame is robust enough, aggressive enough, but we consider the final consultation and we agree on the changes. The point I was making is that change in this space requires national consensus, and I do want to commend the Deputy Premier and the Acting Minister. I've been with them at Education Ministers' meetings where they have said, we're prepared to do the work in New South Wales. We've done the work to reform the national regulation. Does everyone want to adopt this? You know, we're prepared for the parliamentary office here in New South Wales to lead the way. And consensus means every state and territory agreeing to it. That was not achievable, and so the Deputy Premier and the Acting Minister made the decision that we can't wait any longer for the necessary change. Others' words at this committee to put teeth in to the regulatory stance and the framework that's adopted. And now we're seeing, Mr. Diadem, and that's why I'm confident the nation will play catch-up, because the Victorians are looking at carving out, because that national framework and legislation is passed through the Victorian Parliament, carving out their own set of deviations and variations to that, which are very, very similar to ours. And I expect our Deputy Premier and Acting Minister at Education Ministers' meetings will continue to push for national alignment. I do come from a philosophy and perspective that a national framework and national legislation is important here to try and achieve. But, you know, I commend the government for leading the way here in New South Wales.
In terms of the urgency, can you perhaps speak to the urgency around New South Wales actually stepping forward and taking that initiative to move away from that?
Yeah, I might get Mr. Holtz to add to this, because it's, you know, I'm talking for his fine work and his team's fine work here, because he's been at officials levels trying to take officials across the country, and he's spent painstaking hours explaining to them what we're trying to achieve, what the intent of these things are around the paramountcy of child safety and child interest first, around the fines, around the ministerial power, and he may unpack that with you, because these have been things across the country that they've wanted to understand why we want to chase these things. Mr. Holtz?
Yeah, look, as the Secretary said, we have had ongoing conversations with our national colleagues, and all of it was going back again to, as the Secretary outlined, we've had the National Child Safety Review that was commenced early in 2023, and that's been an ongoing process where a lot of the learnings that arose from Operation Tenterfield were being put into the policy development process and the development of national responses, and that process as we speak today, is still ongoing. In New South Wales, as the committee would be aware, we also had in New South Wales the independent review caused by the New South Wales Government, the Deputy Premier, undertaken by Mr Wheeler, and Mr Wheeler made a range of findings and recommendations, principally around some of those concepts the Secretary spoke around, things like the paramountcy of the rights and best interests of children, the need for greater transparency for parents, carers and guardians, so publication requirements, and also other elements such as things like penalties. There were other constraints as well that were identified, things like, for instance, the staying of proceedings when we took internal review rights, those decisions when they were unacceptable risks to children effectively put on pause the effect of those decisions of regulators, and likewise in relation to penalty notices as an example. There were provisions in the national law that effectively had the effect of expiating those offences such that they couldn't be taken into account for fitness and proper person tests. So those were the sorts of things that we built into the legislative proposal we were looking at here at New South Wales. We took those through into those national forums. Some of those have been accepted and adopted and are being worked through in that process. The Secretary mentioned, for instance, paramountcy, which is one of those central concerns. And of course, other matters are working through that system. But ultimately, the New South Wales Government formed the view that in light of the beneficial provisions that it had proposed responsive to Mr Wheeler, as well as the matters that were developed in response to the National Child Safety Review, that they ought to be put in place in New South Wales as soon as possible.
So the package has got reactive measures and preventative measures. Can you perhaps talk a little bit to those elements, how they're going to improve child safety?
Yeah, look, happy to. I think we've talked about, obviously, penalties. So there are stronger responses in that respect. Penalties across the board have been increased threefold. They've also been increased ninefold in respect of large childcare providers. That's those providers that are essentially 25 services or more. And those fines and those range of fines were essentially benchmarked from other sectors such as aged care and disability. So it brings them more in line with a modern sense of where those things should stand. Also, in respect of those large childcare providers, they were escalated there by way of having more of a deterrent type effect. And that is obviously on the punitive side. But there are also other measures that I think are what I would describe as protective. And I think that the two examples that I just gave before, for instance, not being able to take into account the issuance of a penalty notice when considering, a fit and proper person test, is something that I think is really important now, as well as, for instance, the initiation of an internal review shouldn't stay that decision, particularly when the regulator has formed the view that there is an unacceptable risk to the safety of a child. So those are protective benefits. So there's a range of measures. I mean, there's more than 30 substantive elements of change that cover that spectrum.
I just want to add one to that too, Mr. Diadam, that's been very pivotal for parents and carers and families and our exceptional staff in early childhood education and care, and that goes to the transparency of information for parents so they can make informed decisions. So we'll be in a position where we can publish more information and services around their compliance histories, their risks, their current investigations, because you've heard it, we've all heard it, around the difficult space for parents to navigate, around understanding what's happening at their service, and many exceptional providers want the same, top staff want the same, and parents deserve it here in New South Wales across the country. So that'll be another part of the reform.
Can you explain to us the responsibilities of the nominated supervisors, and also perhaps explain its interaction with the award arrangements?
So I might start there, and Mr. Holtz might be able to add to that. The nominated supervisor, as you'd appreciate, Mr. Diadam, is responsible for the day-to-day management of an approved service and has a range of responsibilities under the national law and national regulations. They include the supervision and safety of children, the delivery of educational programs, staffing arrangements, health hygiene practices, managing medical conditions, ensuring safe arrival departure. They're such a critical role, as you can see from the range of tasks they undertake. They are also responsible for notifying the regulatory authority about a range of things, including incidences, complaints, changes to service operations. We are well aware that in practice some nominated supervisors are appropriately remunerated and some are not, and the amendments reinforce the responsibilities conferred on the nominator. Perhaps in time we're going to see that nominated supervisors may have their own classification in the relevant federal awards, because they're covered under federal awards, to ensure appropriate and consistent remuneration for those workers. But the regulator here is able to take into account, if there's any penalties that need to apply, what that remuneration also looks like. They do that currently and will be able to do that under these new powers as well. By that, they take into consideration the specific financial and workplace realities of each case, and this is something that the regulatory authority, like I said, already does. But for the avoidance of doubt, it may be appropriate in the future for the minister to use their discretionary power to require the regulatory authority to do what they've been doing. For any shadow of doubt, Minister Hughes, as our acting education minister and Minister for Early Learning, has spoken about this possibility in parliamentary debate as well.
I might ask you to update us on the work that the department's doing in terms of professional learning for early educators.
Yeah, Mr. Barakat was talking to some of that. I was going to cover initially, Mr. Diadam, what's occurring at the national front here. I think that's important if the committee is not aware of it. But there's going to be mandatory trial safety training for everyone in the sector that's going to be released early 2026. It's being developed by the Australian Centre for Child Protection, and the content's going to include understanding child safety, understanding identifying child abuse and neglect, including how to report, enhancing safety and preventing child abuse and neglect, responding to safeguarding concerns. That'll be really important training that's in development from a reputable authority in the Australian Centre for Child Protection, which will apply across the country, and we will work here in New South Wales across our 6,000 providers on how to best implement that mandatory training. There's mandatory child protection training already for nominated supervisors, but what I covered is for the entirety of the workforce. And then Mr. Barakat might touch on some of the professional learning that we have underway.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Diadam. I did reference earlier the quality support program, and I might just circle back on the answer that I took on notice there to start with. The funding available for the quality support program in 24-25 was $3 million, and as of the 3rd of October 2025, we've had 135 services that were rated as working towards under the NQS, that they have completed the program. By way of other programs, I also referenced the TAFE Partnership Professional Learning that we are administering. We do provide a range of information and advice to the sector through communications that we send out, and through the Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund we also have a test and trial initiative on the business capability development program, which provides support for services that look at how they can boost their skills in managing their services. And also there's professional learning that our early learners team provides to our public preschools as well. And in addition to that, we do have scholarships for services for the sector to upskill staff that are looking to upgrade their qualifications.
I know we're at time, but is there anything else that you would like to?
No, if there's other questions the committee has or chair has.
I will put mine on notice then. I just wanted to ask you about the process of administration and whether that's been thought about in terms of those failing services. I know we've been doing a bit of that in New South Wales, of taking over or sort of putting in a reputable service to help shepherd. I don't know if you want to talk about that now or
We've certainly heard some witnesses at the hearing suggest that that may be something that needs to be deeply considered and enacted. So we commit to looking into it because one part of this is if you're going to strengthen what the regulatory stance looks like and the enactment of that, and you've called for legislative reform, you've got to make sure that you can support families and providers out there who may struggle. So we are definitely looking into it, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. So that is all we have time for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
To the extent usual process questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, Committee Secretary will be in touch.
Sure.
That concludes our time with you. We're going to take a short afternoon tea break and we'll be back at 3 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Committee.
Thank you. Welcome back. We now welcome our next witnesses. If I could ask each of you, starting on my left, to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. Nicholas Bacco, Acting Executive Director for the New South Wales Early Childhood Education and Care Regulatory Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
And Darryl Curry, Acting Director, Reform Implementation for the Regulatory Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to commence with the excuse me, short opening statement? I'll get some water while you do that.
Sure. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to share an opening statement and to respond to your questions today. Firstly, I want to acknowledge that we are on Gadigal land this afternoon. I pay my respects to elders past and present, and I extend that respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people present in Parliament today or watching online. I also want to begin by acknowledging that community trust and confidence have been challenged over recent months. Community trust and confidence in the National Quality Framework, in the national law, in regulatory authorities across the country, and the sector more broadly. The significant media coverage relating to child safety in the sector, including the horrific reporting last night on Four Corners, has shone a light on issues that rightly challenge community confidence. As the delegate of the New South Wales Regulatory Authority appearing today, I confirm that we are committed to playing our role to restore this trust by delivering on the New South Wales Government's commitment to improve the early childhood education and care sector in New South Wales. We are pleased that additional powers have been provided to the regulator through the passage of the bill last week, which will greatly assist us in that regard. The goal of these improvements is to deliver a sector that is absolutely committed to the safety of children. This means a sector that is transparent and accountable to parents and carers. This means consequences for wrongdoing that are proportionate to the breach, and it means protections for those who call out wrongdoing. We note the work of this committee, and we also recognise the various reviews that have been undertaken to improve the sector, from the National Child Safety Review, the work in New South Wales of Mr Chris Wheeler, and the related work of the Honourable Jay Weatherill and Pamela White in Victoria. And we acknowledge the clear expectations given to us by the New South Wales Government and now the Parliament of New South Wales. Before I talk to the work of the New South Wales Regulatory Authority, I want to make some comments about child safety. It is really important to note that the overwhelming majority of workers in the sector share and demonstrate every day a genuine commitment to child safety and quality education and care. They are dedicated to the children and families who attend their services, and we are confident they will work closely with us to ensure the safety of children across the state. But last night's Four Corners program showed that there are people in our society who do not have the interests of children at heart. Let me be really clear. These predators have no place in early childhood education and care. Like every other agency across government committed to protecting children, we must be resolutely committed to preventing and mitigating harm, and we will hold to account those who might do so. I would now like to provide some more information about and context about the New South Wales Early Childhood Education and Care Regulatory Authority that I trust will assist the committee to understand who we are, where we have come from, and most importantly, where we are going. In New South Wales, we oversee more than 6,000 services delivered by about 4,500 providers, supporting a workforce of more than 85,000 who provide education and care for around 500,000 children each day. Our role is to administer the National Quality Framework in New South Wales in accordance with the Education and Care Services National Law and national regulations. Under the national law, we have a range of statutory functions. We seek to deliver education, guidance and intervention to ensure services meet their legal obligations and actively foster safe and enriching environments where children can flourish and get the best start in life and learning. We deliver regular monitoring and compliance, undertake quality assessments, and manage the approval processes for sector entry. Our intention is to be visible, proactive and risk-informed in our visit strategy. Currently, every service in New South Wales is visited on average 2 times, increasing to around 5 times for those in the highest risk. From the 1st of January 2024 until 30 June 2025, every service in New South Wales was visited at least once, and more than 65% of those visits were unannounced. We work closely and in partnership with the New South Wales Police Force, the Australian Federal Police, the Department of Communities and Justice, the Office of the Children's Guardian, and other government agencies as required. The Regulatory Authority actively collaborates on investigations to protect children and responds swiftly when concerns arise. Our seconded New South Wales police officer, embedded within the Regulatory Authority, ensures efficient information sharing and joint responses to safeguard the youngest members of our community. As the Secretary indicated earlier, the Regulatory Authority is undergoing an important period of reform and transition. The New South Wales Government's reform package is founded on the premise that every child deserves the very best start in life through safe, high-quality education and care. We will take a thorough and rigorous approach to uplifting safety and quality through intentional and focused regulatory activities and a commitment to information, education and targeted programs that address any specific areas for improvement. The New South Wales Government has announced a new standalone regulatory agency, independent of the Department of Education, will be created with stronger powers and accountability. It will report directly to the Minister. Work is underway to make the machinery of government changes necessary to give effect to these changes, and an announcement from the government will be made when this work is finalised. Immediate work to operationalise the recent and significant legislative changes to the national law in New South Wales is also underway. The legislative changes remove any doubt that the rights and best interests of children are paramount, and we will work with services to make sure they comply with these child-first obligations. I'm really fortunate to work alongside highly skilled professionals in the Regulatory Authority, all of whom are committed to child safety and quality. They bring knowledge and experience from a range of backgrounds, including early childhood education and care, law enforcement, regulation, and child protection. Many of our team, particularly those in frontline roles, have worked as early childhood teachers and have dedicated their careers to educating and caring for children. They bring their expertise, experience, and passion to their work every day, and I'm proud to work alongside all of them. I'm pleased that the system that supports our staff is being improved, and we have commenced this work. We welcome the New South Wales Government's commitment of $55 million to boost the Regulatory Authority's resources, particularly our frontline staff, so that we may continue to expand our presence. We are committed to visiting more services more often. We are dedicated to building on the momentum towards improved regulation that gives every parent, carer and the broader community the confidence that their children will be safe when they attend a quality early childhood education and care service. Thank you for the opportunity to support the committee's inquiry and the work, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bacco. If I could just start by asking you why the Regulatory Authority didn't make a submission to the inquiry.
That's a good question. I would have to take that on notice. It precedes, I think, my time in this role, and so I'm not sure what discussions occurred between the department, the Regulatory Authority, and about a submission.
Thank you. Mr. Curry, when did you start in your role?
In this role, I actually just a couple of weeks ago. So before then, on the 17th of September, I came over to relieve for Mr. Bacco while he was overseas. He was on leave in his role, and I was asked at the end of that to remain acting in the current role that I have to assist in the implementation of the reforms.
And where were you previously? Were you within the regulator previously, just in a different role?
No, I'm substantively the Executive Director of PES.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Sorry, apologies. I'm sure I've come across you before. Yes, okay, very good. So your job now then, so you're acting in this role. Is the idea that this will be a permanent role though?
No,
for somebody,
that's not my understanding.
Right.
What is happening at the moment is I've been asked to come over and assist in the nuts and bolts establishment of the independent authority, and I know that's been a bit of a bone of contention today about will it be implemented by the end of this year, and that's part of my role at the moment. In fact, large focus of my role to take that away from Mr. Bacco so that he can actually focus on the operations, as well as some of the reform that has been passed in the Parliament, some of the powers that flow. There's some nuts and bolts stuff that has to be done in order to stand up that regulatory authority. So at the moment, I'm negotiating MOUs, looking at service level agreements with the department and some things that would remain in the department, looking at delegations, all of those kind of things that have to be put in place before that regulator becomes independent.
Can you talk us through the process of implementation then? So clearly there's this setting up of the independent regulator work, but then there's the other work that comes out of the operationalising of some of the new provisions that were passed in the bill. We've heard from stakeholders, you know, the larger providers are perhaps more readily able to absorb this and operationalise it and make sure that their staff know what's going on. But we have heard that for a lot of the smaller centres, you know, that are sort of standalone centres, that this is going to put quite a big burden on them to understand what the rules are. What is the plan from the regulatory authority in getting those people up to scratch?
Yeah, look, I think some of the important things around that is the day one provisions that come online. They've been discussed quite a bit at the moment over the day, the paramountcy of the protection of children, publication of things, penalty increases, and the power to direct. Those type of things are changes that are largely around the decision making of the RA and of people in leadership roles understanding how to actually build in the paramountcy, for example, which is one near to my heart because I and Pez already operate under that paramountcy of the protection of children and implementing it. We've set out quite an extensive comms.
Sorry, can you just talk me through that paramountcy principle? You mean as it applies to not-for-profit and government?
Well, all entities. That's part of the paramountcy principle that comes out, that we're expecting not only the decision makers in the RA but people across the sector.
Sorry, no, but in PES. That's
in PES, in decision
quite
making.
a different.
In decision making.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
In decision making. Right. Yep. Sorry. Go on.
So it's an incredibly important understanding and an incredibly important position to take, that paramountcy of the protection of children when making decisions at any level throughout, well, in dealing with children and protecting them.
Can I just ask though? I think there's more that we'll have to discuss on this. But Mr. Bacco, this idea, this paramountcy and putting children at the centre of the ECEC sector, like obviously this is something that people would have expected the regulator at least to be doing already and to be expecting of services. I know that you've only been in this acting role for a few months now. Remind me how long?
Off the top of my head as well, I think since March.
Yeah, but you have been within the regulatory authority for some time.
Yes.
Is it your view that the regulator has always put the interests of children as a paramount sort of objective or focus in its operations?
Yeah, so I would say from talking to frontline staff, absolutely, that's why they get up in the morning, is because of their commitment to children and families and to the sector as well. Most of the frontline staff come from the sector, as I touched upon in the statement. I think the difference and what this change does is it makes it a legal requirement, and so that's the difference. It goes from a principle or a part of the culture to something that is enshrined in the legislation. I know paramountcy is in the National Quality Framework as it stands, but this makes it it gives it a greater presence in the legislation itself.
Yes, sure. But as a regulator, were there certain actions that you would have taken otherwise to protect children that you couldn't take because that wasn't written that way in the law?
I mean, I think that what comes with the legislation is a reset around the regulatory posture of the regulator, and so with the paramount consideration, it puts beyond doubt that what should guide every decision that we make as a regulator and the decisions that we make about the sector is the rights and best interests of children.
Can I just add to that? I think because as I said, I make these decisions all the time with Paramount's here. Not only guides, it actually instructs that it must be lifted above every other consideration. So, in terms of a decision about, for example, the continuance of a service or the inconvenience to people, inconvenience to a community, those are things that in the past may have actually been considerations that are all given, I wouldn't say equal, but they're all taken in consideration. With the paramountcy principle, it means that they have to be subordinate to the risk of harm to children.
The legislation already says, the national framework already says that the interests of children is paramount.
As it is a principle, not as a legislative impediment.
I come back then.
Sorry, imperative.
Sure, I come back, Mr. Bacco, to the, was that one of the things that was preventing the regulator from taking action in all of the cases where we've seen that the regulator didn't take action over the last however many years? Let's be generous and just say 5. So in the last 5 years, I could give you 100 examples of where the regulator didn't act when they should have. Was that because the law was preventing the regulator in some way?
I mean, I would come back to the Secretary's comments earlier and his reference to Mr. Wheeler's report. Mr. Wheeler found that the regulatory authority was being constrained by the national law, and that is why we are pushing ahead with these reforms.
So can you explain to me then why it was that we had such a dramatic increase in compliance activity from the regulator after the Four Corners report from March, and all of that media attention came onto the sector? Why is it that we then get stats like the 178% or whatever it was increase in prohibition notices and all the rest of it? Why was there such a huge increase in compliance activity and the amount of enforcement actions?
So are you referring to Q3 compared to Q4? Is that the numbers?
Comparing both Q3 to Q4, but also Q4 versus Q4 of the previous year.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult when the numbers are quite small to start with to use simply percentages. If you look at the prohibition notices, Q4 in the previous financial year, there were 16 issued, and then 22 in Q4 from 2024 to 25.
Sure, but then keep looking. But
yes,
back year after year after year, there was what happened after the Four Corners is a notable increase on all of those quarters. So what is it that happened? If it was the same law, why was there suddenly more enforcement action?
Yeah, and so I mean, I think what I'm trying to say is that the numbers do fluctuate. If you look at the annual numbers, you'll see that there is a year-on-year increase in things like compliance actions, in things like prohibition notices. And that you can see that trend. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but probably for the last 5 years, those things have continued to trend upwards.
So let me put it a different way to you then. Are you saying that the Four Corners episode aired, you looked at that, went, that's quite a lot, that makes us look bad, but we're not going to change anything, we're going to sit on our hands and do as much as we did before? No change in operations. There was no change.
No, I absolutely think that the concerns expressed about the sector does influence both individually how people approach things and the regulatory authority more broadly. What I'm saying is there are many factors, though, that contribute to that. As an example, year on year, we continue to do more and more visits. By doing more visits, there are more breaches, and so therefore you can expect more compliance actions.
This is underlining my point, though, that you can have the same rules applying and have a very different outcome underneath, depending on what the implementation of the regulator looks like. That is what we are seeing here. That is what we've seen over time. Those rules haven't changed over the years, and yet the amount of compliance action, the amount of visits you make, the amount of notices you issue, the amount of fines you make, they do change over time.
People don't operate in a vacuum. And I think what's really important, I mean, you keep going back to the four corners, correlation is not causation.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think what's really important is if you want to use the term zeitgeist, you have the Operation Tenterfield, you have the changes in the national law, you have a focus in general on this, and you've got professionals working in this field who have changed their mode of operation in line with that, and that's seen through some of the data.
Yeah.
In my discussions when I first came to the regulator, people were very conscious of a new regulatory position that has to actually be taken, and to actually look at implementing that, knowing that there were these alterations coming on. And so they were looking to begin that journey with the understanding that there were going to be changes that would much more support that journey and to help that along.
Coming back to you, Mr. Bacco, I have looked at the regulatory documents that guide whether or not to issue an action in New South Wales versus the other states and territories. The one in New South Wales is very interesting in terms of its approach, and I don't have it in front of me, but I'm sure you're very aware of it because it's your guiding policy document. But there is a picture of a triangle in there that basically talks about the approach to enforcement, which points out that only the people at the sort of top of that triangle, who are both where it's been a serious breach and they're also unwilling to change, will have that sort of enforcement action put onto them. And the approach to those who say, yeah, I stuffed up, but I'm willing to change, I'm okay, those people don't get an enforcement action. Do you accept that sort of regulatory approach of real latitude to those entities who tell you that they will change has perhaps led to some of the lack of enforcement actions we've seen from the New South Wales regulator?
I think the pyramid that you talk about, and I should say that's not our work. That's something that many regulators utilise. And you're right in the way it's described. But what I would say is that it doesn't necessarily work in a progressive way. And so to give you an example, there may be a service that is operating compliantly for a long period of time. And due to the significance of the breach that we identify, we might go from actions at the bottom straight to actions at the top. We do absolutely consider each incident and each breach within the context that it occurs in order to make a proportionate decision based on the risks. But it's not as straightforward to say if you're willing and able, then we will never prosecute you, or if you're not willing, that we will always prosecute you for every breach. It doesn't work in that sort of linear way.
No, I understand that, but do you think that regulatory approach of letting people off the hook, in many cases, that we've seen in the actual documents and in the cases, do you think that and this connection to this regulatory idea of latitude towards wrongdoers is perhaps part of the reason as to why we've got into this situation?
I mean, I'm not sure I would describe it as letting people off the hook, but what I would say is that there is an opportunity along with these reforms to look at our regulatory posture and the tolerance that we have for certain types of offences.
So can I just go to some concrete examples then? Because I think it's very frustrating for people who have been looking at actual examples and wondering why the regulator hasn't done the right thing. Apologies, I'll ask the question. Is when we have something like a service that is working towards for 10 years with a string of breaches, and I've got many of these examples, there was one last night, and the regulator did nothing to shut that centre down it took 10 plus years to do that.
Mm.
And then you sit and tell us that the regulator is not doing the wrong thing or has been operating just and is hamstrung by the laws. Do you see that how frustrating that can be? What is your response to why the regulator didn't act in those concrete examples?
No, so I absolutely echo the comments from the Secretary earlier, and Mr. Wheeler as well said there are absolutely things that we need to improve as a regulator. So I'm not saying that there aren't things to improve. There are many things to improve. The legislation, as I said, Mr. Wheeler found we were constrained by it, and the reform that is underway will help us. But that is not the only thing that we will do. There are many other improvements called out in Mr. Wheeler's review, and others that we need to make.
And mistakes have been made.
And I agree with you that, you know, the example that I think you're referencing from last night,
that's one.
We should have acted sooner. Absolutely.
Yes.
Can I just add some of the frustration that I found this in my tenure here? I don't think it's right to say that the regulator hasn't acted. I think they have been acting all that time and have been issuing compliance notices and having things put in place. There is a frustration within the regulator that it sometimes takes 10 years to do that and to build that case or to have that previously. And when you do act, and this is what I found incredibly frustrating, in my tenure in Mr. Bacco's seat, I did act with a centre that was, or gave instruction to act, or people did, somebody that hadn't been compliant for over a decade. And they instantly were granted a stay from NCAT to actually keep operating in order to ensure, well, I don't know the actual reasoning in terms of it, but allowing them to continue to operate even though we said that they were actually a risk to children. I think what I have heard from people when I have been talking to them, that they have been acting in what they have control of with regards to compliance orders and getting people to be compliant, because sometimes in taking those big actions, they are undercut by other processes. And there is a frustration that has built in to people with regards to that.
I've heard that argument. With respect, Mr. Curry, you've been in the regulator for 4 weeks.
Absolutely, yes.
Right.
And
so I think...
and I have experienced in that 4 weeks that event happen. And that was in 4 weeks,
Yes.
having a decision to cease a service on the basis of child protection to not be allowed to be continued, for the regulator to do what you have been saying, not be able to. So that frustration in 4 weeks over 10 years must be very palpable.
Okay. Again, this all sounds very much like people who are failing to take responsibility for very, very obvious flaws in a regulatory scheme. I'm sorry, I really would encourage you to go and read the 200,000 pages of regulatory documents that I have read that set out very clearly the lack of action that the regulator has taken at so many opportunities, thousands and thousands of opportunities. I understand you had that experience in your 4 weeks, but you cannot
I'm not abrogating any responsibility.
Right, we cannot have faith in people to change if they can't admit that they did the wrong thing to begin with. So I guess I'm looking for a little bit of acknowledgement that the way things have happened in the past were, even though you had the certain powers, they perhaps weren't used in the way that they should have been.
But I think the government and the department and the regulator has made that admission, has looked at reform that we are needed in order that we can act. That's the whole premise of it.
Take a point of order.
Sorry, it's a point of order. No, go ahead.
It's just about, I mean, obviously asking Mr. Curry for an opinion, are sort of very broad.
No, I think that's
He's here to
fine.
provide facts.
Yeah, I think though that, yes. Well, I will go to Ms. Mihalik.
Okay, I'll ask some.
Ms. Mitchell,
Thanks, thank you, Chair. I wanted to go to some of the issues that have been raised throughout the course of the inquiry, particularly in relation to predators, there's no other term for them, people who are deliberately targeting early childhood services, exposing those loopholes. We've heard media reports of pedophiles entering these services, sharing material on the dark web. from the regulator's perspective, can you just talk to the committee about what role you have to play in relation to finding those individuals when information comes to light? What do you do, and how can you play a role in stopping those people from entering these services in the first place?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, Ms. Mitchell. I think there are a few aspects that I would respond to. In terms of prevention, we have invested through the Child Safety Regulatory Priority Program and through education that we've delivered to the sector in partnership with the Office of the Children's Guardian about child safe recruitment. And that is really one of the barriers to prevent predators, as you say, from entering the sector. And so that's supporting providers to have really robust processes in place about who they employ and the arrangements that they put in place whilst they're supervising and monitoring their staff. In terms of identification, obviously the primary role around investigating criminal offences is New South Wales Police in our case and the Australian Federal Police, but there are certainly matters that I'm aware of where we have supported them through the provision of information that has led to investigations and convictions, and we work incredibly closely with them to share information whenever there is an allegation of something that may constitute a crime. Our presence in the sector is also incredibly important. I mentioned the number of visits and that, and the percentage of those visits that are unannounced. That gives us a much better insight into practices within the sector that may either prevent offending from occurring or make it easier, and allows us to address those when we identify them.
So are there any examples you can give? And I appreciate, I'm not asking you to talk to any specific cases, particularly any that might be going through legal processes, but I guess just in terms of when you said if you identify things that might, potentially leave open opportunities for those who are coming with a predatory intention, is there anything that you can directly speak to that the regulator has done to address that in recent times?
To address issues
any
within...
gaps or things that you've noticed it, but you just said sometimes when your staff visit services
Sure.
they can identify things that could potentially allow sort of a loophole for someone. Is there anything more substantive that you can share?
I think you can see the basis of the things that we've identified in the regulatory priority program. So we looked at what we had identified through investigations as issues that may lead to concerns within services, and then made an intentional, and then with intent focused on them during visits. So things, and it has come up in this inquiry as well, things like staffing arrangements, things like the child protection and child safety knowledge of people working in the sector, child safe recruitment, as I mentioned earlier, adequate supervision. They are things that can prevent and also more quickly identify concerns when they are present within the sector.
I think, Ms Mitchell, adding to that, the inappropriate conduct offence in the new reform and the whistleblower protections add to that as well, with a change in the culture of seeking that behaviour, reporting that behaviour, so it can be identified and action taken as well.
And then just I guess in terms of sort of for the committee's benefit, obviously you can investigate things where staff might report things to you, but there's also a mechanism for parents if they, see things that concern them. In the instance, and I appreciate this is a hypothetical, but if a parent had, evidence of some concerning behaviour that their child had raised with them, and we've heard examples of that in the media, what do you do with the regulator? If I was to ring you and say, look, I'm concerned that one of my children has come home and said this, or that I witnessed something that I thought was inappropriate, what does that look like internally for you in terms of assessing those sort of reports, and what happens?
Yeah, so we have the information and inquiries line. It's a 1-800 number that you would be familiar with, and that's the primary way that we hear from families when they have a concern. In the situation that you described, we would commence an investigation. One of the first things that we would do in the instance that it may constitute a criminal offence, so allegations around grooming or something like that, we would share that information with the New South Wales Police Force. So I think I mentioned in my opening statement we have a seconded police officer working for us, and that has really enhanced our ability to quickly and easily share information, but we've been doing that for some time. In terms of the investigation, we would then work with law enforcement to ensure that our focus is obviously on what's happening within the service, any risks to children within that service, and the law enforcement investigation is about investigating whether a criminal offence has occurred. So we would work with them to ensure that we balance those priorities. Obviously the safety of children is the number one consideration, but equally we don't want to compromise the opportunity for police to investigate allegations.
So you get a bit of guidance from them in terms of the best way to
we consult with each other about the best way to proceed.
Okay. I wanted to just go now, I know there's others who have questions, but just sort of, kind of nuts and bolts stuff. But how many staff have you got within the Regulatory Authority at the moment? What's your sort of full-time staffing equivalent?
I can find it in my notes, but it's approximately 450.
Okay, and has that grown over time? And again, I'm happy if you'd want to take it on notice, but even to provide maybe the last 5 years in terms of your staffing, and also who's responsible for what, how many are out doing visits, who's within more sort of internal.
I'm certain we can provide that on notice.
Okay, and also, I guess, operational funding each year that you've had to do your work. Again, happy for that to come on notice.
Yeah, on notice, absolutely.
It's good to have a breakdown of that. I also asked about at estimates the number of services who have waivers in place, even though their quality rating is below meeting. And I think the answer we got back was that there were 60 services with a quality rating below the NQS that had a waiver in place. Are you able to confirm, is that mainly staffing waivers, or what are some of the reasons why?
I don't have a breakdown with me, so I can provide that, a breakdown of the types of waivers on notice.
That would be good. And even if there's been an update, that was from the 30th of June, if you've got more current data, that would be useful. And then I'll just ask one more, and then I'm happy to let someone else have a go for now. One of the things that we've talked a little bit about is the impact for particularly children with disability in terms of inclusion. Do you keep any data or understand, I guess, in terms of incidents against children, particularly when it comes to child safety, whether there's any sort of way to see how many of those are children who might have additional learning needs? Do you keep that or not?
I would have to check on notice precisely what we could provide about investigations, and happy to provide what we do have.
There's just been a few sort of comments in passing that sometimes poor behaviour, not that there is, it's just horrific, but some have said that some educators potentially with children who might have those additional challenges, that has led to incidents. And I'm just wondering if there's any data to back that up.
I certainly can have a look if there is any data. I would say that in my experience and from talking to my staff, one of the areas that we have invested in terms of education to the sector is about a positive behaviour management. For the reasons that you have outlined, we certainly want to support people to be able to manage challenging behaviours from children in a positive and safe way in order to try and prevent concerns emerging.
Yeah, because obviously any poor or ill treatment of children is just horrific, but particularly if it's happening for children who maybe are having those extra challenges. Anyway, if you can provide anything you've got on notice, that would be good. Does someone else want to turn for a little bit, Chair? I'm happy to
go ahead,
share, and then I'll come back. We've got plenty of time.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your time and expertise. If I could just pick a couple of things up, and it's become a recurrent theme in both submissions and discussions here, and that is that centres are continuing to operate for long periods of time under a working towards improvement status, to the point where some think they've been a decade. Just wondering what your reflection might be on that.
So broadly, my reflection would be that the number of services that are rated working towards in New South Wales has significantly decreased over time. I think 5 years ago it was about 25% off the top of my head, and at the moment it's 6 to 7%. I do absolutely accept that our response to working towards services can and should continue to improve. That's one of the things that we are focusing on. And before the end of the year, we will be releasing a working towards policy, which will outline how we respond to services that are rated working towards. That response broadly will be that where there are issues that we can support a service with to address, which allows the quality of education and care to improve, we will do that. But our tolerance for waiting for those improvements will be far less than it has been in the past. And if someone is not willing to provide education and care that meets the national quality standards, we will take further action.
Thank you. We've also had sort of comment and cited through submissions and through witnesses, just in terms of sort of the regulator there saying, well, there's no enforcement powers. In terms of in the event of a breach or an inspection that, you know, or whether it's a continued status of a working towards improvement, they're saying there's no enforcement powers. How would you respond to that?
Sorry, so was that a submission that you've received?
Oh, I think it's in one, if not two today. Yeah.
I mean, we certainly have a broad range of enforcement powers under the national law.
Mm-hmm. So how would that work in terms of, let's say, a spot inspection? There may be some concerns witnessed.
Yep.
How does that enforcement work?
Yeah, so I guess to explain how we go about that work in a bit more detail, we respond both reactively to complaints, so someone might raise a concern about a service and we respond to that, and we also monitor the sector proactively, so that's the unannounced visits that occur routinely. The frontline staff are known as authorised officers, and when they attend a service, there are a number of different things that they look at, and what they look at is contextual to what we know about that service and the risks within that service. So if they identify a breach of the national law, that is when we would then consider what a proportionate compliance action is. So that could be anything from what is known as regulatory guidance, which is guidance from the regulator to immediately correct a breach that has been identified. So that would be something that's suitable for a minor administrative breach, as an example, that can be easily rectified then and there whilst the authorised officer is present. We then have, as Ms. Boyd also mentioned, an escalating number of compliance actions that we can take. And so we determine the authorised officer, their manager, the leadership team within the regulatory authority, determine what might be the most appropriate compliance action. And so that's where we think about the significance of the breach, the history of that service, the history of that provider, the risks that breach poses both previously and into the future, and how quickly it needs to be rectified.
And in an earlier witness appearance, there was talk about delays for 2 to 3 years where they were requesting a first inspection of a centre. I'm not sure of what category of inspection that would be required, but what generally is sort of the turnaround on something like that?
So there is a statutory time frame for us to consider a service approval. Off the top of my head, it's 60 days. And that 60 days is from when the regulator receives the information that is required for us to consider a service approval. In terms of the visits, the way that works is we will conduct a visit called a pre-approval visit. So that is a visit by an authorised officer that occurs before approval is granted for them to start operating. So it's an inspection to determine whether the premises are suitable, whether what they've submitted to us is accurate, do they have appropriate arrangements in place to operate safely, those sorts of things. Once a service is approved to commence operating, we would conduct a follow-up visit, called a post-approval visit, to ensure again, that they have commenced operations safely and that everything is as it should be. In terms of assessment and rating, which is how a service obtains their quality rating, the key performance indicator for the regulator is that a new service is assessed and rated within 18 months. So that is intentional in the sense that we provide a period of time for a service to be established, to embed their practices, to enrol families and children before we go out and do the more detailed quality assessment. But we absolutely visit them sooner than that. But that quality rating occurs within 18 months is the key performance
18 months,
indicator.
all right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Mihalik, do you want to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might just ask, sorry, I think earlier I asked a question of Mr. Disdar in relation to a couple of issues that were raised earlier in the proceedings today, and that was a discussion that took place in relation to the number of breaches. So when a centre has a breach, and you'd be pretty on top of this, I'd imagine, that the overall for-profit provider might then sell that centre off to another provider. And I just wanted to understand if the regulator kept any data to that effect. Is that something that is commonplace or not?
So I did hear your earlier question, Ms. Mihalik, and I did endeavour to get that data, but I'll need to take it on notice to give you a specific number. What I can tell you
if
is...
you could give me the last, say, 12 months and then perhaps the last 24 months and 36 months, that would give me a good indicator.
I can tell you in my experience what does happen on occasion is what's called a transfer of the service approval. So there may be occasions where we issue a cancellation for a service approval. There is a period of time within the legislation where the provider is able to transfer that service approval to another provider. That can only happen with the approval of the regulatory authority. So in situations where we receive a request to transfer, the things that we would consider is the incoming provider suitable? And in particular, do they have the capacity and the capability to operate that service safely? So if it's a service where there have been significant concerns, then we would consider very carefully whether we would approve that transfer or not. There are, of course, benefits, because if the service can improve and continue to operate, then that is positive for families. But
can you also give me data on that then, on how many occasions that takes place then, or the authority itself approves that transfer of service?
Yeah, we can break down.
That would be good to have.
I think we can break down how many we approved and how many we received.
Okay. Just on the issue that Mr. Curry, you raised earlier in relation to a matter in the last 4 weeks that is before NCAT. Has that been finalised, that matter? Is that publicly known, a case?
The stay has been granted, so that service continues to operate even though we have grave concerns.
Have you brought that matter up with the Minister?
It's been brought up through the appropriate channels. People are aware of any contentious issues.
So what does the appropriate channels mean, Mr. Curry? Has that gone to the Secretary of Department, or has that gone to the Minister?
We make reports about contentious issues to both the Secretary and the Minister on a regular basis. With regards to that, there was, we are considering at the moment, I believe, it's still under consideration whether we appeal or not. They're taking advice on prospects. Interestingly, one of the reasons put forward was that the provider may wish to sell the service, and so therefore that was part of the reason to allow them to keep operating. I personally, and this is a personal thing, coming here very, very early, I found it quite remarkable that a decision based on a child protection concern was allowed to continue to operate with conditions. I should say with conditions. But yeah, I think in my discussions with staff, that type of result is always very frustrating.
I'm just thinking that the new legislation that we passed last week probably wouldn't assist that scenario.
If it was for child protection reasons or for risk to children, then there would not be a review to NCAT, is my is my
Yes, that's-
understanding.
Okay,
yes.
so in this instance it would.
It would.
Okay, well that's helpful to know. So the quicker we assent that legislation, the better. All right, won't help you with this particular case, unfortunately. Can I just also ask, just in relation to the transfer, so Mr. Disdart did say to this committee that he believed that the transfer to the independent regulator could happen and be finalised by the end of this year. Do you both think that's possible? I'm not suggesting you're going to undermine what Mr. Disdart says, but I would like to know, because I think it's not just a huge staffing change for the 450 staff that have to make a decision on whether they want to stay within the department or transfer to an independent authority, but also I could only imagine there are police, as you mentioned, who were seconded, and other staff that are seconded from other departments as well that have to make that decision. On top of that, you've got IT systems, all sorts of systems that need to transfer over. So I'll put that to both of you. You can answer as diplomatically as you'd like.
I'll be very frank. Yes, that's part of, my primary role at the moment is to actually assist in the facilitation of that. And so there's work underway with the masking of emails, where we're changing emails, ITD, memorandum of understanding with the department, service level agreement. A lot of the functions will remain with the department in terms of ITD and payroll, etc. at the moment. So it will be a lift and shift.
But that's a temporary arrangement, I would have thought.
In the MOU, it's a temporary arrangement, but with several years horizon, okay, and a transitionary period. And I've got to be very conscious of the fact all these are in draft at the moment and they haven't been approved, but we actually have MOUs, for example, that will be reviewed in a year to see whether the transition is further down track, etc. So, yes, I'm confident that it will happen by the end of this year. In terms of the actual, we're in a bit of a situation where the assent hasn't occurred, as you just pointed out at the moment. May have while we're sitting here, I'm not sure, but the assent hasn't occurred. We have the authority to stand up the independent regulator. We'll need the administration orders, the briefing, etc. All that is in train to be able to be completed by the end of this year.
And can I just ask, obviously with the compliance matters, such as any sort of pending penalty notices and potential investigations and rating reviews, there are. I assume you're guaranteeing that in the handover process, none of that would be jeopardised or.
Yeah, one of the big things with this move, even though it's a significant move, it's about the flowing of delegations rather than from the secretary, from chief regulator, if that's the final name. That is the big change, and a lot of those actions will flow from that. It's envisioned that it will be a lift and shift, as Mr. Disdar said earlier, and all of those functions will continue, but the delegations will flow from a different person, and that's what we'd be looking at. So they would continue unabated, we would hope, and that's the advice that we've received, that they could continue unabated with that lift and shift.
So Mr. Disdar mentioned that he spoke with staff, is that right? I think last week. Have either of you also had separate discussions with staff? And
when I was relieving with Mr. Bacco for ED, I had discussions then.
Yes.
Okay, and you feel that, and look, obviously you can't detail every issue, but overall the staff are happy with this change? Are they looking to come across to authority, or are we going to be looking at potentially redundancies or potentially having to recruit new staff?
No, I would describe, obviously generally, that staff are excited and happy about the opportunity to be a part of an independent regulatory authority. I think the conflict of duties that Mr. Wheeler identified in his review is not something that was new to staff within the regulatory authority, and I think for some time people have spoken about whether it would be appropriate for the regulatory authority to be independent. We have many long-standing staff as well who have been a part of previous machinery of government changes. And so I would describe overall there's a sense of positivity about the change.
Every change of this type can bring about anxiety. That's normal. In my experience, talking to the staff over the last 5-6 weeks, there is an excitement, as Mr. Bacco just said, about that independence, but also an understanding of what independence affords them in terms of being that independent regulator, not actually part of another agency. That is something that they're actually, I think, relishing is the word that I would use when I've discussed it with them.
So earlier you mentioned that the department will still retain some role in policy, and what else will the department retain their role in?
It's not really the policy. So that's another thing that I've been working on, taking all the policies, changing them the way that we need to change them, or using other policies. Though at the moment it is things like ITD use of the buildings. We'll be using the buildings the same way that we have and occupy the same spaces at the moment. There will be a service level agreement about use of certain matters like, as I said, ITD and payroll, etc.
So you're still staying in the same... For the city office, you're staying in the same location. Is that what you're saying?
At the moment, we will still be using offices in Parramatta, and we will still have access to, for example, Redfern or George Street to be able to do our work. As I said, it will be lift and shift name, and those other changes, there's an immediate lift and shift for the independence. It's not unusual for agencies or independent bodies to use services of other established agencies, and for a period of time, I don't know how long, I can't tell you off the top of my head now, there'll be a transition period to possibly full independence in the future, or there could still be services that, of course, the department, which is a much larger entity, would be able to facilitate.
What about the transfer entitlements and staff entitlements?
What we've been told is all the entitlements will go. People will still remain in the New South Wales Public Service, so their entitlements will go over there. Everything will move over to that new entity.
Can I just ask? Sorry, did you have one,
go.
Sarah?
I have a couple more, but
let me just ask this one, and then I'll come back to you. I just wanted, Mr. Becker, if you could talk us through kind of a case example of a centre that's chosen to close, where that centre is part of a broader group of centres. We had Little Zach's in Doonside this week decide to close its doors in the wake of some investigations and accusations made against staff.
Yep.
How is that done in terms of regulatory? Like, is there a discussion with the regulator? How does a centre get to close themselves down as opposed to being closed down by the regulator? How is that decision made?
Yeah, so in that case, as I understand it, that was a decision made by the provider. Under the national law, they're obligated to notify the regulator and also to notify parents. So it's called a voluntary suspension. So that the provider is able to make that decision. Obviously, you would be aware that the regulator can also immediately suspend a service from operating, and they're different things. Equally, a provider can surrender a service approval, which means that they no longer intend to operate. So they're able to relinquish that service approval, if you will.
So when that provider then goes to try and open another centre, do you take into account the fact that they did have one that was not performing, that they've now closed or sold off or whatever it is? Does that go into, or is this a way that they can sort of avoid scrutiny by sort of closing it down or selling it off?
Yeah, so another good question. So to be clear, the investigation regarding the breaches of the national law still continues, irrespective of whether the service has been voluntarily suspended or not. So that investigation continues irrespective, and there will be an outcome to that investigation. You're right as well to say that we do consider voluntary suspensions and the circumstances related to those as a part of the history for that provider. It may not be an adverse consideration. There may be examples, and there are examples where a provider may voluntarily suspend their operations, and that is a positive decision that the provider has made. But equally, we do consider that information.
There are, I'm aware of providers who are very proud of saying, we've got X percentage of our centres are, meeting or exceeding or whatever. We've only got this one here that's working towards. And the concerns have been raised that this could be a means of reputation sort of damage control, because you just kind of, can kind of close your centre down. I'm wondering whether there is anything within the regulator that keeps an eye on that sort of systemic behaviour and what you can do in those circumstances to avoid them doing that.
Yeah, so certainly we are mindful of that. We have an approvals and services team who are responsible, amongst many things, for the front door, if you will, the service approval, the provider approvals, transfers as well. And they would absolutely consider in future decision making voluntary suspensions. Happy to have a look at it on notice, but my understanding as well is that even though a service is voluntarily suspended, if it was rated working towards or significant improvement required, we would absolutely consider that as a part of the provider's compliance history in making decisions that we make.
Before I go to Mrs. Mitchell, the other one that happened, I think, last week was Community Kids Cessnock, which we did raise in a previous hearing of this inquiry. It was the child that was in the, I think, in the laundry cupboard, and a bunch of others. That one has now also decided to close its doors. Did that have anything to do with regulatory action? What happens when you're in the middle of sort of, I guess, trying to bring a service up to speed, and then they suddenly close their doors or suspend? What further action can the regulator take in those circumstances? Yeah,
so with that specific matter, I don't know right now what the reasons for the voluntary suspension was, if that is the action that they've taken. I'm happy to have a look at that on notice, of course, but as I said, we absolutely consider that, and I don't think that is a way that a provider could avoid investigation. As I said, if there are concerns, we will continue to investigate those, irrespective of whether a voluntary suspension or indeed if a transfer has occurred.
Thank you, Mrs. Mitchell.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Curry, I just wanted to go back earlier. You were saying in the acting role that you're in now, you're sort of working through some of the implementation process for the new independent authority. And I think you said you're working on like MOUs and certain things. Can you just talk to us a little bit more about the detail as much as you can around that?
Well, they're in process. It's a very high level memorandum of understanding for the use of data and there's several of them, but the use of data between the agencies, because at the moment, I will steal a phrase from Mr. Barakat that it's like unscrambling an egg to some degree, with some of the relationship between ECO, early childhood outcomes, and the regulator. So there's some service level agreements and memorandums of understanding, very high level, regarding the ways in which the independent regulator will utilise some of the resources of the department and be able to continue to use them in order to be able to operate.
Okay. So sorry, it's the regulator within Mr. Barrack and, sorry.
Well,
who are the MOUs in between? What other agencies? Are there other agencies?
It will be between the secretary of the department, through Mr. Disda, and whoever's appointed as the regulating authority, to actually have an understanding of how some of those shared services between the two will be utilised by the regulator.
Okay, and so not about sort of relationships with like police or the Office of the Children's Guardian or any of that?
I understand, and Mr. Becco can correct me if wrong, that there are memorandums for some of those agencies, and there are some in development with the OCG at the moment.
Yeah.
So they're another thing. What I'm working on at the moment is just between the stand-up regulator and the department regarding services that we will continue to use in order to remain operational.
Okay.
I think if I can assist, there are other MOUs with other agencies that we will need to review as a part of the process of becoming an independent regulator. Some of that will be quite straightforward. I anticipate it will be, changing who signs off on the MOU, but there are others that might take a bit more work. But I'm confident that the arrangements that we have in place to do the work that we need to do will continue whilst that occurs.
But that'll all be wrapped up and ready for this new body to start in the next 2 months.
No, with the department, yes.
Yeah.
With the other agencies, no, because that would. I'm not working on that. That doesn't mean that others aren't, but that would require a person to have been stood up in order to actually negotiate those. So,
Right.
and at the basic level, those with other agencies can be a re-signing with the MOU is maintained if that's what the new regulator wishes, with a change of signature from the secretary to the regulator, or, as Mr. Bacco just said, it could be that it's a perfect opportunity to actually revisit that with the other agencies, such as the OCG, and renegotiate it at that time.
Okay, but that will happen sometime
Yes.
next year, presumably.
Presumably, yeah.
Okay. The part around directly reporting to the minister, what will that look like for the new regulator? Sorry?
Just go. Sorry.
No. You've said so the new independent regulator will report directly to the minister. How? What are you working on? What that will look like? Is it?
I'm not working particularly on that at the moment. My understanding that will be part of the final briefing and the final admin orders. So the regulator will be a Band 3. Well, it's intended. This hasn't been approved yet. Band 3 public servant that would report directly to the minister as the secretary does in the department. There will be direct reporting to the minister.
Okay, but I guess in terms of, and I think Mr. Disdale touched on this a little bit earlier, in terms of it's up to government to appoint that person.
Yes.
But look, what I'm trying to say to you is it sounds well and good to publicly say, and this person will report to the minister, but there's a lot of work happening and that needs to happen with the regulator. So what I'm trying to understand, I'm happy if you need to take it on notice, and there might be other parts of the department that can assist with an answer, but what will that look like in practical terms? Is it, weekly meetings with the minister? Is it monthly written updates that the parliament can see? Where's that sort of visibility in terms of the direct reporting line? And also, I guess we need to be able to have oversight as to what the minister does with what they get told in that direct reporting line. So, but I appreciate if you can't answer that, if you want to take it on notice. The other thing
Sorry, there's been no government questions. It's been over an hour now.
I just have one more. So thanks, Anthony. The issue around the culture of reporting, it's something that witnesses have talked about. I guess from your perspective, have you seen any changes in terms of, the data from staff reporting issues because they're worried about sort of flagging their service? And is there any work that the regulator's doing to encourage sort of a positive culture around reporting so that you're getting the information that you need?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't have the data in front of me. I'm happy to provide the specific kind of number of notifications and who they came from on notice. But I will say we have certainly seen an increase in reporting. As I mentioned, some of those reports are from parents. Some of them are the required notifications that providers or others in leadership roles need to make. And some of those are concerns from people working in services, including educators, and I think it's fair to say we have seen an increase. The culture around reporting, and it was remiss of me not to mention it earlier, is part of the regulatory priority program that I mentioned, and we have spoken to the sector, as has the OCG, about the importance of creating a child-safe culture and a culture of reporting. And so part of the work we've done is enabling people working within the sector to know who they can report to and what options they have, and also enabling them to give them options. So as an example, if they raise a concern with the nominated supervisor or the provider and that is not dealt with in a way that is appropriate, that they are aware that they can also report to the regulator directly. I do think, and Mr. Wheeler called this out, that people do have concerns about directly notifying the regulatory authority or other government agencies directly because of the consequences that they might experience. And that's why the whistleblower protections are one way that we can facilitate that. I will also say that people can report anonymously to the regulatory authority if they choose to do so, and we will, in the same way that we investigate other notifications, investigate those concerns. And so any information that people provide us is helpful and does inform how we approach services.
I think it's really important on that the comms, the communications with the sector, especially around whistleblower, talk about not just the protection of the children, but the protection of people that wish to protect children and actually let us know the information. And that's going to be part of that communication strategy with the sector as well.
We'll go to Mr. Diadam and then
Thank you.
back if we've got time.
I just wanted to perhaps get you to step me through the approach you might take to managing a surface that's been identified as high risk.
Certainly. As I touched upon in my opening statement, in the 18-month period that I mentioned, we visited every service in New South Wales at least once. For services that are higher risk, we absolutely visited them more often, and on average 5 times during that 18-month period. That is just part of the approach, and so we have a number of focus teams within the regulatory authority, including compliance teams who essentially case manage higher risk services to ensure that we are taking a very specific approach to the issues that we are identifying during those visits. That approach might be specific targeted support and education. I think earlier there was a question about the quality support program, and so a referral to the quality support program where that service might receive support from a CEQA may be appropriate depending on the circumstances. But the other key point is that the compliance actions that we take are contextual to that service's history of compliance with the national law. So what I mean by that, if you're a higher risk service, you can expect that we will be visiting you more often, that the visits that we do are far more likely to be unannounced, and if we identify concerns, you can expect that we will use compliance actions that are far stronger than services that are not in that higher risk category. The risk is responsive as well, so important to point out that the service risk changes, and that's important because we know that things like the leadership and the provider impact on the quality and compliance with the national law, and so changes in that regard might impact the level of risk, and then our approach would change as well.
All right, thanks. Can you talk us through what's being done to bolster the support for the regulatory authorities' frontline staff?
Yeah, so I mentioned it in my opening statement, and I think the Secretary also commented on it, but we absolutely welcome the $55 million investment that was announced, and that really is focused on uplifting frontline resources. The presence that we have within the sector is a key enabler of the reform work that is underway, and also a key enabler of child safety and quality. I hear from services that they value the expertise that authorised officers have, and that directly influences the quality of the education and care that's been delivered, and the safety of that service. So that investment in frontline and that high visibility within services is incredibly important, and that's why that $55 million investment is essential. We have been working incredibly hard to recruit the right people to join the regulatory authority, and really pleased to see that occur with a high level of success. We've had some great people join our workforce who are incredibly committed to the safety of children and the quality of the sector, and really, looking forward to the opportunity of that continuing.
Thanks. Can you talk us through the special deposit account and how that's going to be used to benefit quality and safety in the sector?
Yeah, I might take that one as part of the implementation of the reform. It's all about transparency and accountability, and it sort of works in line with, or in unison with, some of our publication reforms in order to be transparent with what actions have been taken, but also the reforms around education. So the money can't be used for anything other than the improvement of the sector, whether it be improving the regulation and safeguarding children through education programs, or what the regulator determines would increase the capacity of the centre in that area. There's also attached to it a regular reporting requirements. Under the government sector finance, we've actually made sure that the account is going to be independently audited by the Auditor General, which in turn will give that accountability and that transparency to what the new regulator will do. Any money raised, and this is really important, from penalties or prosecutions, will support that early child education sector. It's not for wider functions of the regulator, so it's not to actually get more people or to actually use it for whether it be any sort of admin support or anything like that. It's for the early childhood education sector to be educated, and for those services to be improved in the provision and around the protection of children. It's not unique. There are other areas that have it, such as the Environmental Protection Authority, but I think it is an incredibly important aspect of the reform because it allows us to not be seen as punitive. Sure, there are punitive measures, but it's part of a protective and preventative framework that has been put in place, that they will be used to enable that preventative work to take place and improve that sector.
Thanks. Can you talk us through what the regulator's done to uplift the knowledge across the sector about child protection?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I think it speaks to my earlier reference to the Child Safety Regulatory Priority Program. So that was commenced in May, and at this stage will run for at least 12 months. And that focuses, the Regulatory Priority Program is designed in a way that first starts with education and support and communication to the sector, and then that is reinforced through regulatory efforts, so things like visits. So the focus is supporting providers and educators to lift their compliance with child safety regulatory requirements and to embed safe and quality practices in their service. We've worked really closely with the Office of the Children's Guardian in particular, because services within New South Wales must implement the child safe standards, and so that is a very complementary piece of work to our focus on child safety. And so the main focus areas that authorised officers are reviewing in the visits that they're doing to services to ensure that those child safety practices are embedded, child safe recruitment and staffing, the reporting culture, which Ms. Mitchell asked about, child safe physical environments. So that's things like, is the service set up in a way that facilitates adequate and active supervision, as an example? Is there appropriate processes in place around risk mitigation, identifying and responding to harms and hazards, relationships with children, and child safe online environments? So that includes things like the use of personal devices like CCTV, along with a range of other matters. So we've done about 2,500, just over 2,500 visits, specifically as a part of that regulatory priority program. And at the same time, we have continued to promote and communicate with the sector. We've delivered training in partnership with the Office of the Children's Guardian. We sent to every service in New South Wales a range of hard copy resources. Those resources are designed to support conversations between the service and parents, and to support parents to understand what they should ask in terms of safety and quality, and also to ensure that the response from the service is meaningful, and to ensure that people know about the regulatory authority and our role. That was further supported by an awareness raising campaign. So some of you may have seen social media and radio advertising that promoted the role of the regulatory authority, and that was focused on parents to ensure that people knew that there was a regulatory authority for early childhood education and care, the types of questions that they should ask services, and when they should contact the regulator.
Thanks. We've heard a lot about working with children check compliance. Can you outline what are the requirements and how this is being monitored, and is the current approach adequate?
Yeah, so the requirement in terms of early childhood education and care is that someone must have a working with children check clearance to work within a service. That was recently put beyond doubt by legislation that was passed by Parliament, but that has been the requirement that we have communicated to the sector for many years. My expectation and our policies mandate that every visit that occurs by an authorised officer, that the authorised officer will, amongst many other things, look at working with children checks within that service. They'll look at whether to confirm that everyone working within the service has a working with children check, and also around the policies, procedures, processes that sit at the leadership level to ensure that they are also in place and that they are robust. If someone does not have a working with children check, then my expectation is that they will immediately not be able to work in that service. There are, of course, other issues that we identify in the course of our visits. So to give you a different example, someone may have a working with children check clearance, but the nominated supervisor or the provider may not be able to immediately provide a record of that to the authorised officer. They may have misplaced the paperwork, they may not have the right policies in place. What the authorised officer would do in that situation is confirm directly with the person working that they have a working with children check clearance and ensure that that's verified. But we would then issue a compliance action that would require the service or the provider to, say, update their policies, to do an audit across all of their staff to ensure that they have the right information about who they're employing within the service. And that speaks to that child-safe recruitment and staffing that I mentioned earlier.
Thanks. So can you talk us through how people can raise concerns with the regulatory authority and what the follow-up action will be taken?
Yeah, so we receive concerns from a number of sources, as I mentioned. Providers and services are obligated under the national law to notify us of certain things that may occur. Anyone, any member of the public, anyone working within the sector, any family can also contact the regulator directly and raise concerns that they may have. We have a 1-800 number that is staffed by incredibly dedicated regulatory authority staff who are the front door for any questions, concerns that people may have about early childhood education and care. They provide support to the sector, but they also take concerns from parents. What parents can expect if they notify us about a concern is that we will talk to them immediately about the next steps, and those next steps will include an investigation of the concerns, assuming that they fit within the remit of the national law. I know that Miss Howlett from New South Wales Police appeared before the inquiry, and she spoke about the importance of where a crime is alleged to have occurred, that people should report to police immediately. And so I fully support that. If someone is concerned about that a crime has been committed, they should absolutely tell the police about that immediately to allow them to commence their investigation. What they can and should also do, if it relates to early childhood education and care, is notify the regulator, and we will work closely with New South Wales Police or other government agencies that are involved to ensure that an investigation occurs. And we'll consider things like the criminal investigation in consultation with New South Wales Police. I would absolutely encourage people that if they have concerns to make a notification. It allows us to consider that information, to conduct an investigation, and to also consider it in our future follow-up with services. As an example, those visits that I've mentioned, what the authorised officer will do before completing a visit is review a service's history and see, and part of that review will include any concerns that may have been raised either by someone working at that service, a parent who has a child attending that service, a member of the public, whatever it may be, helps us to do our job effectively.
Okay, now is there anything in terms of the evidence that you've provided today that you'd like to clarify or elaborate on?
I will make two clarifications if that is okay. I did state that the statutory timeframe for a service approval was 60 days. The correct answer is 90 days. So a provider approval is 60 days. A service approval, we have 90 days to consider that. And then just in relation to your question about a submission to this inquiry, Ms. Boyd, I'm informed that the department made a submission and the regulatory authority were consulted when that submission was prepared.
Is that the one that is 1, 2, 3, 4 pages long?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, says it all. Thank you.
Can I?
Go ahead,
Chair,
Ms.
sure.
Haley.
Just very quickly, how long are these length of visits on average by the authorised officers?
Yeah, that's a great question. There's a lot of variety, to be honest, depending on the type of the visit, the type of service, the size of the service. I would say broadly on average, a monitoring and compliance visit. So that's a visit that is conducted routinely, unannounced perhaps, probably about somewhere between the 2 to 4 hours, depending on the size of the service. Obviously, if issues are identified, then the authorised officer may spend far longer. In terms of assessment and rating, which is how a quality rating is determined, those visits are much longer. And so you could expect that would be 1 or perhaps 2 days, depending on the size of the service.
Okay. You mentioned the Children's Guardian. I just wanted to note, when we had the Children's Guardian here, Ms. Rachel Ward, I think on the 14th of August, she did indicate that she had not been consulted with in respect to an independent authority being considered by the government at that stage. So now that it's law, I think are you now working with them directly on the implementation of this, or?
Yeah, so there are elements both that directly and indirectly relate to the remit of the Children's Guardian. And I can confirm that I met with the Children's Guardian yesterday or the day before. So I've met with Miss Ward recently.
How long have you been in this role?
How long have I been in this role? Since March.
Okay. Is this the first occasion you've met with
No,
Ms. Ward?
absolutely not. We meet formally at the executive level on a minimum of a quarterly basis. We've been meeting with New South Wales.
But this is the first occasion you've met with her to
No.
discuss the implementation of this process? I'm just thinking, where does the OCG fit in all this?
So I've certainly spoken to Ms. Ward about the reforms prior to the occasion that I mentioned. In terms of implementation, I believe this was the first conversation that we've had about how we will now
And when
implement
did you speak to her about the reforms? Obviously after August.
I'd have to take that on notice to give you a specific date.
That'd be great. Earlier today, one of the government members talked about put to one of our I think they put it to the Community Early Learning Australia representatives that came earlier today about the idea of administrators coming in circumstances where breaches have been identified. What's your view on that? What's the regulator's position on that?
I would support the Secretary's view. I hope I'm not misquoting him, but I'm supportive of considering that.
What was his exact words on that?
I couldn't tell you. You'd have to
That's a
refer to
question to be
answer.
put to the Secretary. On notice, I expect.
It is something, however, I think that should be considered. But not for us to consider it right now or say yay or nay.
Okay, but it's not been discussed at all?
Not as part of this process?
No.
Okay, no.
Okay. But it has been discussed generally? Is that something that...
It is something that has come
Been
to
workshopped at
everybody.
some point?
It's come to everybody's attention as to whether it is an option. That is, it hasn't been workshopped, if you will, and how it would work, but it is something that has been discussed.
And just one issue finally. I'm not sure if I've asked this previously. I just want to know how many staff are actually seconded from police. Is that information available at this point in time?
So we have, so just to be clear, the seconded police officer that I referenced remains an employee of New South Wales Police, but works within the regulatory authority supporting our work. And
Well, how many other staff? How many police?
And that is one person.
Just one person.
Yes. This is a new role that was agreed between the secretary and the commissioner for New South Wales Police.
Right. When was that agreed to?
I'd have to take that on notice. They've been in the role for some time, but I'd have to take on notice the specific date.
And is consideration being given to actually second more staff, more police, given what we're seeing before us with Four Corners and so forth?
The role itself is really a liaison role and an information sharing role. So I would probably say that the one role is sufficient for that purpose. As I said, we work really closely with New South Wales Police, and really it's their role to investigate criminal acts, and we have our own investigations team that work directly with the police officer that might be investigating a concern where it relates to early childhood education and care.
Do they attend some of these authorised meetings, any of these visits?
I'm not sure whether we have conducted joint visits. There is no reason that we would not, other than we have
Can you take on
obviously
notice
different
whether you
roles.
have and how many
Certainly
occasions?
happy to see if we have done that.
How many occasions in the last 3 years?
But I think as well, some of your suggestions there might be something that the independent regulator might consider in discussions with police going forward.
Well, that's you right now, isn't it?
No.
I mean, in acting roles, both of you are.
The regulator right at the moment is still the secretary.
Otherwise, there is no regulator
Still
other
the
than yourselves.
The secretary is the regulator.
Okay, I think we are on time. Oh no, just 1 minute over. Thank you so much for your attendance and for answering our questions. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or there'll be supplementary questions, the committee secretariat will be in touch, but that ends our session with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I now welcome our next and final witnesses for the day. If I could start on my left, if you could please state your name and position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Oh, that's
Please go ahead. Sorry,
okay.
you didn't have your glasses on. That's fine.
Margaret Harrison, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
My name is Tanya Barton. I'm Director at Enmore Early Learning Centre run by Inner West Council, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Demetra Vassios. I'm an early childhood teacher for Inner West Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Hi, I'm Cassandra Sumners. I'm a mobile preschool operator at Singleton Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brendan Eadie. I am an early childhood teacher within Sutherland Shire Council. I solemnly and sincerely, truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And would you like to commence with a short opening statement?
Thank you. Firstly, we're all here together and we're here with a common purpose, and that's to advocate for quality improvement and better outcomes for children, families and community moving forward. We're all very aware of the challenges that's confronting early childhood education and care at this point in time. I've worked in early childhood for over 40 years. I've kind of grown old working in early childhood education and care. And I've seen many changes, and I know we can do better. And when I say better, the topic that I would like to talk about is ratios. I was disappointed, really disappointed when I was listening to discussions of people talking about mobile phones. And I know in my heart that ratios is the core to quality. And it's not just in early childhood, it's in nursing homes, it's in hospitals, it's any of the care industry. Our ratios, and I appreciate you probably know them, but I want to tell you, you and I can look after 8 babies. That could be 8 babies 3 months old. You and I can look after, legally, 10 children who are 2. It even gets more horrendous. When children are 3, you and I can look after, believe it or not, 20 children. I feel that legislation, and I hate it when I hear the people say the regulator, I'm going to call them by name, the Education Department. And I'm going to call government when we look at our rule book. We're setting people up for failure. And when I say people, I'm including children, educators, families, and community. I'm fortunate. I direct a centre, and I'm too old to worry about budgets. We have good ratios, but I do centre tours and I hear the stories and I hear from casual educators what goes on in our sector, and it's terrifying. I have a little niece. She's just 7 months old. I hope my Tika doesn't mind me talking. She'll start childcare next year in February. I want good things for her. I don't want to be waking or thinking to myself, is she going to be okay? I don't want her mum to have to compromise and say, well, I can only get into that centre. I can't get into the centre that I know is quality. So when we look at ratios, sadly, the penalties for non-compliance, to be plain English, it's a joke. I did a centre tour the other day, it was about 3 weeks ago now, and I won't name the centre, and I won't. They shared with me that they'd been attending this particular centre, and we were outside. We have this very large park-like playground, and I was telling them how they can look at compliance history. And I said, I don't carry a phone on me at work. I never have. And I said, you have a phone on you. I said, bring up starting blocks, and I'll show you how you can see the compliance history. I was telling them we're very fortunate. We're exceeding national quality standards in all 7 areas. And that's because I work with a wonderful team of dedicated people. And I'm well supported by the organisation I work for. But it's the minority. This family when they opened Starting Blocks, I was so surprised. I didn't know actually what to say. Out of the 7 quality areas, they were working towards in 5 quality areas. When I looked last night, I thought it was 7 at the time. They had a compliance visit in September 2025. When you look at Starting Blocks, and I presume you've all done that, Google the centre that you know, it doesn't give you the compliance history. So I had nothing to advise. I looked and I just reassured them that what I would do, I would ask for their compliance history. I wouldn't take their word for it, not the childcare centre. How do you know they're being truthful? You don't. I would go to the education department and I'd want to know what the compliance history is. What aren't they doing? They were like that, not for 1 year, not for 2 years, not for 3 years. They were non-compliant for in excess of 5 years. Now, I don't drive, but if any of you were had a tendency to speed, and I said to you, well, I'm going to allow you to work towards. You can work towards correcting your inappropriate driving practices for 6 years. It would be comical, wouldn't it? If we know places are non-compliant, it's the regulator, and I'm sure they're under-resourced, but the regulator has to have some sort of system to penalise, because we have private for-profit organisations that are not making a small amount of money. They're making massive amount of money from children, and not just from children, from educators who are poorly paid. We can't. I'm so lucky I can. I've worked with Demetra for nearly 30 years and other people at work. They have a choice if they want to come and work at the centre that we work at. Children get sent to early learning centres, and parents don't always have the opportunity to make the choices they want to. They have to pay their mortgage, so they compromise. If we have these services that are making massive amounts of money and no penalty, how dare they stay non-compliant for 6 years? I listened to the man before, and I'm sorry I don't know his name. I think he said he'd started in March. I was feeling somewhat sorry for him. But that in itself, that department sending someone that started in March to address you, who would do that? So when we're looking at compliance and we're saying that there's a massive amount of money being made, we have to have penalties. When we look at what's criminal, is it criminal, and I use that term loosely, is it criminal not to have adequate staff? Is it criminal for me to send Demetra to start tomorrow by herself? I expose her to terrible risks about her safety, allegations. I expose children to terrible risks, but our rule book says it's legal. That is absolutely absurd that anybody who created that rule book can say you can go to and open the childcare centre and you can stay there by yourself with 10 children. God forbid, what if she became ill? Let alone, Demetra's not, but let alone if Demetra has the wrong intentions. She doesn't have 5 minutes, she doesn't have 10 minutes. She has an hour to abuse or to be inappropriate with children. We need to fix that, and we need to fix it immediately. And then, two topics I was supposed to talk on. I need to speed up, but if we're looking at quality, we need to look at compliance visits. The compliance officer, I went through assessment and rating more than 5 years ago, and then in March this year I went through assessment and rating again. That's five years between drinks. That's an awful long time. A lot can happen in 5 years. We could have a whole turnover in staff. So please, universal access for all children, ensuring that local government could drive and be a core business for local government. Local government is right across Australia. They know their community well. They manage well. They're not for profit. Put the money back into local government. Don't put the money back into the private sector who is just into profit. I was looking, people on salaries of 400,000, 500,000, absolutely crazy. Anyway, I thank you for listening, and I hope we, as a collective, can do a lot better than what we are at the moment. and improve ratios if that's, it needs to happen with urgency.
Thank you so much. Can I just check if you all have an opening statement or?
We do.
Okay.
I just didn't want to read to you.
No, that's okay. I'm just conscious of time.
Yeah.
That's
So
all.
we're going to hand them over as a collective at the end.
That would be
if that's
great
okay.
as well. Yeah.
So it's
just wanna make
key
sure we have time for
recommendations,
questions.
and really happy to take any other questions that you may have.
Yeah. Did anyone else want to give a short statement? Just I don't want to
I
cut you
think
off.
we all have something to say.
Go ahead. I think the voices of
would you
workers are
like
more
to go
important
first,
than anything. So go ahead.
So my name's Cassandra. I thought I'd just let you know sort of a bit about myself and where I've come from. So I completed my diploma in 1997, became an ECT, did my Bachelor of Teaching in 2024, and I'm the supervisor for the mobile preschool. I'm concerned about how local government's pay rates are completely different throughout the local government. For instance, there's for Cert 3 educators, $29 to $45 an hour. That's a $16 difference for the same role. With diplomas, there's still a difference there. We're doing the same roles, but we've got diplomas in other councils earning $52 an hour, where you've got diplomas in regional or rural councils earning $41 an hour. There's a disparity in wages across councils with the size of the services, even though we do the same roles. In smaller services, such as myself, I run a mobile preschool, but I'm also the educator on the floor. I'm also the educational lead, as well as the nominated supervisor. So I get paid less than what a supervisor at a long day care, because they say it's bigger. But we've got the same compliance orders that we've got to meet. We've got the same roles that we've got to do, whereas I'm doing multiple roles. But I'm also really passionate about diplomas getting more than a Cert 3 educator. We've got educators that come in as a diploma trained. They've done all their time, done all their study, but yet they're getting less than what the highest pegged Cert 3 educator is. We're not going to retain them. They're going to look elsewhere. Another thing is children in rural areas. With the mobile preschool, I travel out to an area called Broke. If we didn't go out there, those children would have to travel 30 minutes to a daycare, then the parents would have to drive back, and then in the afternoon. So that's a 2-hour round trip for them to get quality education and care. So I feel that there should be some more funding put in towards the mobile preschools, so that we can take early childhood education and care out to the rural areas, so all children can get quality care.
Thank you.
Oh, all right, my turn. So as an early childhood teacher, I've had the privilege of mentoring a lot of students over their completing their placements. Personally, I've had to complete 2 different placements in completing my degree, a total of 45 days of actual leave that I've had to take from my workplace. I was able to use 3 study days from my workplace, but fortunately for me it was really hard, because obviously it was still bills were still coming in, and obviously I still had a mortgage to pay too. I was fortunate that I was able to receive a scholarship, but obviously that helped post completion. But and I'm very truly grateful for my scholarship, but the difficulty for those 3 months was extremely taxing. And not all students are lucky as me. I was actually pointed this out by one of my managers. We seem to be losing a lot of talented and committed future educators before they've had the chance to begin their careers, and are also vastly paid differently in terms of teachers in primary and secondary settings. So that's why, in terms of placements, providing a fair financial support, making sure that everything is above board with wages, and obviously, investing in the industry for our future and our workforce. I know that there is obviously recently funded placements have come into effect, but $331.65 a week doesn't really cut it currently in our economy, and especially in New South Wales. And if we truly value early education, we must also value the people training to deliver it. No one should be going broke trying to become the kind of educator every child deserves. I'm just going to quickly touch on inclusion support before I hand over to my colleagues. We have an inclusion support program. It does help in principle, in practice, but it's often access is slow to process and falls short of what children and educators actually need. In my own service, we have children who need inclusion support, but we can't access the funding that they actually require. Educators want to do the work well. Many children with additional needs require more than one-on-one support, and we're asking for change. Note for ourselves, but children and families do depend on us. And I will obviously table our recommendations. But in summary, in regarding to the urgent review of the inclusion support program, we need to look at removing barriers that delay the limit, timely support that children and additional needs, and then a mandatory model diverts resources towards the administration rather than the frontline support, creating a bureaucratic and under-resourced system unable to meet urgent needs. We estimate the cost of securing at least 2 dedicated educators to support children with additional needs in council-run early education services, with around 300 local government-run services in New South Wales, and assuming an entry-level wage of $60 per hour with an annual budget, required would be approximately $65.5 million. Given the current $133 million inclusion support program funded is shared nationally across providers, the amount is clearly insufficient to meet community needs and ensure adequate support for children with additional needs. Because inclusion shouldn't depend on luck, postcode or paperwork, it should be given.
Thank you. I think we haven't heard much about local government run centres, so that was very useful. Go ahead.
My area that I want to discuss is before and after school care and vacation care. I work in that field and have done for many years, and I've seen it start from committees or parents that started up right up to where we are today. And it certainly still has a lot of holes. The problem that we have is there's nothing that's specifically designed for before and after school care. We've come from a little bit of this and a little bit of that, shall I say, and it's all been put together. We seriously need, and just very quickly, our children, people don't seem to realise, can spend up to 6.5 hours a day with us. That's a long time in a child's life. In vacation care, that's even longer. That can spread out to 12 hours a day. And we do get children that spend an extended period of time there. In those sorts of ratios, and the age span can go from they're not even quite 5 up to 12 years of age. So in that realm, in that area, we're transitioning them from preschool into primary school, and then at the other spectrum of that, we're transitioning them from primary school into high school. In the midst of all that, we're encouraging them and supporting them in regards to their social and emotional well-being. We look at all the other aspects of the children, whereas in schools and in the other, it's more structured, I suppose. Ours is more looking at the emotional and physical well-being of the child from a different aspect. We also have a number of children that come through with special needs, and I totally concur with everything that's said. To get someone to support that child, the child's there, and on average we may have 1 in 5 that has some form of need. That child becomes a part of that. Our ratio is 1 to 15. So 1 educator to 15. That child comes in, they become part of that 15 regardless of the level of the support that's required. So we may have 3, 4, 2 children, but 2 educators out of 30. Now our children are also free to move wherever they want. They can play outside, they can play inside, they can go to a quiet area. They're, as I said, they're free to choose what interests them and what they want to do. And that's all part of what we provide and what we do for them. But of course, then you're going to get conflicts, so then you need to also support and educate them into how to deal with those conflicts and be able to manage them in their little lives. But once again, we come back to those ratios. You get 30 children, you have some special needs, you get a very long and protracted process to try and get a support person. I'm still waiting for the fairy dust to fall. We may get one person, even if we do, that person is not one-on-one with that child. That person gets brought in as part of the educators and the nominated amount, even though they're supposedly there for the one child. But if that child doesn't come for the day, or that if that child's only there for an hour and a half out of that 6.5 hours, that's all they're allocated for. So it's so imperfect. To be honest with you, we don't even really give it much credence at all. It's not really worth it to us. We just leave the whole messy process, it's a non-event for us, to be honest with you. What we need and require is a much easier process that allows us to get support for these children, so we can support them and we can get the support. And we need our ratios reduced. A more realistic ratio is 1 to 10. 1 to 10 with 30 children you can actually work with. Because if you consider our children are indoors and outdoors, you have one educator inside, one educator outside, you have a problem, you're still pulling an educator from an area. So it's not practical, it's not rational, and the system doesn't work. And I think that's my wind up.
Thank you.
So,
last but not least, Ms. Fassio.
Thank you. I am Demetra, and I'm not any of the perpetrators, thankfully. I hold a Bachelor of Education, and I'm a responsible person, and I'm an educational leader, and there are 2 new things that have been added to my role through legislation. I don't get remunerated for these, but I'm expected to do these tasks, which is fine, because I see the need for them. And regardless of whether I got paid for them, they're things that I need to do. I have stepped into an early learning centre. The very first time that I stepped into one was in 1991. And when I started my studies, it was 1993. So in effect, I started working with young children when I was a child as well. So I'm going to maintain that I'm still a child. There are a lot of things that we want to talk about, but today my issue is safety. In my own practice, I explain to children that it is my role to keep them safe. It's very important that I do that. I go through things, and we've been very lucky in the past where we had protective behaviour programs that were funded, which seem to have lost their funding. We explain to children things about having no secrets from your family. We talk about consent. We talk about child protection within the adults, and we follow a lot of training for that. But most importantly, we allow children to just be who they are and to learn these things in a natural way. But through legislation, we have found some conflicts. It's very upsetting that services who do not meet standards, or even the minimum standards, that they're still allowed to operate for long periods of time, for years and years on end. We talk about keeping children safe, but there's no real reform. There's extra legislation, but no one ever goes back to check what they're doing. We have this thing where we talk about having ratios, but then even in Division 3, Sub-Regulation 122, when you're supervising children, you're not to be taking on other tasks. Yet we allow people to start and end a day on their own. How are they watching children while they're setting up a room, or while they're cleaning something or packing something away? It doesn't make any sense. Our legislation is actually what's letting us down in many cases. And many people do work in isolation, and if you're of the deviant nature, then you will take that opportunity on and you will do whatever you can. And any band-aid solution that's introduced, where you tell people not to carry their mobile phones, not to have smartwatches, and to have CCTV cameras, we don't know where the footage from the CCTV camera is going. We don't know, and you can't monitor someone who's there on their own to trust them that they'll do the right thing. Fortunately, I don't work on my own. People should never work on their own. We should always be in teams of at least 2, because something could happen to someone, right? We all need to be there to support each other. You'll probably find that with a lot of not-for-profit services, lots of local government services, that people work together and that there's support networks throughout. They're the people who are having less burnout. It's safer for those adults, and they're creating safer spaces for the children. We have a Working with Children check. The ideas behind that are fantastic, but really it doesn't work. It's very hard to verify someone, and it's also very difficult to make sure that the person hasn't committed any atrocities in their lead up to coming to work for you. So there are some things that we want. We need for our children, for the future. We need to ensure that basic minimum standards are always being met at early educational care and services. Action must be taken that if someone's not able to meet the national quality standards, they shouldn't be operating for long periods of time. They shouldn't be lining their pockets with money and having all these people have their service let down. These people don't have any interest in the well-being of the children. It's all for financial profit. And by us allowing this to happen, is this really ethical? Our law needs to be more explicit and easy to understand than a descriptive. And we need to aim towards having universal care for all children. But may I finish with something that I'd like to read? My focus, like that of my colleagues here today, is to offer all children the chance to have positive outcomes in their care and education. This will shape a positive future for our whole nation, not just for here today, but think about the savings we'll have in the future. This can be achieved when education is free, accessible and of high quality for all children of all ages, offered by not-for-profit organisations where the well-being, safety, community membership, quality education and care are the focus, and not how much an organisation or employer can line their pockets with riches by neglecting the care, education and safety of our future leaders, our precious children. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we're short of time, but I think that was a far more valuable bit of input than us asking you questions and you telling us all of that. That has covered such a huge amount of information. I've had people texting me during this saying it was the best panel of the day and that they have learnt more about what it's like on the ground dealing with staffing than they had before.
We would have loved more time. We've got so much more.
Sorry, I was going to throw to Ms. Mahalik first because she looked eager, but does anyone
Can I ask
have
a really
burning...
quick one? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you all. I agree with the Chair. That was very valuable. I particularly just want to ask, sorry, Ms. Summers, no one else has given us evidence about the mobile preschools, and obviously being from a regional area myself, completely understand their importance. I guess you mentioned the fact that you kind of have to wear about 4 different hats to do your role. What would be like the number one thing we could recommend to better support the mobile preschool?
Wow, number one.
I know.
There's a lot. Just more equity for the children. Like we can only operate 4 days a week, so more funding so that we can operate the 5 days a week. And offer more spaces to children. Currently, we can only have 10 children at our service because if we went over that 10, our lunch breaks would need to be covered. So someone would have to drive from town to come and cover us. And the spaces we use at the moment, we're in shared spaces. So it'd be great if there was a lot of funding for us to have, like one of the rooms at Kirkton, we actually have a room, but we share the library at Broke.
Yeah, so you set up and pack down.
Yeah,
and realistically, if you don't go, the likelihood of those families doing a 2-hour round trip to come in is basically
that's right. I've got a child that's going to supposed to start school next year, but she's never been in care because her mum doesn't drive. So she can't go anywhere. She's got to stay somewhere close in Broke.
Anyway, sorry, Chair, I took 2 minutes.
No, I think that was good.
But it's important
as well. No, just that was just really incredible. I think if it's okay with you, we might ask you some supplementary questions on notice so that you can provide us with some answers to that. But that was incredibly useful, and we should have had a longer period of time with you, and my apologies for that. But I'm glad we managed to fit you in on this last day.
We're glad we finished your day on a high.
You did. I'm still getting messages. So that was lovely.
Boyd, how would you like us to hand over our documentation to you?
So if you pass them up to the Secretariat, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much for thinking of that as well. And I can't help but say one of the messages I got was just how lovely it is when all of the early childhood teachers we've heard from during this inquiry just have such a almost story time voice that I always feel so sort of warm and looked after hearing it. So thank you very much. But that does conclude our time with you today. Thank you so much. And I believe that's going to be the last hearing for this inquiry.
Yes, okay.
So on that note, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Committee Secretariat for all of the work that they have done on this inquiry, and for Hansard and the audiovisual staff as well, and of course my fellow committee members. I think this has been a really incredibly valuable inquiry, hopefully the beginning of more to come in terms of reform and the rest of it. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.